Jharkhand started about 25 minutes later than Maharashtra.
हम मूंगफली बेचते हैं, अपना अकल नहीं। ये मैसेज देखिए, कहते हैं लॉटरी लगी है, लिंक क्लिक करके यूपीआई पिन डालो पैसा मिलेगा। अरे हमको मालूम नहीं है क्या? इधर यूपीआई पिन डाला, उधर पैसा गायब। मूंगफली वाला हूँ, मूर्ख नहीं हूँ। याद रहे, यूपीआई कहता है अगर कोई लालच दे।
Did. Maharashtra also, we've just crossed about into the 9th or 10th round of counting. Leads will settle. We'll keep an eye on what happens in Mumbai Devi, where Shaina NC told us that she's confident she's taking that constituency. We'll wait and watch. Again, NDA in Jharkhand, it is again oscillating 30-49. So this will keep oscillating for a bit. Shinde Sena supporters are celebrating the win already. Will Eknath Shinde speak? Will Devendra Fadnavis speak? We'll wait and watch if Ajit Dada Pawar speaks. But the BJP inching towards 120. This is runaway. Look at where the INDIA is. Who is the worse off? 21 out of 102 seats, Rahul Shivshankar for the Congress party. 28 for the Shiv Sena UBT. 19 for NCP SP. This is a rout. And this means they're all finished.
My dear friend, 80% plus conversion rate for the BJP alone. I don't know, I just want
119 now.
Yes, I just want to look now at the exact number of others. Because if they come to about 120, 122, that's only 20 short.
Others is 10.
Others 10.
Others is 10. Well, how many of these are?
2014 they got 122.
And remember, there were some other candidates that were fielded that are proxy candidates of the BJP. I think was 6 or 7 of those.
Such as Shaina NC.
Yes, so let's see if those win, and then you might actually have a game on of a different kind.
But Shaina NC's victory will go into the Eknath Shinde, this one kitty. But this 10, how many of them do we know? We'll try and check with the LRS also. How many of them are pro-BJP guys or BJP plants or whatever?
One of the,
there is Sanjay Kaka Patil in Sangli, there is Shaina NC, there is one in Ajit Pawar group also, about 5 I think. About 5 candidates.
So that, look at that, that strike rate, 80%, 20%. I mean, the Congress is nowhere in the equation. Rahul Gandhi is going to be standing up in a few days in the Parliament House. And he's going to, yes, exactly, 80-20. And he's going to say exactly this. Already, they are saying that, Adani power, Adani Green has powered this victory anyhow. Look,
Daniel Francis is with us, Eknath Shinde's advisor.
Let me bring you in. Daniel Francis, you were with us just 3 days back at the exit poll stage. I want to ask you, what do you put this implosion of the Congress down to?
The implosion of the Congress nobody has to implode the Congress. The Congress implodes on its own. From the victory that they had in Lok Sabha, what they did is that they became so arrogant and the MVS started fighting amongst themselves. For the last 2 months, the whole picture that Maharashtra saw, that these two people are fighting for the Chief Minister's chair and slinging mud at each other, which really destroyed their credibility, which was only for time being during the Lok Sabha, while Eknath Shinde and the Mahayuti partners worked very quietly and silently.
Daniel, just hold on. We've just got pictures of Devendra Fadnavis in conversation with someone. We got the audio also.
Yes. Chala, धन्यवाद, आशीर्वाद दे दीजिए.
Hello.
ये तो संध्याकाळी येतो आता इकडून सगळं निघतो तो मी येतो. मी कळवतो तो. Yes. चला, धन्यवाद.
Hello.
Okay, so he's saying I will come in the evening. He's saying in Marathi, ye to sandhyagali ye to I'm going to leave from here in a bit. And he says dhanyavad. Clearly somebody is congratulating him. The fact he's sitting at Meghdut. This is where we had gone ahead and spoken with him. Me and Mandar Fandse had gone.
Mother, Sarika Fadnavis, called him from Nagpur.
So he's spoken to his mom. He's spoken to his mom and he's saying that I'm going to reach Nagpur in the evening. Payal Mehta had already confirmed this here on CNN News 18 that he will leave for Nagpur to collect his victory certificate from his constituency. Devendra Fadnavis is very confident about his own constituency. He was quietly confident about the Mahayuti's chances, even across Maharashtra. But what a phenomenal win. This is close to the 2019 number where they contested more seats. Yeah. This is 152 leading in 121. This is like a wow. That's what you got to say, because this is
fact,
This is the
unprecedented.
revenge of 2019.
Yeah, in
This is
2014.
the revenge of 2019.
In 2014, when they fought separately, BJP had 122. Of course, they came back again after the elections. In 2019, they had 105.
105,
so this is about 15 more than that.
Correct.
16 more than
And
that.
the number of seats they've contested is less. So their
Correct.
strike rate conversion is far
Absolutely.
greater. In
Strike
2014,
rate
they
is 80%.
contested all the seats. They got 122. Here they have fought 152 and they're leading in 121.
So it's an 80% conversion.
Just going to Daniel. Daniel, the Shiv Sena 47 and Ubata UBT 28. Does this, if this score stays, does this settle the legacy aspect? Will this now once and for all settle it altogether? Yeah.
In our mind, the legacy aspect is already settled. Those who need the votes of the traditional Congress voters to win elections, they are not the real Sena. Those who are getting original votes of Shiv Sainiks is the real Sena. On the 5th round, I'll tell you, Aditya Thackeray is telling me 1,000 vote in Worli. That's called real Sena and fake Sena. So the legacy battle is already settled. The kind of overwhelming response that Eknath Shinde and the party has got is phenomenal. Now we have no doubt in mind. Mr. Uddhav Thackeray will survive in some pockets. Parties don't die so easily. But, overwhelmingly, the whole...
You have a strike rate of 58%. Ubata has 29%. As of now.
And we will cross that strike rate also. By the time the seat numbers were settled, we'll be crossing 55. This is my confidence.
So you are
I said
confident that you will get
yesterday, we are
55 seats?
Over 160. Overall, we'll be crossing 160, but I'm getting more than that. Yesterday, I came that 160 plus. But this is all work done by Mr. Shinde and the Maruti partners in the last 4 months, 5 months to change the narrative, going on the ground, taking the kind of public connect.
This some time back, that if this such an overwhelming majority, 207 is where NDA is right now, BJP at 120, why would the BJP give the Chief Minister's post to Mr. Shinde? Mr. Fadnavis would stake claim to be Chief Minister.
See, it's a very valid question, but I'll tell you one thing. If there's one man, I don't know who will become the Chief Minister, that the NDA partners will decide, NDA leadership will decide. If there's one person who changed the narrative for the NDA in Maharashtra, this was not an election that was on national issues. This was not an election that was, had any kind of national impact on it. Like we won some war against Pakistan or something and it has affected Maharashtra. No. This is one election that the tide was turned over by only one man called Eknath Shinde. His work, his image, his policies, his programs. There is no other this. His popular face has pushed the NDA voters, Mahayuti voters to come out in large numbers. The numbers are striking. The kind of women who have voted in this election, phenomenal. Women at Ladki Bahin is electing her Ladka Bhau in Maharashtra.
Okay, Ladki Bahin is electing the Ladka Bhau. What may be the national implications, Rahul, in terms of, you have the parliament session that's going to come up from Monday. Clearly, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress think they've latched on to this whole Adani issue. But now with this kind of a mandate, it's not a 145, 150 kind of victory, 209.
It's just phenomenal performance.
We can check if, in history, if this is one of the biggest
I'm just
victories.
purely saying with respect, you have to say as a performance with respect to strike rate. The leads are showing you're winning almost you're losing just 30 seats out of the total of contested, 152. It's not a small performance, irrespective of which party does it. This has to be acknowledged. We've got news coming through. Sorry, just quickly taking this news. Payal Mehta is with us. New cabinet to be sworn in before the 26th of November, and the observer.
Are you carrying a weight too heavy to bear? What would happen if you let it go? We strive to manage our lives, but our plans fall short, allowing frustration and worry to gain access. Many have found by letting go and giving their lives to Jesus, they can find greater peace. He took our burdens upon himself when he died on the cross. He rose 3 days later, offering us stability and peace that we cannot obtain ourselves. To release control and begin a relationship with Jesus, you can express to him that you believe he is the Son of God and that he died for you. Ask him to forgive your disobedience and thank him for his sacrifice. Click to chat with an online volunteer to learn about developing a relationship with Jesus.
नई वॉशिंग मशीन अच्छा है क्या हुआ?
अरे शॉपिंग पे 2000 का कैशबैक मिला है, बस क्यूआर कोड स्कैन करना है।
अच्छी धुलाई होगी
है ना?
बैंक अकाउंट की। पैसे रिसीव करते समय क्यूआर कोड स्कैन, पिन या ओटीपी की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, वो सिर्फ पेमेंट के लिए चाहिए होती है। इसलिए अनजान कोड या लिंक से सावधान रहिए और नुकसान से बचिए।
बच गए धुलाई से।
ये नई धुलाई। अब यह कहता है कि
जानकार बनिए, सतर्क रहिए।
They will not then change, because generally change happens, it takes a few days. If they want to quickly install the next government, that means that Eknath Shinde is safe.
You know, Zaka, you and me think today that they've got the numbers, but the Mahayuti was very, very confident of the numbers, their information, their background search, their feedback from the ground. I told them about this kind of a slide, rise, a long time ago. So they're very much prepared. They've not had any internal bickering. They've always come out and said that they let the central leadership take a call. Also, very significantly, the parliament session begins on Monday. So they are definitely want to have a laugh at the cost of the opposition in parliament on Monday. Tuesday, you can't expect the likes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, etc., to come in the morning hours if the taking ceremony takes place, because it's the observation of the 75th year of the Indian Constitution. So there's a big program that's going to take place in Parliament as well. With the assembly ending, either you can have the oath taking, practically speaking, either on Monday or probably sometime later Tuesday evening, before the term of the assembly really ends.
Right, Payal, stay on with us. We've got Mayuresh joining us from Ajit Pawar's residence, where Praful Patel has reached Ajit Pawar's residence. So what's the thought process there? Payal says it's all sorted. They've got their arrangements in place and swearing in will happen on Monday. What's the update at your end, Mayuresh?
Absolutely, Anand. Though it is sorted, but the last minute meetings usually happens. I'll show you the visuals. My camera person is showing you the visuals. Right now, there is no much celebration which is happening, but we have been given to understand that the sweets have been already ordered and they have been delivered. Praful Patel have just entered inside, and the meeting will happen between Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel to discuss the future course. As Payal was sharing the information that soon, within next 2 days, we are expecting that the swearing in will happen. But who will take the oath in first cabinet? That is the important thing, and that discussion might take place here, because the information which we are getting that Aditi Tatkare, the only women cabinet minister of Ajit in last cabinet, basically she is on the verge of winning from Srivardhan.
Yes.
So will she get a repeat chance, or will there be new faces? That needs to be discussed, and that's why Praful Patel must have reached here to discuss the issue.
So more or less settled, there are no arguments. Uttar Pradesh, there is some updates coming through. We'll try and look at those updates also. 7 and 2 is the conversation in Uttar Pradesh, and it only seems to be consolidating or solidifying there. 31-48 with respect to the NDA. 122 is the same 2014 score that the BJP is now equaling with a far lesser number of seats. Payal said that there is not going to be much change.
Yeah, because they want to quickly install the next chief minister, I suspect they will not change the leadership.
It's
if
now
they have to do the
123.
swearing in on Monday.
It's now 123. The pictures on screen are from right outside Eknath Shinde's residence. A huge number of supporters who are present there with the Dhanush Ban. Sweets are being distributed. We check if Yesha is there, and we'll try and get an update if there are some important leaders present. So they're all celebrating, distributing sweets, and celebrations are in order. This is more than 2014 now, 123.
Yeah.
Rahul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at how Indian politics has changed in 4 months. The momentum has completely shifted away now from the India alliance, so to speak. Suddenly, it's the India alliance that is looking brittle, and not so much the NDA. That was the refrain as we came out of the results in June. Congress looking diminished. Rahul Gandhi's acceptability again in doubt, again in question. There will be question marks. I even suspect that the allies now, the India allies, will want to sort of distance themselves from the Congress, which will be seen as a bit of a unfortunate for the Congress party, will be seen as a bit of a liability. And more importantly, the BJP acquires the conviction it needs to push ahead with very critical, this time, socio-political reforms in Parliament. We are talking about the Waqf Amendment. We're talking about one poll, one nation, one poll. We're talking about several other social amendments that it has lined up in its sort of armory. I think this is the affirmation it wanted, and it's got it. So
basically what this allows the BJP to do is to say that, look, 2024 general election was a blip. It was an aberration. Haryana has corrected it, and now with Maharashtra, it's back to business as usual.
Yeah.
But
Rashid.
actually, to say that the BJP will have upper hand in parliament, etc., is a bit exaggerated because the composition of 18th Lok Sabha has not changed with this election results.
No, but
so
sir,
what is
Rajya
going to
Sabha-
happen is going to be have more acrimonious
Rajya Sabha
exchanges.
composition will change dramatically.
No, that will
sir.
take time, and in Rajya Sabha the BJP
So,
already
Rashid,
has a working
but
majority.
may I add to this, Rashid? See, it's not. It's the composition. Lok Sabha will not change, yes, but there is in politics is also about momentum, right? So,
So
after Lok Sabha
longevity of
results,
Narendra Modi government is
so
assured
sir,
till
after Lok Sabha
2029.
results, people
That
were
can be
saying that Haryana will be a wipeout for BJP, Maharashtra will be a wipeout. So this government's stability will be in question by early 2025 because Delhi and before Bihar comes out. Now the BJP is on the front foot again.
Taken, but
What is stopping the BJP from coming up with reveries now for Delhi?
No, that won't happen.
To
The
say
Delhi
that Lok
election.
Sabha will
AAP has
work
done well in
smoothly,
Punjab, I think.
that is not likely to happen in this winter session of Parliament because there the strength continues to be 53% and 47% between government and opposition.
But there is also one posturing, the kind of confidence you will take into the winter session of Parliament, that will be be dented.
Right? Whether there's
Mr. Modi and his team is always confident. The confidence has
No,
never
not
been
Mr.
so
Modi.
high.
there was a certain trend that is this on the decline? Is it now you're like you can lock the fourth term? They'll say we are
125 now,
locking the
Ji.
fourth term today.
125,
No,
211 and
that only happens after
125.
Yeah.
No, so what this also does,
Yeah.
what this also does, if you look at the 2024 Lok Sabha election, the two big states where BJP suffered reverses were UP and Maharashtra. One of those two they've now corrected, and this is a phenomenal win. I mean, Rohit might know. I think this would easily be comparable to the 1995 victory that the BJP and Shiv Sena had when they came for the very first time in power. I think this is bigger than that. This is probably the biggest victory in Maharashtra.
This is bigger. Not just that. UP 7 and 2. The UP
रैपिडो कैब का डबल गारंटी, लोएस्ट प्राइस कैब वरना डबल पैसे आपके।
narrative will be corrected, Rohit, and if you look at the numbers, correct me if I'm wrong, there is no leader opposition
BJP
now.
at 65.
No party is qualified to have a leader opposition in Maharashtra right now. If these numbers hold, that's true. No party is qualified to have a leader opposition in Maharashtra.
That's right. We didn't expect Sharad Pawar's party to do so badly. We thought Uddhav Thackeray may not get the momentum this time, and we thought he would be in the range of 25-30. That's what seems to be happening. But this is a big setback for Sharad Pawar's party, I think. 18-20, these numbers are really very bad for him.
He may be in single digit by the time final results are there.
No, but what happens to Uddhav Thackeray? Because clearly, the battle of legacy, Mr. Shinde has proven that, look, he has the original Marathi Manus. So what happens to Uddhav Thackeray? I mean, does his party survive? Do they continue to help the party? Do they merge with the Shinde Sena
all
eventually?
those MLAs see the writing on the wall.
Exactly.
They made the wrong bet. They should be with the.
They might.
They will move that
No,
side.
see,
And it's a consortium. If you look about it, it's a consortium of dynasts, right? It's Rahul, and it's Uddhav Thackeray who's the direct, just because he's the son. NCP also same situation, and the real talented political capital has moved to the BJP, and that's what the BJP does well. It promotes its talent. Prime Minister Modi was a CM once. He was Karyakarta even before that, and they've taken who has the pull. They've taken Ajit Pawar. They've taken Shinde, they've taken the people, they've bet on those people, and it has paid off. And all you have is the little bit of a Baba Log club running an alliance there, and people don't like it. So with the Shiv Sena, what happened after the split was that, and I had been writing about this consistently, just above the Shakha level on the Shakha Pramukhs, and just above that level, there are these people who work, party workers, Shiv Sena party workers, who get money from the party and kind of have civil society penetration, help people out on a day-to-day basis, because it's a very municipal sort of a party.
Say another picture is out. Congratulations are in. This is Bawankule. BJP state. Chandrakant Bawankule. Chandrakant Bawankule is there, the BJP state president with Devendra Fadnavis. Even as we say that no party is in position to claim leader opposition here, Amit Malviya has taken another swipe at Rahul Gandhi, saying this is the 89th poll loss under Rahul Gandhi's leadership. That's another part. Rahul Gandhi defeated 89 times till now is what the BJP is saying. What the BJP has to say about this performance, we'll ask them when they join us. But this is celebration in order. This changes a lot of narratives at a lot of levels. I'm also looking at, and please weigh in on what this does to the economic story, the growth story. And also, does this consolidate PM Narendra Modi's position internationally and
yeah,
globally?
the 240 is gone now. That 240 ki ab 240 par le aaye, it's gone. I think Haryana, Maharashtra, of course Jharkhand they've won. That's they can keep some consolation prize there. But the momentum that there is
completely shifted.
The trend, it more looks like Lok Sabha was a blip.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like it was a blip, and looks like this is, and all the other assembly elections coming. I mean, these were the ones. They were supposed to be easy victories for the India Alliance or whatever. They said Haryana, Maharashtra.
I think the India Alliance is now facing a question of relevance. They have to ask themselves, why are they around?
Absolutely. That's very true. Because, you know, it's been said that the Congress is incapable of facing the BJP fighting politically. Now, there were 3 political parties, and all 3 political parties have collapsed.
Yeah.
And they had kind of, you know, a sort of, you know, person like Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, all of them, they were good for nothing now.
It'll be interesting to also see
just a quick score update. We bundled the Aussies out for 104. We are 43 for no loss currently with a lead of about 90 runs.
So mixing.
So it's a good.
It's,
on a bouncy track in
It would be
Perth.
interesting to see what happens to the small players, Anand. Somebody like Raj Thackeray, you know, what happens to him? Because now the BJP doesn't need him.
Worldly
The
update,
BJP
Aditya Thackeray trails by 597 votes. Daniel Francis just now said after the first round he was
Small
trailing
players
by
are
about
now
1,000 votes. Huh?
NCP, Congress and Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray.
No, what I mean is
BJP Neta Praveen Darekar says Fadnavis should be CM. Anyways, yeah.
We were predicting to some extent that there will be a large number of independents, there will be rebel candidates getting elected, and the BJP might look at getting them on board to show a clear majority and all of that. That narrative is gone now totally.
Yeah, there are only about 10 others. Many of them, you know, like for example in Karjat, which is Rohit Pawar's constituency, he was trailing. An independent is actually leading there. His name is Sudhakar Parshuram Ghare. This is the seat that Rohit Pawar was contesting in. There's also an RSP candidate who has been leading since the morning in a place called Ganga Khed. So they don't really matter now because it's such a massive win for the BJP and for the NDA. Quick check on Jharkhand. Again, the number seems to be changing just a bit, particularly here in the western part of the state and also in the central part of the state. The BJP seems to be gaining back up some. It's got a gain of 6. The NDA is 33. Let me just look at the breakup of the NDA. The BJP is 30, the AJSU 1, which is down 1 from last time. The JDU is 1, it's a gain of 1 from last time. The LJP has 1. So 33 to the NDA. Again, just quickly running through which are the constituencies where the BJP is leading. In Daltonganj, the BJP candidate leading. Garhwa, the BJP candidate leading. In Bishrampur, again, I think Rajesh was mentioning Bishrampur, the BJP candidate there is leading. Also in the central part of the state, just to get a quick check from Latehar, which is a reserve constituency, you have the BJP candidate leading. Neighbouring Simaria, again BJP candidate leading. Hazaribagh, urban, so again BJP candidate there leading. In Bakargaon, again BJP candidate leading. And Rahul Shivshankar, you'll be interested in knowing in the northern part of the state, couple of seats where the BJP seems to be leading. In Mahagama, the BJP candidate leading. In Rajmahal, the BJP candidate is leading. In Seraikala, which is Champai Soren's seat, he now seems to be back in the lead. In Dumka too, Dumka, of course, the Sorens hail from Dumka. It is Sunil Soren of the BJP who is leading there. So I don't think the Jharkhand story is over just yet.
Karnataka Congress leading. Karnataka Congress leading all 3. UP it is 6-3. Kerala by polls it is 1, and the UDF has now snatched the lead from the BJP in Palakkad, so it is 1 and 2 in favour of the UDF. So some things to write home.
In Worli,
since Worli 597 votes. That's what Aditya Thackeray is currently trailing by 597 votes.
He trails whom?
He's trailing Milind Deora.
Wow.
So Milind Deora is Eknath Shinde. So that's what. So Aditya Thackeray is trailing Eknath Shinde there. Eknath Shinde. Shrikant Shinde, Eknath Shinde's son, has just spoken. Let's listen.
एकनाथ शिंदे साहब आगे बढ़ो, हम तुम्हारे साथ।
हा जे अपार कष्ट, मेहनत, 18 तास मुख्यमंत्री मोदयांनी जे काम केलं, त्या योजना आणल्या वेगवेगळ्या, मला वाटतं मुख्यमंत्री मोदयांचा पण खूप खूप आभार व्यक्त करतो, अभिनंदन करतो की या महाराष्ट्राला पहिल्यांदा 18 तास 20 तास काम करणारा मुख्यमंत्री लोकांनी पाहिला. वर्षा ज्यांच्यासाठी बंद होती त्यांच्यासाठी वर्षा उघडण्याचं काम केलं, रात्री अपरात्री जागून जे आहे हे लोकांना भेटण्याचं काम केलं. मला वाटतं खूप मोठा हा विजय आहे. हा हार्ड वर्क, मी नेहमी म्हणतो की कष्टाला पर्याय नाही, कष्ट आणि कष्ट हे केले, त्याच्यामुळे आज जे आहे आपल्याला रिझल्ट
Shrikant Shinde saying 18 hours. My father worked 18 hours. He worked hard. We brought the Mukhyamantri Ladki Bahin Yojana, and we went out there with the people. And he says there is no substitute to hard work. Hard work, effort, and that's the only thing that will yield results. And we hope that we continue to be able to do the same and serve the people of Maharashtra. So that's Shrikant Shinde, who's been quietly working behind the scenes, helping his father and his and their cause, and they've worked really hard. That's what they've come out and said. We've just got another update going across to Arun Dhanta at the BJP headquarters. Arun, thankfully this time around, unlike in Haryana, whoever was making the jalebi will get to eat it too.
Well, that's right. In fact, everybody was worried about it, that it shouldn't be boomerang as it happened in case of Haryana for the Congress party. But here in the BJP office, what we are given to understand is that the message has been given to the workers of the BJP that they will have to come here at the party extension office, which is the new office for, of course, Prime Minister Modi's welcome. We are given to understand that Prime Minister is going to reach here at the party office somewhere around 6:37 p.m. And of course, he will be addressing the gathering here. So preparations are done. At this moment, we are in the main party headquarters, the another office where preparations are taking place on the other side of the road. So that's where all the preparations are going on for the evening Prime Minister's address. Of course, the massive victory which they have got in Maharashtra is something which is really giving that boon to the BJP spokespersons, whoever we are speaking here. In fact, when we started showing that jalebi in the morning, there were few people of the party who came to us, and they said it's a normal culture of celebration. And we said, okay, we have never had jalebi here in this party office. This is for the first time when it is being.
We hope you've got a sampling of jalebi, and there is more celebrations towards the evening. It's going to be a long day for Arun Dhanta and some of our reporters in the national capital, because the Delhi BJP headquarters is going to be abuzz with activity. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is expected to arrive at the BJP headquarters in Delhi by 6:30 p.m. this evening. There will be a victory speech. There will be a celebration because it's a historic mandate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Rohit. This is a never before in Maharashtra.
Absolutely.
This score, if it stays.
Yes, the highest that the BJP, I mean, we are showing 129 right now. And if this holds, then of course this is a record forever, because the best score was 122 in 2014 election amidst the Modi wave. That was the best that the BJP did. After that, they came to 105 in 19. And this time, if it is 129 or anywhere around 25 also, it's a record.
Shiv Sena at 49, nearing 50. Ubata at 26. The big story there. Also with NCP, Ajit Pawar what will he be thinking right now with 35 compared to 15 of NCP Sharad Pawar?
I think the only thing that explains Ajit Pawar's success is Ladki Bahin Yojana, because remember, he was in the earlier government, he was the finance minister. So it is technically his announcement during the budget that was presented in July, where they announced that they will be rolling out this DBT for women and for farmers also. So I think he took full advantage of that, it's he who has given this money. He is the one who's approved it, and I think he's benefited.
Some mini fights let's focus on with Zaka. Zishan Siddique in Bandra is actually trailing in Bandra East. Anushakti Nagar, Sana Malik is trailing, Fahad is leading. Shivaji Nagar, let's see, Nawab Malik or this one, Abu Azmi. Who's
right
the one?
Right now, Abu Azmi is leading in Mankur Shivaji Nagar. As far as the other, which was the other constituency that you were talking about? Anushakti Nagar.
Anushakti Nagar, Shivaji Nagar, and Anushakti Nagar. Yeah, Mankut Shivaji Nagar and Anushakti
Nagar. Of course, Abu Azmi is leading.
Yeah, Anushakti Nagar.
In Anushakti Nagar, I believe Sana Malik is trailing.
Sana Malik is trailing, and so.
I mean, Sharad Pawar has probably put in the worst performance of his life.
Yes, his team, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule, we'll have to say, and Rohit Pawar.
This would be the worst performance of his political career.
Legacy fight, etc.
Is he over?
When it comes to the two Shiv Senas, I mean, it's very interesting how Eknath Shinde has been completely on point with his messaging. when the NDA government came to power and at the center, and there were some ministerial berths to be divided, he made the announcement that, you know, my son is not going to be made minister. He's the leader of the legislature party, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, who we saw just now. And he made it very clear. It's not like Shrikant Shinde didn't feel bad about it, but the point was that you had to show that you have a difference. You know, you are not the...
Sign.
Yeah, you're not... this party is not going to work on a dynastic principle in that sense, that whatever prizes that are to be distributed is there only for the family.
Well, I think one interesting point, just briefly I'd like to mention, is this shows that the voters of Maharashtra are not getting swayed by emotions. Okay, they have not gone for Sharad Pawar, who was pitching an emotional appeal that he was, you know, there was an injustice, etc. And Uddhav Thackeray, who pitched sympathy, just sympathy and nothing else.
Two things. But the thing is, the emotion card will not work all the time. No, emotion card worked last time. Sharad Pawar, every time he goes to campaign, he says, this is my last election, so vote for sympathy. Uddhav Thackeray, the sympathy worked last time. It did not work this time. Sympathy doesn't work every time. You have to.
According to me, emotions have worked.
The BJP.
No, but it doesn't work again and again.
No, I'm saying different. I'm saying emotions have worked.
Penny for your thoughts.
Ek hai aur saath hai, that has worked.
We know. Last election hai mera.
Right, yeah. All right. We can't put that, say that on air. But Rahul Shivshankar, the BJP has turned around and said, Ek hai to safe hai, the Mahamantra, and the Vikas narrative. These are the two things that worked for us.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Would you agree that there has been a perhaps quiet undercurrent of this counter-polarization?
I'm glad you brought it up, because that's the reason why I reached across to Nalin and asked him for some statistics. There is proof कि एक है, हम safe हैं. Marathas dominated seats, BJP 68, 18 the other side, OBC 61-25. I mean, Haryana saw the power of ek hai, safe hai. That time, of course, the supercharged election there, that dynamic was injected by Mr. Yogi Adityanath in a much more sort of, you know, abrasive sort of manner, or through abrasive slogan. But that worked there. Dalits, 1910. Dalit dominated seats. So there's proof that people have come together, and there's also proof that there has been, unfortunately, and this is really something that the Muslims now will have to start thinking about, internalizing, are they actually benefiting by voting for parties that do not have a vision for the future, or are they better off now shaking off this fear factor, taking off these sort of glasses that they're wearing, colored glasses, and looking at what they're getting, how they're benefiting as a society, as a culture in this country. And that is fundamentally where I think reassessment has to happen. The farmers, the women,
Rahul,
all with.
Rahul,
yes, of course.
No.
Yeah.
You are entitled for your view, but what I'm saying is it takes two to tango. Where is that level of, you know, participation and empowerment?
Sir, Congress ne kam seatein diye
No, I'm not about Congress. I'm not about Congress.
I'm
not about Congress. I'm saying you look at the BJP.
आप representation की बात कर रहे हैं in Lok Sabha.
Yeah.
The Congress gave
no, we are one point. By giving seats, you don't say that you are empowering somebody. It is about what you have done on ground in terms of the social upliftment which has happened. And that electricity game is a different one. We're digressing. Please, let's look at this. Shinde Sena has already begun the chorus, which they will use.
Sir, all the representation that the Congress gave over 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and Sachar Commission came out and said, ki bhaiya, look at your numbers on demographic status. Where are you on the various indices? You're nowhere. What did the representation get you?
This rising above this appeasement game and how many seats have you given? That's not the answer. What you've done to work collectively for society is important. The other aspect, Shinde Sena is now saying, has begun this chorus that Shinde as CM. Will this be the same equation that will continue, just to underline and perhaps rub it in to Uddhav Thackeray and to say that we don't have a problem yielding space, etc.? Or will there be a shuffle, the three people itself, but somebody else? We'll have to wait and watch. Griha has an update from the live result hub. Yes, Griha.
Okay, two important players as far as Worli, Mumbai city is concerned. We are now learning Aditya Thackeray is trailing by 597 votes, and those are the number of votes that Milind Devra is in fact leading from Worli. That's an important update that we are getting from here. So that's one. We are also learning, Anand, that from Mahim you have Raj Thackeray who's trailing, right? He's trailing. By how many votes?
Amit Thackeray.
Amit Thackeray, I beg your pardon, is trailing. I'll just tell you the number of votes. Is it a huge gap? Okay, we'll let you know about the gap, but we do know about this important update. It's a neck and neck from Worli, Mumbai city, between Aditya Thackeray and Milind Devra.
Okay, Sharad Pawar's weakest performance in his career. We'll go across to Payal Mehta from the BJP headquarters or main office in Mumbai. Yes, Payal.
You know, more information trickling in. Anand, the oath taking might take place on the 26th of November. The exact time is being studied because they want to go as per the Shubh Muhuratam, taking into consideration everybody's stars put together. But 26th November is going to be very interesting. It's Samvidhan Divas, and the opposition has been attacking the government of the day in the center on Samvidhan. Samvidhan Divas, 75th year of adoption of the Indian Constitution, a very, very significant day in that respect. And most probably the venue is likely to be the Shivaji Park. That is where in his last rally, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said, I'll come back here for the next oath taking, and I'm sure the next government will be formed soon as well. And a very, very important venue as far as the sentiments of the Shiv Sena is concerned, both the Uddhav Thackeray faction as well as the Shinde faction, and most importantly, the women have been the chief contributors of this particular election. That's why a special invitation will also be sent to the women folk, will be sent to the Latki Bahns to attend the oath taking ceremony.
Right, Payal, so stay on. Payal getting us 3 important updates. One, there is a change in the swearing in date. It's going to be on the 26th of November, Samvidhan Divas, 75th year of adoption of the Indian Constitution. On that day, the swearing in will happen because that's also the day of a good Muhurat or Shubh Muhurat. Third update is that the swearing in ceremony most likely will happen at Shivaji Park. It's the same place where the Prime Minister had said कि सरकार हम यहीं पे बनाएंगे, वापस हम आएंगे और आपसे ही आशीर्वाद लेंगे और यहीं पे करेंगे.
Where Mr. Thackeray started the Shiv Sena from.
And 26/11.
Where evil was punished.
So the idea is not as a reminder, stark reminder of the terror attack, but from the positive aspect of it being Samvidhan. But from the narrative of Samvidhan badal denge, us din they are going to say कि हम संविधान पे शपथ लेंगे. So we are going to take oath on the Constitution on that day. So that's what Payal is telling us. And all of them will be there. Ajit Pawar, Devendra Fadnavis, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Eknath Shinde, all of them will be there. And she's also said the fourth update is that the Ladki Bahan Yojana. So women will be given, a lot of women across Maharashtra who have worked hard on ground will be specially invited, and there will be more number of women present at the swearing in ceremony as part of the Karyakartas across the party lines. Yes.
I hope more women
depends on who gets elected.
Also.
Depends on who gets elected. Aditi Thackeray is one.
There will be enough.
There is Shaina NC. If she wins, as she claims, we have to see what's happening with Shaina NC in Mumbai Devi.
She's still trailing.
Yeah, she's still trailing. As of now, she's still trailing. And Worli seat, again, Aditya Thackeray trailing by 597. Does that change after the 5th round? Daniel Francis said he was trailing by about 1,000 votes. We wait and watch. Celebrations at the Ajit Pawar camp. Dances are happening. Fugudi is happening there. We also have Mayuresh. Mayuresh, what's the update from the Uddhav Thackeray camp, from Matoshri? Any word?
Anand, right now I'm outside the Ajit Pawar's residence, but Matoshri and Sena Bhavan are completely silent. There is no one at Matoshri, outside Matoshri or in Sena Bhavan. Usually that is not the scenario, and whenever there is this kind of a big event which are happening, usually Karyakartas or the local leaders come there and stand and interact with the media. But as of now at Shiv Sena Bhavan, there is no one except Harshal Pradhan, who is the PRO of the party or head of communication, and at Matoshri, it's Thackeray family. They are also closely watching the results. But so far there is no word from the Thackeray family. Back to you.
Right. Chetan Bhagat.
Making a comment. It has a potential to go viral. Come on.
I'm not saying it to go viral, but this is a bit of Kangana's curse, isn't it? You know?
Kangana's curse.
You remember when our office was damaged? And it was quite, she made this video, maybe your team can pull it out, but she kind of told Uddhav Thackeray in not a very polite way, I must say, so I won't repeat the exact words. But she said that the ulti gunti, like the reverse countdown, has begun, and it was unthinkable.
It
was unthinkable at that time.
Can we just go full frame on these pictures? These are coming in from
Kangana's curse.
From Meghdut. We are given to understand Devendra Fadnavis' residence watching the coverage. There is Chandrasekhar Bawankule, who's leading from his constituency. There is confidence on the overall numbers. That is Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, who's the face of the BJP's campaign. He's there, the architect, many say, the fulcrum of this Mahayuti. That's Devendra Fadnavis. They're all watching the coverage, watching the results very, very closely as the numbers settle in. One can only turn around and pinch a Bollywood dialogue where you can say, "Khush to bahut hoge tum." So that's the story right now. with respect to the BJP, but this is a performance by any political party which is unprecedented. Our research team has just pulled out some strike rates, and let's talk on the strike rates as we stay with these pictures and more pictures coming. BJP strike rate to the panel here in the studio, 84%, 122 out of 145. It's now gone up to 127, but now it's 84% strike rate. The Shiv Sena, 71%, 58 out of 81. We also have NCP, 37 out of 59, 62% strike rate. The Congress's strike rate, 19.2%, 20 out of 102. It's only come down. It's 18 out of 102. Ubata is 26. It was 18 out of 92. It's 26. So it's about a 25% strike rate. NCP Sharad Pawar, 11.6%, or now it's about 13% strike rate, 14 out of 86 seats. Is this his worst performance ever?
And for Sharad Pawar, all the more so because, his vote is concentrated. He doesn't have, votes, let's say in Vidarbha or even in Mumbai city. His vote is concentrated in Western Maharashtra, and for him, if this is the worst performance that he has seen since 1978 when he first became Chief Minister, then it also raises questions about the viability of his own party. Of course, in the Senas, I think it's established now that the Shinde Sena will be the representative of the Marathi Manus, as it were, because you have the Chief Minister also. But for Pawar also, this is just as much existential. I mean, if he's got 11% strike rate with a concentrated vote, then that's bad.
I'm just thankful that the remarks I made the other day won't cost me, because I did say that he was the most overrated politician, built up by Maharashtrian journalists to be this great player on the national stage. Power broking is one thing. Being a popular leader acceptable by everybody is a very different thing. So I think finally we have seen, and this is held true since the 80s when he first became Chief Minister. After that, he has never been able to rest. Like, for example, the BJP is doing today a significant part of the state for his own party.
BJP has just...
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk Sharad Pawar.
Within your rights to criticize him, and Mr. Pawar, of course, has lost badly. We must also remember he became Chief Minister in 1978.
Yeah, true.
So
he should have retired by now.
That is the thing, but politicians don't retire.
Yeah,
you tell a politician, you say
some cricketers
after
also
2 years,
don't.
Mr. Modi will be 75,
Till
and I would like to hear what is your comment on him.
Till they are bashed out of the park, or they can't make any runs.
No, I'm saying after 2 years, Mr. Narendra Modi will turn 75.
Point is, how many times has Mr. Sharad Pawar led his party to the
viability?
No, now
if you're winning elections.
One minute, Rashid Kitwai. Sharad Pawar and the NCP, is it a pan-Maharashtra party? Is it a pan-Maharashtra party in 30 years of its existence? No. So then what is a claim to fame? Why are you comparing Sharad Pawar with Narendra Modi? Narendra Modi, has he under his leadership in the last 10 years, has he helped the BJP grow into a party of the size that it's become the world's biggest political party?
Saying that he should have retired because of age. Rahul is saying he should have retired because he wasn't working.
His sell-by date was over. He was propped up by an ecosystem.
It's got nothing to do with age. It's about performance and delivery, sir. And in terms of performance and delivery, it is Mr. Pawar's poorest performance. And that too in an election which he claimed is his last election. Is an election which he claimed is his last election.
Power angle, power struggle, all these headlines that used to keep coming.
Okay, we've got...
There was a complex. There was a complex in reporting, which used to be always about whatever is happening. Obviously, would keep saying no.
There is a parallel here. When I was in my early 20s, certain journalists were also built up. Only now, when I'm going to be 50 in a couple of months, I've realized that there were men of clay feet or women of clay feet. So I'm just telling you that fundamentally, I'm looking inwards also. I'm not just looking outwards. I'm just saying that, look, efficacy matters in politics. You cannot just live off the hype and the propaganda of various elements. And I'm sorry, but that also applies to some level to even Rahul Gandhi. What has he done?
In that case...
Yes, hype and propaganda, yes, it helps, and sometimes it's counterproductive.
Of course.
Okay, staying with Maharashtra, BJP says Uddhav Thackeray should dissolve UBT. Agree, disagree. BJP has just said. They've also taken a swipe at Sharad Pawar.
ये तो वो कह रहे हैं सुबह से ही कह रहे हैं कल परसों से
Sharad Pawar strike rate 11.6%.
There's no reason for two Senas.
Listen,
all the more
there
now.
are six parties. Who is 4th, 5th and 6th?
Uddhav Thackeray, Congress and Sharad Pawar NCP.
They are not even in the top, like the top 3 are all with the NDA side. They are 4th, 5th and 6th. You know, you don't need 6. Most states of India do not have 6. Now you can, like that day somebody was arguing in the exit polls that, well, you need representation. Okay, if that party was representing some segment of society that is not represented, otherwise that's different. That's not the case. These parties exist because my daddy owned this party, so I should own this
Uddhav
party.
can turn around and say he has more seats than Congress. He's at number 4.
Actually,
What about 5 and 6?
Actually, he should merge with the Congress. The Congress should merge with him.
No,
I mean,
my
they're
daddy
ideologically
owned
now-
this party.
No, Rahul, to say that the party should dissolve itself and all is a bit unfair and coming from BJP. BJP were formed in 1980-81. What happened in their first electoral elections in 1984-85?
That's true.
They ended up having just 2 seats. So that doesn't mean it's a tremendous success story on the part of BJP.
But
what
there's
I'm
a
saying
big
is that highs
difference.
and lows.
But there's a big difference.
And every democratic exercise requires.
But sir, there's one fundamental
if you're getting
difference.
84% votes, it is not. You may say that what I'm saying is
No, I'm not.
out of place. So if a political party is getting 84%, I think it's also it's a big challenge to to a democratic setup also.
No, sir. One is now questioning the relevance. One is not questioning whether they should look. All political parties, whether they have 1 MLA or 0 MLAs, have a right to do what they want to do. No one is doubting that. I think we're talking really about relevance.
Let's just say, okay, each party will have to reassess and there will be questions that will be asked, but this is the performance. Let's look at the vote share performance so far. The BJP, out of the 288 seats, the BJP's vote share is 25%, Congress is 11%, and the data that's coming so far, Eknath Shinde, Shiv Sena is 13%, Ubata is 11%. So there's just a 2% difference in the vote share between these two right now. NCP Sharad Pawar and NCP Ajit Pawar. NCP Sharad Pawar has got 1% more vote share, and the others have pinched 17% vote share. Is that the game-changing story as far as this election is concerned? Is this 17% that is actually hurting the Mahavikas Aghadi and perhaps helping the Mahayuti in this election?
Rohit?
Your thoughts? Rohit?
I think, others getting 17% is a surprise for me. NCP getting just 11% is a surprise for me. What is big is that just 5 months ago, this alliance did so well in the Lok Sabha polls. I mean, their Lok Sabha tally still is at 31, which nobody expected. So I think we are living in a phase where, many surprises are coming up and we didn't expect the parties to be so bad.
I just want to go back.
BJP's performance today is also an argument for the relevance question that you're saying, that there is always space in politics for a comeback.
Yes.
And but you have to take the right lessons.
Can we go back to that vote share? Can we go back to that vote share thing? Because I think something fascinating. If you go back 5 months ago, the vote share of the MVA was 43%. The vote share of the NDA was 42%. Now, if you look at the vote share, even if you add up Congress, NCP, Sharad Pawar, and Sena, that comes up to only 34%. So there's been a fall of 11% vote share. Absolute votes, 11% fall from just 5 months ago. And if you add up BJP, Sena, Shinde and
49%.
Yeah, that's about 43-44%. So they have remained more. No, 25.
Yeah,
plus
25 plus 13, 38 and 11, no?
49%.
So 49%.
49%.
49%.
So they've gone from 42% to 49%. They've increased by about 6 or 7%, whereas the Mahavikas Aghadi has fallen by 11%. It adds up to only 33%.
That is extraordinary, Zakar. Extraordinary.
So what has happened? So 10% of the voter has shifted.
So apart from Ladki
Why?
Bahen, apart from
Because there was a Coke and there was a Coke Light. So there are 2 Senas and 2 NCPs. People decided which one.
People
These
decided
are all
which one. No, this is that's a trend line. That's a punchline. I'm going to check if we can get Pradeep Gupta at any time possible. We'll try and get him because a lot of his predictions are ringing true with respect to Maharashtra and also with Jharkhand. Yes, Rohit.
I think one part is fragmentation. One part is fragmentation, which is 17% votes going to the independents. So many independents, constituency-wise, if you look at this, you will realize some independent candidate who's split from Sharad Pawar's party, was originally with Sharad Pawar, has come out, has taken maybe 8,000 votes, 10,000 votes. When you go constituency-wise, you will realize this. So that has caused Sharad Pawar's candidate to
that
lose.
also happened in Haryana.
Similar
which
thing.
happened in Haryana.
Similar.
What they tried to do in Jammu and Kashmir, in Kashmir Valley, has worked in Maharashtra. It didn't work in Kashmir.
So apart from Ladki Bahen and apart from all these rollouts and all of that, I think these small things, when you look at 17% votes going to independents, that gives you the answer why perhaps this much shift.
This
has
is from Ajit Pawar's camp. Rohit, talk us through these pictures. Praful Patel is
this
there.
This is Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar.
Sunil Tatkare's daughter Aditi Tatkare is leading.
Sunil Tatkare is the state president of NCP, Maharashtra wing president, and he is very close to Sharad Pawar. He was one of the first ones to go with.
This is BV Now, and this is BB Now. Matlab Big Basket Now, delivering in 10 minutes.
Ajit Pawar and decide that they should separate from Sharad Pawar. Praful Patel, of course, all of you know, he's been in the union cabinet, and all these three
the BD King
are now kind of running
they're
this
having
party.
the last
I must say about the NCP fight, the NCP Ajit Pawar camp is that their team was very, very pragmatic and realistic. They talked down their expectations in terms of the seat sharing. They got a few number of seats to fight that Western Maharashtra. Whatever seats they got, they fought it. And when we met them, when I met them, they were very clear that we'll get up to 30 seats, and that is our assessment. So they've kind of hit
some Nagada and Dhol. This is happening outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence.
Yeah, one big surprise really, Anand, is Ajit Pawar's party doing so well. Really, nobody expected him to get more than perhaps 20 seats out of the 50 odd that he's contesting.
All right, we just got some big information. This is coming from our Lokmat channel, our Marathi channel. A BJP source has told Lokmat that the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be from the BJP. All right, this is big. This is big. Rohit has been saying this since morning.
I told you so.
She's been saying this.
Everybody has been saying, because this is a phenomenal performance with 127.
And sticking out,
but could it be that it's the same three people?
Sticking out my neck, I will say it will be Devendra Fadnavis. I'm saying this taking a risk, but you can expect Devendra Fadnavis to be back in the saddle. And I think Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar will be Deputy Chief Ministers.
Deputy Chief. So it's the same three people on the saddle, just a little bit of a rotation of the kursi, but the three people will have to work effectively together.
That's correct.
That's one possibility.
So Rohit, what does that mean? Because I remember when Shinde joined the Mahayuti and he was made Chief Minister, and you remember that famous press conference where Fadnavis said, "Oh no, I'm not going to be part of this government." A few hours later, he was called from the central leadership, and then he became Deputy Chief Minister.
I think
what does this mean?
I think when all this happened, two big elections were coming. First was Lok Sabha and second was Vidhan Sabha. And the BJP knew that their main enemies, maybe Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar, had to be marginalized. And especially in case of Uddhav Thackeray, they needed to empower Eknath Shinde very well. So it was a calculated move to take a back seat and get these two elections done. Corner Uddhav Thackeray as much as possible, empower Eknath Shinde, and I think that plan has perfectly worked.
So do we come out and say now, Rohit ji and others, that Amit Shah's strategy, that was because he was sort of accused of being the person who engineered the split, so to speak. And because we haven't spoken about Amit Shah in our broadcast, we've sort of focused on Fadnavis, we've focused on Mr. Shinde, but the main cogitator behind all of this, everyone says, is Amit Shah. So has he been vindicated, or I mean, how do we look at now Amit Shah?
He planted the seeds.
I think Home Minister Amit Shah's plan in case of Maharashtra has worked perfectly, and this is what they planned, that they will take a back seat till these big two elections happen. They will corner Uddhav Thackeray as much as possible, which they have been able to do, and now they will be in the front seat, in the driver's seat again. And I think they will continue because Maharashtra is a crucial state for them, not just economically,
and also
financially, but also.
This opens also a huge sort of window for them to now choose the next president on an ascendant. That's also something
the
that.
The party president is one aspect, but the other thing is, one of the things they wanted to prove was that they are. Eknath Shinde is speaking.
हम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मी अगोदरपासून सांगत होतो की हम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिळेल, खरं म्हणजे लँडस्लाइड विक्टरी अशा प्रकारचा विजय या ठिकाणी महायुतीला मिळालेला आहे. मी त्याबद्दल तमाम मतदारांचे महाराष्ट्रातल्या मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि माझ्या लाडक्या बहिणी यांचं देखील मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो. लाडक्या बहिणींनी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर मतदान केलं, लाडक्या भावांनी मतदान केलं.
And he is talking for a historic mandate, thanking the people, voters of Maharashtra, especially the Ladki Behan.
ज्येष्ठांनी मतदान केलं, समाजातल्या प्रत्येक घटकाने या ठिकाणी भरभरून महायुतीला मतदान केलं. गेले 2-2.5 वर्ष जे महायुतीने काम केलं त्या
work that we have done in the last 2.5 years,
जनतेने दिली.
the work that we have done, we have been rewarded for it.
मी पुन्हा एकदा त्यांच्या मनापासून आभार मानतो.
It's a heartfelt thank you and gratitude that I extend to the voters of Maharashtra, especially the women voters.
2.5 वर्षामध्ये त्याचं मोजमाप, नोंद आणि त्याची कामाची पोचपावती.
It's the result or it's the fruit of all our labor, our hard work over the last 2.5 years, the work that we have done for the people of Maharashtra and in Maharashtra.
पुढच्या कार्यकाळामध्ये आमची आणखी जबाबदारी वाढली आहे आणि म्हणून जनतेला त्रिवार वंदन करतो आणि माझ्या सर्व
They have only given us far greater responsibility. They have only rewarded us with their blessings in terms of votes. They have only reposed trust and faith in us. Our work is only now going to be greater and far more important.
ठाणे मतदारसंघातल्या कोपरीपात पकडी मतदारसंघातले देखील मतदारांना धन्यवाद देतो.
I thank the voters of my constituency, voters of Thane and also Kokri Panchpakadi for the overwhelming mandate and for helping me win and my party do well.
सगळ्यांना मनापासून खूप खूप शुभेच्छा. मनापासून सगळ्यांचं सर्व मतदारांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन.
Greetings, gratitude to all the voters.
मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है. ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजॉरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, लाडले किसानों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ और लाडले हमारे भाई हैं, लाडले सीनियर सिटीजन हैं, सभी वर्ग जो है, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है. ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्कामोर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है. इसलिए मैं महायुति के पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता को तो धन्यवाद देता ही हूँ, उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, लेकिन महायुति के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देता हूँ. उन्होंने जो काम किया है बहुत ही बढ़िया काम किया है और इस चुनाव में हमारे महायुति को जिताया है. इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनका आभारी हूँ.
Well, Eknath Shinde has diabetes, so that's why he was not eating those sweets and he's watching his blood sugar levels. But it's the hard work, ladies, to our viewers. It's the hard work and he's credited the hard work that they have done for the people of Maharashtra.
वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे.
बीजेपी का ये कहना
ऐसा हमारे में मतभेद नहीं है.
सर, बीजेपी का ये कहना है कि जिसकी ज्यादा नंबर होंगे उनका मुख्यमंत्री होगा, तो क्या इसको सपोर्ट किया जाएगा?
ऐसा कोई भी हमारा तय नहीं हुआ है. अभी पहले तो अंतिम आंकड़े आने दो, उसके बाद हम तीनों पार्टी बैठेंगे. हमारे वरिष्ठ जो है प्रधानमंत्री जी है, अमित भाई है, नड्डा जी और सब हमारे जो तीनों पार्टी के प्रमुख लोग हैं, हम बैठेंगे और उसके ऊपर जैसे हम चुनाव लड़े साथ में एकजुट होकर, वैसे ही उसके ऊपर भी फैसला है.
आदित्य ठाकरे ही वर्ली से ट्रेल कर रहे हैं.
देखिए, अभी मैं कहता हूँ उनका 2.5 साल तो आरोप लगाने में गया. अभी तो कम से कम उन्होंने अपने गिरेबान में झांक कर देखना चाहिए. लोगों को आरोप पसंद है या काम पसंद है? हम आरोपों का उत्तर आरोप से नहीं दिया, हम उसका जवाब जो है काम के माध्यम से दिया. इसलिए जो काम बोलता है और 2.5 साल में जो काम किया है वो जनता ने देखा है और जनता की आवाज बनकर हमने काम किया.
सर, लड़ाई से
जनता को जो चाहिए वो हमने देने की कोशिश की है. इसलिए हमारे सरकार में आम जनता के जीवन में बदलाव हो जाए, सुख समृद्धि आ जाए, आनंद आ जाए। इसलिए एक तरफ विकास किया हमने, दूसरी तरफ कल्याणकारी योजनाएं की। इसी के लिए आज ये बहुत बड़ी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री आज हम देख रहे हैं।
तो क्या ये लाडली बहन का योजना पहले
लाडली बहन योजना जो है
क्या ये बेनिफिट करके
Well, Eknath Shinde answering the question on Aditya Thackeray saying they spent 2.5 years only laying blame, not doing work. We tried to answer not blame with blame or accusation with accusation, but with work. It's hard work that we've done, that it's paid, and there is no decision on who will be the chief minister. Very clearly saying, like we fought the elections together, we will sit together, let the results collate, let the results come true and settle. Then we will sit and discuss. He named Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, and also the leaders of the three parties within the state, and said we will all sit together and we will decide the road ahead. But we will work with far more commitment and vigor for the people of Maharashtra because of this overwhelming mandate that's been handed to us. That's Eknath Shinde. So clearly there is no aspect of speaking out of turn here, Rohit. They're all, Nalin, they're all saying, we work together, we will sit together and we'll decide. At the end of the day, the strike rate itself says it will be these three people. Now, who does what is what perhaps will change, Rohit and Nalin.
Yes, it is time to be diplomatic now and time to, show some restraint, not make comments, etc. Not attack anybody, not level any allegations or anything. Sit together and decide what they want to do, because they are wise politicians and they know 5 months down the line there is this big challenge of Mumbai Municipal Corporation. The BJP wants to capture the Mumbai Municipal Corporation.
Example of Uddhav Thackeray, who did speak out after the 2019 assembly election.
There is no
and
way
things went south after
There is
that.
no way they'll get into any dispute publicly. Absolutely no disputes or anything, and the same team will continue. That's my guess.
Nalin, does this augur well for the Mahayuti? Do you believe one of these two could actually try and play truant, walk to the other side, throw a tantrum if they don't get a chief minister, say, or perhaps it's far more settled within the NDA in terms of the arrangement?
So we are carrying a headline on Money Control saying that Mahayuti is the new MVA. It is a Maha Victory Alliance.
Maha Victory Alliance. Okay.
So see, what this does is that it completely changes the power matrix, because while the BJP has been single largest party, it was always dependent significantly on the other party. This one changes the game. 125 seats. BJP has never got this many seats. So this changes the balance in the politics of Hindutva itself within Maharashtra. And what Amit Shah and Narendra Modi tried in 2014, that is the culmination of this. We are seeing the culmination of that process now.
But would you agree if one were to say that amongst the three performers, it's the BJP, and rightfully so, it should be Devendra Fadnavis, because the 2019 mandate was also for Fadnavis to be the chief minister. The BJP was the single largest party. They were the best performers. He's yielded. He's come back. He swallowed ignominy, and then he's also swallowed his pride, and at the behest of the PM, agreed to be DCM. He didn't want to be part of the government at all, but he was DCM. Do you think he should be the
he
chief
has
minister?
waited patiently and his time has come. I think it's and the BJP keeps things simple. This whole master stroke thing is not as common as people think. When the BJP knows that you don't have to rock the boat, you don't have to create controversy right now, you've just won big, just do a smooth transition. Anyway, they have to do it in 2 days. This is the easiest way to do it. I mean, it will be something really exceptional if they
the point is that what happened in 2009 and all that kind of politics that came out of that was because, your single largest alliance broke. The pre-poll alliance broke. People had voted for a particular alliance to be in power. Major constituent broke away. And then there were all these politics of opportunism. Now, this is a course correction that the people have offered.
Yeah.
And they say, we voted for these guys in the first place in 2019. We're voting again. Now, do the right thing.
What happens with Ajit Pawar then?
BJP prides itself in being very meritocratic. So, Fadnavis deserves his moment. What does it also do for Fadnavis in the larger context? He's close to the Sangh Parivar, he's close to Nagpur, he's seen as somebody who gels with them very well. So, in the larger context now, the BJP gets another leader at the national level. And he is not just, remember, this is not his only accomplishment.
Yes.
He actually led them in 2019 to a great showing. And in fact, it was in 2014 that the BJP did almost as well, of course, as this showing. But I do still believe, Nalin, that the BJP still has some work to do to become a pan-Maharashtra party. So while it has reached that number numerically close, but at 25% I think is the vote share. I think it still needs to be.
Okay, so actually I want to put some data on this question. Yes, the BJP's vote share is 25%, but that's also because it's fought in alliance, right? If you look at the regional breakup of Maharashtra, you will see that BJP is by far the most pan-Maharashtra party compared to everybody else. So let's look at the regions. If 1 second, my filters are stopped working.
Well, we've got the numbers here in terms of the vote shares, and the counting is still in progress. 1985, the BJP's vote share was 7.25%. 1990, 10.71%. 1995, 12.8%. 1999, 14.54%. 2004, it dipped by a percentage, 13.67%. 2009 went up to 14.02. 2014, 27.81% when they got 122 seats. 2019, it dipped to 25.75%. Right now, it's 25.08% and it's still counting. So the counting is still going on. Anand, but we must say that they are fighting in far lesser number of seats compared to 2014.
Anand, I want to put some regional figures here. In the Konkan region, NDA is 28. The INDIA alliance is 15. In Marathwada, it's a complete sweep by the NDA alliance. It's 28-15. You go down to Mumbai Thane belt, and you will see that the NDA alliance is 37, and the other alliance is 17. Let's go to the next one.
But you know, when you are in a sort of a fight where you have the backing of, you know, when you're seat sharing, you also have the backing of other parties. So you can't discount that.
Sure.
I think the BJP realizes that, look, it is on its way. It has a little bit to go.
No, I think the difference between Lok Sabha and this is also in the Lok Sabha. I mean, I think Nistula was making this point earlier that the vote did not transfer. This is clear evidence that the vote did transfer. The BJP vote did transfer to both Shinde Sena and to NCP and vice versa also. Ajit Pawar's voters transferred to
Devendra Fadnavis' mother is speaking. Just going across to that.
तो खूपच ठाम आहे स्वतः सगळ्या बाबतीत.
नव्या युगातला अभिमन्यू असा प्रचार होत होता. तुम्हाला आता विश्वास झालेला तुमचा मुलगा अभिमन्यू?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल 100% अभिमन्यू. अरे बाप रे, हिंदी.
आज जो रिजल्ट आए हैं, आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या है? आप किस तरीके से खुशी जता रहे हैं?
मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई है. मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस भी था, लेकिन जब तक रिजल्ट नहीं आते तब तक कॉन्फिडेंस में कोई मतलब नहीं रहता. रिजल्ट आ गया, उसके बाद में मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस सच हो गया. इसकी मुझे बहुत खुशी है.
माता जी, आप चाहती हैं कि दोबारा से वो मुख्यमंत्री बने?
दोबारा से ही तो बन गए हैं. अभी दोबारा से ही बन गए हैं. अब अगले 5 साल का देखेंगे क्या है.
जो मेहनत देवेंद्र जी ने
अगले 5 साल में उनको ले भी जाएंगे उधर दिल्ली. अपने को क्या मन, मुझे तो उसको भी मुंबई में ही रहना है और मुझे भी महाराष्ट्र में ही रहना है.
दिल्ली का अगर मौका मिलता है तो उनको जाना चाहिए बड़े पद पर.
अब वो नहीं, अभी तो मैं नहीं बता सकती.
किस तरीके की मेहनत आपने देखी उनकी?
अरे 24/7, कुछ भी नहीं, घर में नहीं, कहीं नहीं, खाना नहीं, पीना नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं. बिल्कुल सवेरे निकले बाहर की रात को कब आते तो हमको पता नहीं रहता था.
लाडली बहनों का प्यार भी मिला है देवेंद्र जी को?
तो मिला होगा. जरूर मिला होगा.
200 से ज्यादा सीटें महायुति की आ गई. कहीं ना कहीं ये अभूतपूर्व नहीं है? आज के दौर के अभिमन्यु की तरह उन्हें प्रोजेक्ट किया जा रहा है कहीं ना कहीं.
बराबर है ना, एकदम करेक्ट है. एग्जैक्ट शब्द है अभिमन्यु का.
खुशी है एक माता के रूप में?
अरे बहुत ही खुशी है. खुशी क्यों नाही रहेंगी.
काकू, देवाजवळ काय साकडा घातला होता तुम्ही?
काही नाही, मी काही साकडं वगैरे नाही घातलं. मला माहित आहे, माझी खात्री आहे त्याच्याबद्दल. साकडं वगैरे घालायची गरजच नव्हती. काही मला माहित होतं तो नक्की निवडून येणार. आणि
काकू, दिल्लीला देवेंद्र फडणवीस जातील अशी देखील चर्चा होती. तुम्हाला काय वाटतं, त्यांनी दिल्लीला जावं?
नाही, त्यालाच नाही वाटत आपण दिल्लीला जावं. त्याला महाराष्ट्रातच राहायचं आहे. त्याला नाही जायचं आहे दिल्लीला. सध्या तरी नाही, म्हणजे सध्या नाही जायचं.
Sarita Fadnavis ji, Devendra Fadnavis' mother, she's saying Devendra Fadnavis himself doesn't want to go to the center. He wants to stay on in Maharashtra and work for the people of Maharashtra and work in Maharashtra. That's what she had said. She has said, what happens in the next 5 years, who knows? If they ask him to go to Delhi, he will have to go. But personally, I would like to stay in Mumbai. Devendra would also like to stay in Mumbai. Rohit? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that what she said?
The only part wrong is that she stays in Nagpur.
Nagpur.
She stays in Nagpur. She wants to stay in Nagpur. In fact, I had written in Free Press Journal some time back a story saying that Devendra Fadnavis was seriously considered to move to Delhi by BJP leadership, and they were asking him if he wants to take over as BJP national president. That was FPJ exclusive that I filed some time back. Of course, it was a possibility. No decision happened. Some discussion is still on that front. That discussion was halted because of Maharashtra elections. There is a possibility that in the future he might go to Delhi, be part of central leadership. But right now it looks like he'll take over as Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Maharashtra right now, because the stability factor is all important. Let's quickly go across and get an update from Griha at the live result hub. Some key races in Maharashtra and also an update on Jharkhand. Yes, Griha.
Yes, Anand, we have some wins that have been called by our network here. We are getting 4 wins, and I would just by and by tell you, Zaka, the number is 193. Raigarh, Shrivardhan, you have Aditi Tatkare from the NCP. She has won. Then there is one more NCP candidate from Pune, 204, Mawal. Sunil Shelke, he has won. And 2 more victories, one of Bharatiya Janata Party, 262, Satara. We have Shivendra Raj Bhosle, who is one from BJP, and from Thane, we are getting the Shinde Sena's Shantaram More, who has won 134. So it's 193, 134, 262 and 204. 2 NCP victories, 1 BJP, 1 Shiv Sena victory, and also an important update, Anand, from as far as Nana Patole of the Congress is concerned. It's very, very tricky. What we are learning is that he's just leading by 546 votes. That's how less the margin of votes are there.
So Nana Patole leading only by 546 votes. Can you walk across to the Jharkhand hub and get us an update? Is Brajesh around? What's the story in Jharkhand? How many rounds of counting?
How many
are
rounds
these
of
results
counting in
settling
Jharkhand?
now?
Okay, just give us an update from the Jharkhand. Can you give me the rounds that have been counted?
नहीं, अलग-अलग जगहों पे कोई 5 राउंड हो गए, कहीं-कहीं तो 11 राउंड भी हो गए हैं. हाँ, तो ऐसे अलग-अलग विधानसभा में अलग-अलग राउंडिंग हो रही है, तो ऐसे एक डेटा नहीं दे सकते कि पूरा. हाँ.
All right, so we will get you an update from Jharkhand in just a bit, because we are the numbers are slowly trickling in, but the victory. So this is where it's buzzing, Anand. The Maharashtra, wing over here, where the winner announcement has begun to happen. So all eyes are here, right here on this
And
desk.
behind you, I think we have got one of our partner channels or sister channels talking to Brajesh Singh. So we should get him on Jharkhand. Moment he is a little free, I'll swing back to you in a bit. Sure. 214 leads for the NDA, 125 for the BJP. Posters are out for Devendra Fadnavis. Mukhyamantri Devendra Bhau Fadnavis. Raju Raje Patel also one who's put up that poster. We checked where it has come. These are celebrations from the Ajit Pawar camp. You can see the Ghadi symbol being waved. Clearly a lot of points. Those shots were from Washim. Devendra Fadnavis pictures were from Washim. This is Shrikant Shinde being fed sweets. This is the Eknath Shinde camp that is celebrating. So Mahayuti, huge celebrations all over. Thoughts on Jharkhand? Gentlemen, can we just quickly get thoughts on Jharkhand? JMM plus Congress. Will Congress say, oh, we beat you in Jharkhand?
50 is where the alliance is leading, the India alliance, of which 28 are JMM, 15 to Congress. I think Congress was contesting 30 seats, if I'm not mistaken. So they've dropped 1. The JMM has dropped 2. The RJD and the CPIML, interestingly, the RJD has gained 4. So they had only 1 last time. They now have 5 MLAs. And the CPIML has gained 1. They had only 1, so they now have 2. So the allies are sort of compensating for the losses of the JMM and the Congress. As far as the BJP and the NDA is concerned, I think it's the allies that's pulling them down. It's the BJP that's gained 2. The AJSU has lost 1. The JDU has gained 1. And the LJP, of course, is not leading in any seats. So the NDA at 29, the India Alliance at 50. Again, because Jharkhand is a state which is tribal, remote parts, etc., it might take some more time for it to settle down. But as of now, it is looking like Hemant Soren will come back as Chief Minister. And some of you were talking about it, this whole business about, imprisoning the only tribal. At that time, he was the only tribal Chief Minister in the country. That seemed to have worked. And of course, again, their version of Ladki Behna, Nistula.
This is a election for redemption for Hemant Soren as well, and the guy he put in place to hold as a placeholder, BJP took him away and things like that. He has taken the right lessons, I think, from the Lok Sabha election. He saw that the tribal seats did not go with the BJP. He took that as a starting point for himself. There was a whole narrative around, hurt feelings and being persecuted as a tribal, as a marginalized community person. And that seems to have worked with the people. The BJP on its part should have done a more micro
Management
campaign and management. They always had trouble with the leadership that they were projecting. There is a difference, there is a distinction between tribals and dikkus. Dikkus are non-tribals. There is always that tension and anxiety there in relationships. So earlier they had a Dikku chief minister who was Raghubar Das, who was, then dispatched off. But bringing in old hand Babulal Marandi, then, that didn't help. Arjun Munda lost his election. So the leadership situation there was not comparable to the JMM in that place. So what they got as an overarching issue was this Ghuspaitiye and Bangladeshis and Rohingyas, etc. That just didn't land in the face of this.
But,
and of course,
Rahul, if one jailed chief minister has used sympathy to come back, what does that mean for the other jailed chief minister? In a couple of months, you're going to have Delhi.
Look, I'll just take you back to an incident. Lok Sabha, and I know two elections are very different, issues are also different, but remember what Mr. Kejriwal said when he came out of jail then, and he was allowed to sort of campaign. He said, look, Delhi, please punish these people for jailing me. And Delhi voted the other way, 7-0 to the BJP. Now you have a situation where once again he has come out and he has made it about reverie. He said reverie pe charcha. He's come back now to bread and butter issues. He's realized that the emotional card may or may not work. Let's get back to the bread and butter issues. And I think that, look, if you go by the anecdotal data, if you look at Jharkhand and if you look at Maharashtra, if you do a good job in dispensing the reverie, then there is always purchase. There is purchase. So if Mr. Kejriwal ups the game, and the BJP now might actually
All right, we've just got news. Amit Shah has spoken to both Shinde and to Fadnavis. He's lauded Team NDA for the Maha victory.
We haven't talked about him the whole morning, but I think you cannot understate the impact of Mr. Shah, the way he sort of in the background works to try and put these equations together. He'll be very vindicated because I know that there was some, I wouldn't say there was open criticism, but there were whispers that this kind of jor-tor, which the opposition was amplifying, is not the way to go forward.
Also, it'll be vindication because of all that Uddhav Thackeray said.
Exactly. See, I don't see it as a vindication this way or that. That was a different election. That was a Lok Sabha election. And what the BJP itself told me is that that was one big, reaction. And that reaction has now passed. People have shown that they were upset. Now we are coming in with a different message and trying to kind of do a course correction. So that disgust was there among the people for that kind of jor-tor kind of politics. But in 2019, that had one iteration of anger. It wasn't going to happen again.
No, in 2019, after having voted for BJP and Shiv Sena, United Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray said, look, I was promised this and X and Y and Z, and there was a lot of name calling.
Yes.
I mean, he even went to the extent of saying, Amit Shah came to Matoshri and promised me the Chief Minister's chair. This will be vindication in that sense.
100% vindication for Amit Shah because he kept insisting that he made no such promise.
Such promise, yeah.
Yes, he made no such promise.
I think in the larger, grander scheme of things, while the BJP will be encouraged by bringing up this fresh crop of leaders that can, of course, transform the governance in states, etc., and they have invested in a lot of young leaders, I think Amit Shah must take the credit, really, at the end of the day for being
All right, these are the latest shots. Devendra Fadnavis putting a shawl around Bhupendra Yadav, the minister and who was the General Secretary, I think, in charge for the campaign, the BJP's campaign.
Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav.
Yeah, him and Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav were the two people who were given in charge of leading the campaign. Rohit, so Bhupendra Yadav has got a great track record, by the way. I think he was in charge in Madhya Pradesh as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Where Shivraj Chauhan.
Yes, he was. And
the same two people were.
And he's been in charge in Maharashtra for quite a long time.
I remember meeting him in 2019 also.
And he's been traveling, staying in Maharashtra for long durations. He's been meeting Karyakartas. And I think the basic thing this time was to charge up the Karyakartas, which I think in their view did not happen to the extent that it should have happened during the Lok Sabha polls. The gap between MVA votes and BJP-led alliance votes, like we mentioned some time back, was very small, just 0.6%. And the challenge was to fill that and maybe go a little further.
So there was mobilization.
Which I think Bhupendra Yadav has done very well.
I want to add to this that one of the big backstory to this election is also Ashwini Vaishnav. Because Bhupendra Yadav, there are many BJP apparatus in the back who are known to be ground organizers. Ashwini Vaishnav was a confidant of the Prime Minister, very important minister, holds important portfolios, but he's played a very strong role in the organization of this election at the ground level. And he's really come into his own as an election strategist, I think, along with Bhupendra Yadav, in working with Amit Shah on the top.
Yeah, I think this sort of group that Mr. Amit Shah has sort of constituted and the way they sort of approach elections, very corporatized sort of manner in which they get into elections, I think this has now become part really of the machinery.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Payal is also joining us. I think she has information about Mr. Shah speaking to both Devendra Fadnavis and to Mr. Shinde, and I believe also to Ajit Pawar. Already we are seeing chatter, open posters, and BJP leaders saying that Fadnavis should be made Chief Minister. What are you picking up, Payal?
Well, Amit Shah has been keeping a very, very close watch. He's the one who's actually put all of them together, kept them all together as well. And that's why he's spoken to each one of them, congratulated them on the, proposed win of the Mahayuti, which looks like a huge, swing in their favor as well. But, what happens with the Chief Ministerial post? Obviously, those questions will not be answered on the phone. And that's the reason, then observer will be sent tomorrow, what we're given to understand, Zaka.
All right. We already have, and Rohit can maybe weigh in on this before I come to you, Nistula, Chitra Wagh of the BJP, who is asking for Fadnavis to be made Chief Minister, Prasad Lad, Girish Mahajan, Sanjay Kute. I don't know these names, Rohit. I think I presume you do. So tell us, are these Fadnavis camp people? Because they've all come out and openly said that he should be made the next Chief Minister.
These are BJP people who, some of them migrated to the BJP under Fadnavis's leadership. He was the one who coordinated their entry. For instance, Chitra Wagh was with NCP. She joined the BJP recently, etc. But the point here is, I think the main difference between Congress party and BJP in Maharashtra seems to be that there is no dispute about who the top leader is inside the BJP in Maharashtra. All these leaders, that's the wider picture that I want to give you, is all these leaders, whether it is Chandrasekhar Bawankure, whether it is any of these, Girish Mahajan and all other top leaders, they openly admit and they work under Devendra Fadnavis's leadership. They admit that Fadnavis is the undisputed leader.
By the way, he's just tweeted, Fadnavis, his first tweet just 30 seconds ago, guess what he has tweeted? Ek hai to safe hai, Modi hai to mumkin hai, #Maharashtra.
Yes. So
that's what keeps your chances. Best chances is to stay neutral. He's one of the most, he's very different. When you said that there'll be another face of the BJP in the country. He's very, very different in personality from Yogi Adityanath. He is a trusted, like RSS person, BJP person. Asked to step back, he'll step back. Become deputy CM, he'll become deputy CM. Become CM, he'll become CM. He's exactly the kind of guy the PM likes. Yeah. So I would not be surprised at all.
And one of the reasons why it's sort of reiterating the ek hai to safe hai is because he's the one who came up with, jihad. The vote jihad. He said, look, this is happening in Maharashtra. We need to stay alert. Rohit, sorry.
Yes, I was just saying that on the other side, Congress, the main rival, there is a lot of dispute among top leaders about who's the leader. There's Prithviraj Chauhan, there is Nana Patole, there is several others who don't really like to work under anybody, and they refer everything to Rahul Gandhi in Delhi, or they want to refer to Delhi for everything. So that difference, I think, is today very evident, that the BJP will unite and say Devendra Fadnavis is our leader and he should become the Chief Minister.
Yeah, I think, look, at the end of the day, meritocracy runs. Now, this is the difference.
So
someone made the point.
I want to make a point, and I want to go back to 2017 of the Gujarat elections, where BJP couldn't hit 100 figure.
That's right.
And the Congress lost that election. BJP still managed to form the government, and then, of course, they went to towns touting something called a moral victory. So we didn't get an electoral victory, we got a moral victory. Right after that, we were going to have Karnataka elections after after some time, and some people from the BJP called me. They said, that's your home state, would you like to kind of share what's happening? If there is, they just keep taking feedback and things like that. I said, हाँ क्यों नहीं, मतलब इतना जल्दी, how so early you started planning for it. So they said, you see, in our party, there is no such thing as moral victory. We have to win at the elections only.
Exactly.
That is the only
and
victory
this is
that we have.
Fundamentally different. When Mr. Kidwai was here and he said that, look, BJP had gone down to 2, but then there were sweeping changes at every level. even after the Lok Sabha sort of underwhelming performance of the BJP, we've seen so many new changes in the way they've approached. They've changed their outlook, they've changed their slogans, they've changed the people who are going to go out there and then manage the election. Unfortunately, in the Congress, you're going to see a continuity. Rahul Gandhi is not going to go anywhere. No one is going to say that, look, maybe we need to even change the Congress CP. So there will be an immutability.
There's a quote, very simple but very deep in a way: nothing changes if nothing changes.
That's right.
Nothing changes if nothing changes. And you cannot expect different outcomes when you keep doing the same thing. So, you can say that, I must keep trying again after defeat. Yes, but you should add to that, but you must try something different after defeat. And which doesn't happen as often. People want a good orator, people want a good policy, people want a good ideology, people want a plan, people want all this.
I mean, I also think Fadnavis, by putting out, this is his first comment saying "Ek hai to safe hai," is also sending out a signal that this slogan will now travel beyond Maharashtra. In the Delhi election that's coming up in a couple of months, in Bihar next year.
This is 2029 symbol
Yeah,
potential.
this is what they are sort of pitching for 2029. Bihar next year, you will see "Ek hai to safe hai," which basically means the BJP believes that the underwhelming performance that you referred to, Rahul, in the Lok Sabha in 2024 was because the Hindu vote split.
That's right.
Now, they're coming back to the consolidation of the Hindu vote. Nalin, you want to weigh in on that? Rohit, you want to weigh in on that? That this will now travel, this will go beyond Maharashtra.
This is the point that Nisula was making earlier. The Hindu vote is important for the BJP, not just in terms of Hindutva mobilization, but also in terms of the larger, the social arithmetic it does. Because if the Dalits and OBCs break away from BJP, is going to be left being the old drum of the upper caste party once used to be. So this is extremely important. What this election is actually showing in Haryana and this election have shown that the idea of constitution danger mein hai, that I think is now dead and buried. BJP has kind of recovered ground on that for sure.
Yeah, so the party will always remain vulnerable because it's an umbrella party of many Hindu social coalitions.
Zaka, I wanted to also talk about this story that I had done. I kept mentioning Kiren Rijiju and Bhupendra Yadav and what they did among the Mahars and the Matang communities, specifically among the Mahars and the Buddhists among the Mahars. Kiren Rijiju is a Buddhist, so he went, and the kind of stuff that he talked about in that community about Ambedkar, about what happened in way back. Post-independence, it was the Congress which defeated Ambedkar in his Lok Sabha election, and the BJP is the party that has given a cabinet birth to a Buddhist. After 71 years, they had a second law minister who was a Buddhist. Those kind of things were totally reinforced, and people spoke. They spoke their heart out. And at least there was some manner of, stitching together an alliance again. Okay. Or instead of saying that people have voted like this, so they must be misogynist and sexist.
We have Mr. Prasad Lad. He's a BJP leader from Maharashtra. बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. 125 है बीजेपी के लिए, शिंदे सेना 49 और एनसीपी अजीत पवार 36. 214 पे पहुंच गए आप. ये आप मानेंगे कि फडणवीस और बीजेपी की विक्ट्री है और मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से ही होना चाहिए?
ये 100% भाजपा महायुति की विक्ट्री है. जिस तरीके से पूरे महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने, हमारी बहनों ने, हमारे शेतकरियों ने माननीय देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर, सम्माननीय मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास बताया. एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में जो चुनाव हुआ उसमें शिंदे साहब हो, दादा हो, फडणवीस हो, उनके ऊपर विश्वास बताया. ये उसी का विजय है. आंकड़े का गणित देखते हुए 100% मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस ही महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री होने चाहिए.
रोहित.
सरदार साहेब, मी रोहित चंदावरकर बोलतोय दिल्लीच्या स्टुडिओमधून. तुम्ही हे म्हणताय की देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री व्हावेत अशी तुमची इच्छा आहे. संसदीय दलाची मीटिंग ऑफिशियली कधी होणार? व्हेन विल द पार्लमेंट?
संसदीय दलाची मीटिंग माझ्या मते उद्या सकाळी होईल. आता आज सर्व आमदारांना आम्ही पुन्हा यासाठी आज सगळे सर्टिफिकेट घेऊन यावं अशी सगळ्यांना विनंती केली आहे. त्यामुळे उद्या सर्व आमदार येतील, संसदीय दलाची बैठक होईल. पण एक भाजपाचा कार्यकर्ता, पदाधिकारी, आमदार म्हणून माझ्या पक्षाचा नेता हा मुख्यमंत्री झाला पाहिजे. आणि ते गणित देखील सांगतंय 130च्या आसपास भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे आमदार विजय झालेले आहेत. त्यामुळे मला वाटतं की भाजपाचा आमदार म्हणून माझी ही मागणी आहे. महायुतीच्या बाबतीत महायुती जो निर्णय घेईल तो आम्हाला मान्य असेल. तिन्ही नेते मिळून माननीय अमितभाई आणि माननीय पंतप्रधान जो निर्णय घेतील तो आम्हाला मान्य राहील. परंतु एक भाजपाचा आमदार म्हणून देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री झाले पाहिजेत ही भाजपाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांची इच्छा आहे.
और आपके गवर्नमेंट में एकनाथ शिंदे और अजीत पवार इनकी क्या पोजीशन होगी, क्या कुछ आप बता सकते हैं अभी?
100% सबका सम्मान होगा, सभी लोग साथ में रहेंगे और सरकार भी महायुति की ही होगी.
तो क्या आने वाले गवर्नमेंट में भी 2 उप मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, ऐसा कुछ आप बता सकते हैं?
अभी इस बारे में कल ही बात करना उचित होगा, लेकिन जो भी होगा वो महायुति के साथ ही होगा, महायुति साथ में होगी और जीतेंगे.
All right, बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद Prasad Lad ji. So he's saying in no uncertain terms that he believes that Fadnavis should be the chief minister. Is that right, Rohit? Did I get that right?
He's saying that Devendra Fadnavis will be chief minister. We all want him to be the chief minister. Of course, the prime minister and Delhi leadership of the BJP, central leadership will take official decision on this. He's saying that the parliamentary board of the party, his party, will meet soon in the assembly. They are getting their certificates today evening or tomorrow morning of winning, and all MLAs will gather in Mumbai and do the official
so Rahul, I think there is now this sort of chorus building up for Fadnavis.
You can't ignore the fact that someone has carried burden of both the victories and the losses and the splits, etc. on their shoulder. But I just also
why
want
not?
us.
I mean, the question is why not?
Yeah, why not?
There has to be at least one reason why not to make him. What are you gaining by not?
This Maharashtra has form when it comes to all this. Okay, in 2004. Sushil Kumar Shinde was the chief minister when the state went into elections right after the UPA government came to power. And when they won, NCP got slightly more than Congress. First, there was a fight about who's going to be chief minister. Congress prevailed. And Vilas Rao Deshmukh was then made chief minister. Sushil Kumar Shinde was not. Because that entire Maratha upsurge was there and they felt they could not disappoint the Maratha community.
I mean, interesting because I think from the area that Mr. Fadnavis hails, they've already had 4 CMs been sent to, Mantralaya. But, let's also look a little further afield at some of the by-elections. And I think that the big winners there, it appears to me, again, the BJP in Bihar, at least at last count, was 4-0 up. Now, that's important because Lalu and Tejasvi, of course, were really on some sort of a role there according to...
And Bihar goes to polls next year.
Absolutely. So that has implications. Akhilesh, I think it's 7-2 still, if I'm not mistaken. That'll be seen as a bit of a drop, for Akhilesh. He prevailed upon the Congress to back out of a couple of contests. He ensured that his party would stake claim to those seats. So he really pioneered and piloted that particular fight there in Uttar Pradesh, not coming out right for him there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, in Karnataka, I'm also told in Palakkad, in Kerala, you have a BJP lead.
There was a BJP lead, I believe it's gone back to the UDF.
Okay, so that remains. But, we also should look at some of these other elections. Mamata Banerjee continues. Her bastion impregnable completely. 6 on 6 once again, despite the controversy, the protests, etc.
Okay. Mr. Naresh Maske is the Shiv Sena MP from Thane. He's now joining us on the phone line. Maske साहब बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद. ये तो बड़ी जीत हुई है महायुति की, लेकिन अभी हमें एक बीजेपी वीपी मिले जो कह रहे हैं कि 125-126 है बीजेपी के, तो मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस होना चाहिए. आप क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में?
देखो, मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा उसका निर्णय महायुति का नेता लोग लेंगे. मैं एक ट्यूशन का कार्यकर्ता हूँ. मैंने पार्टी के लीडर एकनाथ शिंदे साहब है, उनके नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र के चुनाव लड़े हैं हम लोग. तो मुझे लगता है कि एकनाथ शिंदे साहब मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए, लेकिन निर्णय है महायुति के नेता लोग लेंगे. महायुति के नेता लोग निर्णय लेंगे.
तो
इसमें
क्या आपके पार्टी को कोई आपत्ति होगी अगर मुख्यमंत्री बीजेपी से होंगे तो?
देखो, महायुति हमें कुछ भी आपत्ति नहीं होगी. महायुति के नेता लोग निर्णय लेंगे, लेकिन मुझे लगता है, मैं पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूँ, हमारा नेता मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए.
Okay, all right, Mr. Maske, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So that is an MP from the Shinde Sena saying that he expects that Shinde will continue as chief minister. But I think the numbers bear itself out. The BJP fought in 152, they've got 126. That's a strike rate of 85%, close to 90%. Shinde Sena, 49 seats, substantially less. Of course, they also fought substantially less. They fought in, I think, about 80-odd seats. So that's 5/8. The NCP, Ajit Pawar, also very, very good strike rate. 36 out of the 52 that he contested in. Definitely much better than what it was in the Lok Sabha election where he won just 1 MP out of 4 that they contested in. So clearly, Now for the BJP, I think on the back of the sheer number, 126, as well as their strike rate, they are now going to lay claim. And you're going to see, Rohit, you heard Mr. Lad and others from within the BJP now sort of making up this chorus that Devendra Fadnavis should be brought back as Chief Minister. And to the point that Mr. Low was making about this Maratha factor, we saw the Maratha seats. In the 90-odd Maratha seats, it's the BJP that's done well. It's done phenomenally well, including in Marathwada.
That's correct. In fact, before the elections, we were discussing who the Chief Minister's face will be if BJP-led alliance gets a majority. And we didn't perhaps anticipate that BJP would do so well. And we thought that a non-Brahmin face, which is a Maratha face, maybe somebody like Vinod Tawde, could be brought in by the BJP if they want to run an alliance with their Chief Minister. But now with the kind of majority that they have got, and now with the Maratha agitation not really an issue as far as these elections are concerned, it looks like there is no problem with installing Devendra Fadnavis there in Mumbai as BJP.
I need to take a quick break, but before I take that, look at the Maratha dominant seats. 89, NDA 171. The highest is for the BJP. 37 out of those 71 is for the BJP. Ajit Pawar, NCP 17, Shinde Sena only 15. So that logic of, there has to be a Maratha at the helm just sort of falls by the wayside with these numbers. I want to thank all our guests for joining us, but you guys will continue. I'll take a break. I'm going to go out of the studio, but I think one thing we're glad for, Chetan was saying we're going to stay on till 10 p.m. I don't think we need to stay on till 10 p.m. This is as clear a mandate as it gets. It's a historic mandate for the Mahayuti, for the BJP in particular, 126 seats. It's the best performance of the BJP in the history of the BJP in Maharashtra. 49 to Shinde Sena, 36 to the NCP, 215. It is easily the biggest mandate that the state has seen in decades now. But our coverage continues right on the other side of this quick look.
एक 125, 127 के आंकड़े को छूती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री होंगे, ये सवाल हो रहे हैं, लेकिन इंडिया अलायंस ने झारखंड में वापसी करी है। लंबे अरसे बाद कोई ऑपोजिशन की सरकार वापस आ रही है, ये बड़ी बात है।
प्रवीण दरेकर जिन्होंने कहा था कि शिवसेना की तरफ से ही सीएम होना चाहिए, हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं। प्रवीण जी अभी भी इस बात पर टिके हुए हैं। सबसे बड़ी पार्टी तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है, ऐतिहासिक नंबर लेकर आई है। देवेंद्र फडणवीस क्यों नहीं सीएम?
देवेंद्र फडणवीस ही सीएम बनना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मांग है, मानसिकता है, इच्छा है, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभर आई है, लेकिन किसी भी तरह का विवाद न होते हुए
जी आप ऑब्वियसली आप बीजेपी के एमएलसी हैं तो आप ये बात कहेंगे ही, लेकिन आपका यूटी में डिस्कशन हुआ है इसको लेकर? यूटी में डिस्कशन हुआ है दरेकर साहब?
यूटी में डिस्कशन होगा। महायुति के हमारे 3 नेता हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं के साथ बैठेंगे, उसके ऊपर निर्णय तय करेंगे। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है, इसलिए हम लोग सीएम देवेंद्र फडणवीस बने, इसी तरह की हमारी भूमिका है।
सिर्फ देवेंद्र फडणवीस या कोई और चेहरा भी हो सकता है?
नहीं, वो मेरा नहीं इशू, वो हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता डिसाइड करेंगे। लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष
फडणवीस जो है वो मुख्यमंत्री बने, इसमें कोई दोराय नहीं है। लेकिन सूत्रों के वाले से बहुत बड़ी खबर है कि अमित शाह ने कुछ देर पहले देवेंद्र फडणवीस को फोन किया है, बधाई दी है, अजीत पवार को बधाई दी है, एकनाथ शिंदे को बधाई दी है। ये बड़ी खबर है और सूत्रों के वाले से बड़ी खबर है, अमित शाह के घर पे एक महत्वपूर्ण बैठक चल रही है, ये भी बड़ी खबर है। और
सीएम की तरफ से जो बड़ी खबर आ रही है वो ये कि वो देवेंद्र फडणवीस को बैक करेंगे। देवेंद्र फडणवीस को लेकर वो क्लियर है कि उन्हें मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए।
देखिए संघ मुझे लगता है कि ऑफिशियली तो कुछ बोलता नहीं है, अनऑफिशियली सब कुछ करता है।
वो अपने सूत्रों के हिसाब से खबरें जो है वो इस बात का एहसास कराने की कोशिश, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा मेहनत करने का इस वक्त अगर कोई श्रेय ले रहा है तो वो संघ की तरफ से लिया जा रहा है। स्पेशली लोकसभा के चुनावों के बाद जो भी जीत हासिल हुई है उसमें देखा गया है कि संघ ने थोड़ा एक्टिवली होकर काम किया है, जमीनी स्तर पर जाकर। अभी हालात ये बता रहे हैं कि देवेंद्र फडणवीस को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर फ्रंट रनर माना जा रहा है। अभी वो अगवा है, इसलिए क्योंकि बीजेपी को जो जीत इस वक्त 2024 के इस विधानसभा चुनावों में मिली है, वो इससे पहले उसने कभी हासिल नहीं की है।
एक बहुत बड़ी जीत उधर केदारनाथ में कांग्रेस नंबर 3 पे लुढ़कती हुई दिखाई दे रही है और ऐसा लग रहा है कि खासतौर पर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर बीजेपी स्वीप कर ही रही है। 6 सीटों पर बीजेपी आगे चल रही है, ये 7 भी हो सकती हैं। राजस्थान के अंदर जो बाई इलेक्शन है वहां बीजेपी 4-3 पर दिख रही है, 2 पे हनुमान बेनीवाल की पार्टी आ रही है, 2 पे 1 या 2 पे कांग्रेस आ सकती है, ये दिखाई दे रहा है। लेकिन बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री मिल रही है।
Hello and a warm welcome. You're watching our special Battle of States, and what an epic victory the Mahayuti Alliance has registered. We're going to be talking about this. We're getting in a lot of political reactions. I have with me also Executive Editor CNN News 18 Aman, who will take us through the significance of this win and also to tell us what happened in Jharkhand. But clearly, you know, the star performer here has been the Mahayuti Alliance that has gained some great leads in the state of Maharashtra, with early trends showcasing more than 200 seats for the Mahayuti. BJP, Shinde Sena, NCP seems have clearly cemented their hold over the state. In fact, celebrations have erupted across the state of Maharashtra. In fact, we've also heard from Eknath Shinde. He has dedicated the victory to the Ladki Behna Yojana, something that had gained significant traction throughout a very high decibel and high octane campaign. In fact, the Chief Minister has said that the government will continue to work for the development of the state and will work for the people of Maharashtra. The Mahayuti camp is in a complete huddle. Now, we are getting to hear that there's a lot of deliberation, a lot of talk, chatter, because obviously they are in celebratory mood, and rightly so after all the effort that they have put in and putting across those fantastic numbers. Over 200 BJP central observers will also be now landing in Mumbai tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to be getting a good word from Aman about this. The BJP is rooting for Devendra Fadnavis, who presently is the Deputy Chief Minister, to be appointed as the Chief Minister. Will they want to do that? Would they want to rock the boat right now after registering such a phenomenal win and getting those numbers? Because remember, Eknath Shinde is also a very known Maratha face. He commands immense respect amongst the people in Marathwada. He is a Maratha face himself. The Mahavikas Aghadi, meanwhile, on the other hand, have also managed to gain in about 65 seats. Okay, I've just been told that we have the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's reaction as well. So let's play that out and we will get more reactions in a bit.
आज मैं महाराष्ट्र के तमाम मतदाताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ, क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री जो है ये लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री है। ये मैंने कहा था कि महायुति को थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी मिलेगी और इसीलिए मैं तमाम मतदाता जो है, मेरी लाडली बहनाओं को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ, सभी वर्ग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने ऐसी विजयश्री प्राप्त कर दी है कि न भूतो न भविष्य तो ऐसी विक्ट्री जो इस बार मिली है, जो 2-2.5 साल हमारी महायुति ने काम किया है। ये महायुति ने जो काम किया है उसके काम के ऊपर ये जनता ने शिक्का मुर्तब किया है, काम को तवज्जो दिया है, प्राथमिकता दी है और इसीलिए महायुति को इतनी बड़ी जीत हासिल हुई है। सभी के समन्वय से सब एक वैसे ही आगे का भी जो निर्णय है हम लोग तय कर लेंगे।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसके ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं, ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं। हमने महाराष्ट्र की जनता का जो मन है, हमें मालूम था किस दिशा में जा रहा है। ये जनता का कौल हो ही नहीं सकता। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मन हमें मालूम है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता है। हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं।
Some Congress leaders are of course already blaming the EVM.
There is no denying that EVM debate has been sparked in this country. There is no denying that we must speak on the EVM. There is no denying that the Election Commission because the elections were held late in Maharashtra was advantage to the Mahayuti. But today I'm going to talk about the numbers on the screen, and the numbers on the screen are disappointing for us in Maharashtra, heartening for us in Jharkhand.
आणि म्हणून मला आनंद आहे की आमच्या सर्व मतदारांनी महाराष्ट्रातल्या महायुतीवर विश्वास ठेवला आणि न भूतो न भविष्यतो अशा प्रकारचा विजय मिळवून दिला. मला आठवतंय की विधानसभेच्या पहिल्या भाषणामध्ये मी म्हणालो होतो की आमचे सर्व महायुतीचे उमेदवार निवडून येतील, 200 पार होतील. आणि आज आपण पाहतोय की त्याहीपेक्षा पुढे आपण गेलो आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर आज ही विक्ट्री मिळाली आहे. ऐतिहासिक विजय आहे. आता आमची जबाबदारी वाढलेली आहे आणि म्हणून राज्याला विकासाकडे नेणं, राज्याचा विकास करणं, तसं आदरणीय केंद्र सरकार देखील, राज्य सरकार मिळून आम्ही काम केलं. मोदीजींनी देखील आम्हाला या सरकारला पाठिंबा दिला, अमितभाईंनी पाठिंबा दिला आणि त्याचबरोबर अनेक नेते या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये आले, मंत्री आले, नड्डाजी देखील या ठिकाणी होते आणि सर्वांनी या निवडणुकीमध्ये मार्गदर्शन पण केलं, कामही केलं आणि म्हणून महायुतीच्या सर्व पदाधिकारी आणि कार्यकर्त्यांचं पण अभिनंदन मी करतो.
Right now, thanking all the Mahayuti party workers as well as party office bearers for the efforts they have taken in the last several months, and due to their efforts only this result has emerged where Mahayuti has got the thumping majority.
एक मिनिट, यामध्ये आम्ही सुरुवातीलापासून बाळासाहेबांचे विचार घेऊन आम्ही पुढे गेलो. बाळासाहेबांची विचारधारा.
Shinde is again telling that since beginning we are following and taking forward the legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray. Whatever he had taught us when he was there, we are taking forward that, and that's why people have basically voted for us.
हे जे काय आम्ही सांगड घातली त्यामध्ये बाळासाहेबांचे, दिघे साहेबांचे आशीर्वाद आमच्या मागे होते आणि त्यामुळे आणि कार्यकर्त्यांची मेहनत काय करू शकते हे या निवडणुकीमध्ये दाखवून बिलकुल सगळ्यांनीच अभिनंदन केलेलं आहे. कारण विक्ट्रीच अशी आहे की आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये मला वाटतं विरोधी पक्ष पण होईल की नाही फोरम पूर्ण.
This is a huge victory for Mahayuti, and I don't think so that seeing the numbers right now there will be an opposition leader in the state assembly. But I again thank all people of Maharashtra who had shown and put that faith in us.
आता खरं आहे की बाबा आज आमच्या धनुष्यबाण आणि खऱ्या शिवसेनेला लोकांनी भरभरून मतदान केलं आणि त्याच्या शिक्कामोर्तब केलेला आहे. खऱ्या अर्थाने
5 सीटें हमारी चुरा ली गई। भाई 5 सीटें आपकी ज्यादा आ जाती तो क्या आप चुनाव जीत रहे थे? बिल्कुल भी नहीं। एंड यू आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट झारखंड एट ऑल, वेयर यू सीम टू बी विनिंग एज ऑफ नाउ। You're not blaming the EVMs there. So I'm sorry, speaking like this kind of language is actually what has led to the downfall of MVA in Maharashtra, and I'm very happy that has happened. Another thing is that anybody who finds a cry for unity problematic is a problem themselves. They really need to do some introspection. Why is it that you would prefer people to be divided? What is it that you gain from the division of people that you are trying to create in society? It's sad that you actually think like that.
Right.
A cry for unity is actually what keeps nations together, people together.
Okay, I'll just have to quickly go to the live result hub because the numbers are still coming in.
Allow me to complete.
Yes,
my
Mahima ji,
point,
I'll just come to you in a bit. I'll come to you, Mahima. I'll just come to you. I just have to go to my colleague. Griha, over to you. I believe that you have some updates.
Yes, so Avantika, pretty much set for Maharashtra. We already know how it is playing out as far as Maharashtra is concerned, but the Jharkhand numbers are still trickling in. We do have some winners that we will have Brijesh ji speak to us about. So Brijesh ji was telling us about how the India bloc is faring well when it is about Jharkhand. We see 3 JMM, 1 Congress, but 1 BJP from Dhanbad.
Yeah, this is Baghmara seat of Dhanbad. Shatrughan Mahato, he is the candidate there of the BJP. He is the younger brother of Dhullu Mahato. Dhullu Mahato is the current MP from Dhanbad for the BJP, and Baghmara is their traditional seat. But if you look at the rest of the seats, it's all in the India Alliance account because 3 seats basically owned by the JMM, while the another seat, the Bermo seat.
All right, so those are the updates coming in as far as those Jharkhand numbers are concerned. Let me go straight across now to Payal. All the action is happening there. Payal, the BJP Karyakartas, all workers in celebratory mood. This is a big, big win. It's unprecedented. An alliance getting more than 200 numbers. What would you attribute it to? Do you think it was only because of all the work by the RSS or the Ladki Behan Yojana? Go ahead.
Arey yaar. Avantika, I'm currently at Varsha, which is of course the headquarters of the state of Maharashtra, the Chief Minister's residence. We did speak to him just a short while ago, but let me introduce our viewers to Robin Sharma, a strategist for Mr. Eknath Shinde in this election. Somebody has to his track a win in Andhra Pradesh as well. Robin, what do you think was the difference that made to this election? Why did you get so many numbers?
I think it's the credit should go to none other than but Maharashtra CM Mr. Eknath Shinde, and he has worked really hard. His Ladki Banner scheme and the way he has carried the entire alliance together, worked hard for Mahayuti, not thinking about only Shiv Sena, but all the 3 parties. I think credit goes to him, no one else.
Robin, you've been part of the entire process, with the seat selection, etc. as well. What actually put you forward before anybody else? What would put you, forward before the other opposition parties? What kept you ahead?
I think Mahayuti was well ahead and prepared after Lok Sabha. We worked really hard to correct what went wrong in terms of narrative, in terms of preparedness, in terms of seat selection, in terms of coordination. It was looking by far from our end that we are well ahead, we are well prepared, well organized, and opposition could not set a narrative.
You think there'll be smooth sailing from here on as well?
I don't think there should be an issue. I think there should be a smooth sailing next 5 years.
I know that you're not a voter of Maharashtra, neither are you a resident of Maharashtra, but who is your choice for the CM? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, everybody's party wants their leaders to become the CM. Who's your choice for the CM? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, everybody's party wants their leaders to become the CM. Who's your choice for the CM?
I'm not the right one to comment on that because my role is limited, but I hope that
Maharashtra wants a 24-hour active CM.
Yes.
Well, of course, I'm not going to put you into any spot of bother as well, but of course, Robin, Avantika has been working round the clock. He was somebody who actually helped in promoting the Ladki Behna scheme in a big way, his team, and he devised the implementation in a big way as well. And here they are. Eknath Shinde answers 2 questions very quickly that I asked him. That whether Ladki Behna scheme has been the implementing, has been the game changer. He says yes.
Okay, all right, we can't hear you now, but we're going to play that interview, that conversation you had with Eknath Shinde. Listen in to what he had to say.
मानते हैं कि लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है?
हो गया।
लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है सर?
लड़की बहन ने तो पूरा अंदाज सब फेल कर दिया।
और आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिवसेना कौन है?
वो भी हो गया, जनता के दरबार में हो गया।
Thank you so much. अरे भाई हमको जाने दो.
The Chief Minister Eknath Shinde speaking exclusively to CNN News 18. In fact, he did speak to Payal in an exclusive interview earlier on as well. Krishna Hegde, spokesperson with the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde also joins us now. Mr. Hegde, what would you attribute this phenomenal win to? Do you think that it is only because of the Ladki Behan Yojana that had gained significant traction and has now reaped these very rich electoral dividends for the Mahayuti? Or do you think it's also the RSS? You know, the RSS mobilizing extensively to support the BJP. They have been very, very, detailed and very long meetings. There were also plans on booth level management, etc. So before I come to you, we'll just show our viewers once again what did Mr. Shinde had to say when he was asked about the reasons for this win, and this is what he had to say.
सर आप ये मानते हैं कि लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है?
हो गया।
लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है सर?
लड़की बहन ने ही तो पूरा अंदाज सब फेल कर दिया।
और आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिवसेना कौन है?
वो भी हो गया, जनता के दरबार में हो गया।
थैंक यू सो मच। अरे भाई हमको जाने दो।
Mr. Hegde, over to you. The reasons you think are responsible for this phenomenal win that the Mahayuti has achieved from the people of Maharashtra.
Avantika, first of all, we've been working 24/7 for the people, unlike the previous government, which hardly the CM went to the Mantralaya only 2 times in 2.5 years. Over that, we had so many social welfare schemes, including the Ladki Behan, and that was a game changer for sure. Apart from all the other welfare schemes which we had for the farmers, for the youth, the infrastructure projects we did in Maharashtra. But I must also thank the cadre of the Mahayuti. All the 3 parties worked very hard. The leaders of the 3 parties also worked very hard. That's Eknath Shinde ji, Devendra Fadnavis, and Ajit Dada Pawar. Over that, we had the direction and the guidance of the Honorable Prime Minister Amit Bhai, JP Nadda ji, and of course the RSS. The cadre also worked throughout. And I must say that there's another couple of reasons here. It is the consolidation of the Hindu vote and the rejection of the polarization of the Muslim vote, which they tried very hard with the OAC, the Nomani, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, the Ulema Council, and 180 Muslim NGOs coming together and working as one force. And the people of Maharashtra saw that there is a particular section of people trying to defeat a working government, and therefore they came out in large numbers, which is evident to see.
Oh yes,
another thing I must
yes, go ahead.
I must speak also about the Congress spokesperson who said here about the Bharatiya Janata Party ideology. So what kind of ideology are you with? You are with Uddhav Thackeray, whose father always abused you. You are talking about us who are Shiv Sena and BJP are together for the last, since 1987. Okay. And apart from that, you spoke about Nawab Malik. Nawab Malik is still trailing in the election, so he has not won the election as yet. So I think all said and done, it's a good show by the cadre of all the 3 parties, and I think the numbers are on the wall. They have not even crossed as much as we alone in the
No, undoubtedly. It's a fantastic win which is bound to boost the morale of the party worker, the cadre, and all those involved in registering this phenomenal win for the Mahayuti, and also will lead to this fresh momentum. But about the Mahavikas Aghadi, let me get in Pranay Ajmera, leader of the NCP. Mr. Ajmera, what happened here? Because, this win will also decisively determine which faction holds the key to the Shiv Sena, and it's very evidently so that it's Ajit Pawar who commands that kind of respect amongst the Shiv Senics.
Avantika ji, this is just an electoral defeat, and I shouldn't use this word defeat because the results are yet to be announced. There are many seats in the state which are seeing neck-to-neck competition, and the results will be out definitely by 4-5 p.m. today in the evening, or may get later, may get late. So it's too early to arrive on conclusions. As far as the NCP is concerned, anyone in the country knows that it belongs to Sharad Pawar Sahab and the party and the party cadre that stayed with Pawar Sahab after the split. So I don't think there is any kind of doubt as far as this context is concerned. Regarding the electoral results which are coming out, I must cite a couplet from the poem of Atal Bihari Vajpayee Saab. Of course, the present BJP has gone far, far away from the principles of Atalji, Advaniji, and other leaders who used to have a different charisma as far as Indian politics is concerned. क्या हार में क्या जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत में संघर्ष पथ पर जो भी मिला यह भी सही वो भी सही. We will introspect. We are here to stay and let the final results come out. Then definitely we'll get an idea that where we lag behind, where we were good, where we were supposed to do better. And all these things will come out.
No, fair enough. But, you know, also we have to pay attention to those numbers, Mr. Ajmera. And, you know, the strike rate, Sharad Pawar having just 15.1% in these elections. Let me get in Kailash Adhikari, political analyst who's been patiently waiting as well. Mr. Adhikari, thank you so much for your time. Your understanding of what has happened, what has worked for the Maha Yuti, what didn't work for the Maha Vikas Aghadi that did exceptionally well in the recently concluded Lok Sabha polls.
Avantika, the understanding for anyone, not just for me, is very simple. People choose whom they feel is fit to run the government. People choose whom they feel is fit for good governance and who has delivered good governance. In the past 2.5 years, the Maha Yuti, led by the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as the Shinde Sena faction and the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, have delivered good governance. Be it tentpole schemes such as the Ladki Bahin scheme or any other schemes. See, I come from Mumbai. I'm a proud Mumbaikar. And I have seen the kind of changes in infrastructure-wise or any other kind of changes on the ground. You know, there are the inauguration of the coastal road or the Atal Setu that has really eased the life. Yes. So this is my viewpoint as a voter. But across the length and breadth of the state of Maharashtra, for the 9.7 crore voters, out of whom 6.6 crore voters have exercised their franchise, and you can see the landslide victory. When such landslide victory happens, Avantika, it is only a result because of the fact the people think that they are the best people to run the government. They are the people who will deliver what are their expectations at the end of the day. Maximum governance and minimum government. This has been the plank of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Honorable Prime Minister since 2014. And we have seen it's been close to 10.5 and 11 years now. That governance has been at the core and focus. Okay. And today's voter is an informed voter and he knows who will do best for him.
Oh, absolutely. A very informed and also sometimes, Mr. Adhikari, a silent voter. One cannot take the voter for granted now with the kind of access they have to knowledge and technology. Let me also get in Executive Editor Aman Sharma. He's also been with there. You know, Aman, this has been a fight between these two towering alliances with both holding no punches and attacking each other. They have been very personal, bitter, acerbic attacks and barbs from corruption to communal polarization. So what went wrong for the Maha Vikas Aghadi and what has worked for the Maha Yuti in your understanding?
Well, Avantika, let's maybe break it down in 5 to 6 reasons what has really worked. As per my travels and what I am hearing from the BJP in Maharashtra, see, this is the third consecutive win for the BJP in Maharashtra. 2014, 2019 and now 2024, unprecedented. 200 plus seats. The first time an alliance in Maharashtra has come with 200 plus seats and 50% plus vote share. This is historic. And this kind of victory is not possible without everything working on the ground for you. I would say number one, the woman voter. We see that 53 lakh more women voted in this election than the last election. 6% rise in the women voting in this election. This woman voter seems to have reposed its faith totally.
In fact, the women, it seems, Aman, has emerged as a very, very strong and influential voting bloc in both the states. So if Ladki Behna worked in the state of Maharashtra, even Maiya Saman Yojana seems to have worked in the state of Jharkhand.
Absolutely. And you know, this shows that whoever has the first mover advantage in the terms of paying money under a women's scheme always stands to gain. And that is why we see in Maharashtra that this huge percentage rise in women voting, I think, has gone totally for the Maha Yuti. They have rewarded this particular scheme. I think women voters have also transcended caste as well as religion barriers in this particular election in Maharashtra. Number two, I would say the farmer. See, the Vidarbha region has seen a complete flip this time, the 62 seats voting in a big way for the Maha Yuti. This is also a result of BJP's outreach to cotton and soya-bean farmers, the initiatives that were announced for them.
So do you think that the promise to provide aid to the soya-bean farmers has actually worked?
Absolutely. See, and this was something which hurt the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections, but this election, BJP went out of its way, I would say, to the cotton farmers, to the soybean farmers, promising, the moisture quantity or the procurement was increased to 15%. Also, Avantika, full loan waiver was promised by the BJP in its manifesto, something spoken about very little, but had, I think, a huge impact on the ground. The farmers being promised a full loan waiver by the BJP. This is something BJP has not done in other state elections. This is the one state election after many state elections that BJP promised a full loan waiver in this election. Also, I think Prime Minister's slogan, Ek hai to safe hai. This has consolidated the 38% OBC vote in the state like never before. OBC vote, which was, went a bit away from the Mahayuti in the Lok Sabha election because OBC was upset that why is the BJP reaching out to the Marathas in such a way for reservation. I think the OBC vote has totally united for the BJP with the Prime Minister's slogan of Ek hai to safe hai. And that has also proved to be a big asset for the Mahayuti. That slogan has clicked. The slogan which was in the Lok Sabha was Samvidhan Khatre mein hai. This particular time, the slogan which is dominant and has worked on the ground is Ek hai to safe hai. I think the final reason also I would pay Sharad Pawar's collapse. BJP thought and BJP assessment before the election that Sharad Pawar is the strongest pillar, maybe in the Mahavikas Aghadi camp. He will be able to get a good strike rate. He'll be able to rally the forces. He contested a high number of 85 seats.
Yes.
His strike rate is the worst, and I think Sharad Pawar has pulled down the entire Mahavikas Aghadi alliance along with the Congress party, and that in direct contest between the Congress and the BJP, around 76 seats were there. I think BJP is won over 2/3 of those seats. So even the Congress has suffered the hidden weapon, or if I should say the hidden asset of the BJP, I think in the last, has been the RSS.
No.
The way the RSS has worked on the ground of Avantika, it's phenomenal.
And I want to talk about that in detail, and I will come to you, Aman. Mahima, would you agree to that as well, that it's the Prime Minister's Ek hai to safe hai, the slogan that perhaps, worked as a spoiler for the Mahavikas Aghadi, because we're just seeing the numbers here. The BJP alone has secured more seats than the entire Mahavikas Aghadi combined. Now double than that.
In fact, Avantika, I would say I don't find that slogan to be anything short of a paradox. Because within the Mahayuti itself, you will see, one is that during the campaign also, we saw the kind of divide there was amongst the alliance partners. We saw the photos of different leaders of different parties missing from, the other, one or the other. Parties. For example, Ajit Pawar's posters might not have Devendra Fadnavis, so on and so forth. Eknath Shinde's fate, for that matter, has become quite, topsy-turvy now, shaky. And going forward, it is going to be interesting to watch that the Vidarbha and Marathwada region, they are talking about Ek hai to safe hai. They are the ones who have led the state of Maharashtra into this state of rebellion, sort of perpetual state of rebellion over the past couple of years. And it's going to be interesting to watch because Vidarbha and Marathwada had ousted, almost ousted BJP leaders, causing some of Amit Shah's rallies to be cancelled, causing Devendra Fadnavis not even to look in that direction. How are they going to govern that region? That is a big question that lies ahead. And at the end, let me conclude by saying this part of mine, that you should not, say that it is a done deal already. It is Maharashtra, and the BJP as well might taste its own medicine at the end. After all, you might remember Ajit Pawar's statement after Lok Sabha elections when he said, "मुझसे बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई, मैंने अपने परिवार को धोखा दिया." Those might not be the exact words he said, but that was the essence of what he said.
Indeed.
So wait and watch for the next couple of days.
And that's what we are doing. And I think as journalists, we never really call it till the Election Commission does, isn't it, Aman? Charu, how would you respond to what Ms. Mahima had to say? Do you also feel that Eknath Shinde, who has been written off by critics earlier on and has repeatedly emerged as an undisputed leader, perhaps could be on shaky grounds, because there is a lot of clamour and talk about who will be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis led a very, very impressive campaign for the BJP. He spearheaded the entire campaign as well, and there is now talks about him being the possible face for the state of Maharashtra.
No doubts about that, Avantika. Devendra ji has always been a fantastic leader, and the Karyakartas of Maharashtra, in fact the whole country, are very proud of. Baal ki khal nikalne lagte hain, and you start criticizing something which is working perfectly for another person. It just shows ki aapke apne angur khatte, and that's not what I want to discuss today. I want to discuss the fact that how an increased vote share shows that women are becoming more part of the decision-making process and the way the politics is run in our country, and that's such a happy thing to see. Most of the increased vote share, in fact, was women. The gap between the men and the women voters is the lowest it has ever been, and all these women have supported Mahayuti, and that's very telling because since Modi ji became Prime Minister, all his big schemes have revolved around women, and that was very, very necessary for our country to progress. Another thing is that casteist politics has got a full stop now, once and for all, because even regions where it is the Marathas which are dominant, BJP is leading. And lastly, it is not BJP versus Shiv Sena versus Ajit Pawar's fraction of the NCP. We are working at this together. We contested this election together, and I don't know why this narrative is being floated that it's one versus the other. Absolutely not. Whoever is the chief minister now is a Mahayuti chief minister, belongs to all of us, is going to be chosen on the basis of the fantastic governance that can be given to the state of Maharashtra. At the end of the day, that is important. And Shinde ji is our chief minister. There is no taking away from that fact, and this is nothing new for BJP. We don't work under false egos. We don't work in a space where we have to compromise with who we are because again Mahima talked about ideology and she wanted to hit out at that. Let me tell her that everybody who followed Adarniya Balasaheb Thackeray ji is actually today where they are supposed to be. They are supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party as they have done for generations, for decades. So one thing is clear. You cannot divide people and hope to win. You cannot float false narratives and hope to win. You can't take away from your own ideology and hope to win. And also, at the end of the day, lastly, this is a situation which Congress needs to introspect instead of coming here and talking about why BJP is winning and why it is the people's fault for voting for BJP. Focus on the fact that you are finding other people.
I'll just come to you. Mahima, I'll just come. I have to go right now to CNN News 18's Payal. She's joining us now. She has some information. Payal, over to you. Payal, if you can hear me, go ahead.
Yes, I have with me Naresh Maske, Member of Parliament from Thane, from where Eknath Shinde really comes. He's from the Shiv Sena. What he really has to say. Maske ji, एक चीज मुझे बताइए. मास्के जी एक चीज मुझे बताइए, एक चीज अरे मास्के जी आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिव सेना कौन है? आज फैसला हो गया.
आज ये महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने असली शिवसेना कौन चला सकता है, बाला साहब का विचार किसके नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र में आगे जाएगा, इसका विश्वास लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी के नेतृत्व में रखा है. इसका नतीजा, इसका दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी आज लोगों ने किया है.
हिंदुत्व का असली फ्लैग बेरर कौन है, इसका भी फैसला हो गया. हिंदुत्व कौन है, ये भी फैसला हो गया.
देखो, हिंदुत्व, बाला साहब का हिंदुत्व, हम बटेंगे तो कटेंगे, हम सब एक है तो सेफ है, ये जो नारा था आज वो सही क्या सही है. महाराष्ट्र में लोगों ने तय किया, एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के नेतृत्व में विश्वास रखा और ये बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की शिवसेना एकनाथ शिंदे साहब ही आगे ले जा सकते, इस पे शिक्कामोर्तब किया.
संजय राउत क्यों फिर ऐसी बातें बोल रहे हैं कि पैसे का?
देखो, संजय राउत पागल हुआ है. कल कपड़े फाड़ के रास्ते पे वो नाचने वाला है. मैं उसके लिए मेंटल हॉस्पिटल में एक बेड रिजर्व करके आया हूँ. मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में मेंटल हॉस्पिटल है. संजय राउत का एक दाव था, एक बनाव था. उद्धव ठाकरे जी के पीठ में खंजीर खोज के और शरद पवार जी के मार्फत से खुद का नाम मुख्यमंत्री के लिए लाना चाहता था. आज सुबह तक वो जयंत पाटिल ड्राइविंग करते उसके बाजू में बैठे थे, कल आज सुबह तक होटल बुक कर रहे थे।
एक आखिरी सवाल है मस्के जी,
ऐसे बोल रहे थे और अभी हम पे
एक आखिरी सवाल है, सोमवार से पार्लियामेंट शुरू हो रहा है, क्या जश्न की तैयारी होगी पार्लियामेंट में? बिकॉज
में तो जश्न होएगा।
क्या लेके जाएंगे आप? लड्डू लेके जाएंगे या जलेबी?
लड्डू लेके जाएंगे, पेड़ा लेके लाएंगे, जिलेबी लेके लाएंगे, पूरे मिष्टान हम पार्लियामेंट में लेके जाएंगे। आप तो वहाँ रहेंगे।
All right, a very buoyant Maske, in fact, a very buoyant leader from the Shiv Sena. He speaks his mind very close to Eknath Shinde. And of course, he has a piece of advice for Sanjay Raut, essentially. Avantika, back to you.
And Payal, you have a choice.
Shiv Sena way of speaking.
Yes, you have a choice of sweets to decide from as well. Do enjoy those treats because that's the offer that they
I'm
made.
off sweets for now, but I'll...
Sure, Mr. Hegde, I want to bring you in. Speaking of Eknath Shinde, as I was mentioning to Charu a short while ago, he's known for his populist schemes. Look at the Ladki Behan Yojana. He's crediting that popular scheme for the resounding success that Mahayuti is enjoying right now. He's also known for his hands-on approach to governance. He's also known for his accessibility, and also most importantly, he's been the face and very popular stance on the Maratha quota. But there is a lot of charcha. There's a lot of talk as to he could be changed. There could be a new chief minister. Devendra Fadnavis probably just might be stepping into his shoes. So the question is, kaun banega Maharashtra ka Mukhyamantri?
Eknath Shinde ji is a popular man and is a people's man, and he's kept the door open for the entire CM house, Varsha, to the common man. And he himself calls himself CM, means common man, and he works the same way. I have not seen a chief minister. I think both Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde ji both work over 20 hours a day. And even with Devendra Fadnavis, you text him at 2 a.m., within 5 minutes he gives you a reply. So that is the caliber of the people who are working for Maharashtra, the talented people.
But you haven't answered my question about who's going to be the face of the state.
I would want Eknath Shinde ji to continue as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, obviously because the election was fought under his leadership here and we've got a huge victory, but not discounting the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party has got more number of seats and Devendra ji is also an equally able leader. So whoever the Bharatiya Janata Party High Command and the leaders of the three parties, that is the Congress, the NCP, the Shiv Sena and the BJP put together, it will be a leader who will take all the welfare schemes forward, will take the people of Maharashtra forward, will take development forward, and mostly it will take, Maharashtra drives the economy of the country. So therefore, it will take India forward, and that's the main thing to look at.
All right. I'm going to request all of my guests to kindly hold on. We have a political reaction and an interview coming up. Let's play that out.
How do you see these results which have appeared, and what is your first reaction? Because everyone was telling that Ajit Dada may not fetch that good result.
Sorry, Ajit Dada may what?
Ajit Dada may not fetch that good result that everyone was predicting it before the elections.
So see, when 5 years ago in 2019, Congress had one MP and NCP had 4, and with that in Vidhan Sabha we got a hit rate of 95 MLA. So looking at, there's no correlation of Lok Sabha results and Vidhan Sabha. That's always been the trend in Maharashtra for, I would say, the last 30 years. Where people think that, Lok Sabha results impact Vidhan Sabha. Well, that is a big no. We have seen that in 2019 also. After NCP Congress having 5 seats, they ended up winning 95. And with this also, we had taken, I wouldn't say the wrong seats, but we didn't get the right seats. Otherwise, our hit rate would have been good in Lok Sabha as well. And that Lok Sabha result set out a narrative that, things are not looking good. But that was not the case on the ground. On the ground, it was very different. The people were still in favor of all our MLAs. whoever our candidates were, we gave them tickets.
So, Parth, my next question to you: that what do you think which has worked for NCP in this election? As you said that you were not expecting this. You are not after the Lok Sabha results. You were not expecting the same kind of results, and you were quite confident that it will be a different result.
Yeah, we were quite confident. The people, the narrative was said that we are in a bad shape, but that was not the case. We as a party, we were always confident, but unfortunately, the narrative was that things are not going good for us. But that was never the case.
Well, 217, just a short while ago, it was at 215, and those numbers being revised, it will happen till the evening. Aman, two quick questions. One is, who's going to be the Chief Minister of Maharashtra after securing these kind of numbers? And secondly, the role of the RSS. I mean, the kind of work that the RSS has put in. You were in Nagpur, detailed planning, booth level management, outreach programs, and every worker going out there to try and, oppose the opposition's narratives. Would you credit the RSS as well for this phenomenal victory?
Coming to the second question first, Avantika, I think RSS has been the trump card for the BJP in these particular Maharashtra elections. I remember being in Nagpur and meeting some RSS Swayamsevaks. They were carrying this one-page pamphlet to various homes. Nearly 60,000 such small meetings with 10 to 12 group of influential people were done by the RSS. The main number one agenda of the RSS was getting more people out to vote.
Yes.
They felt that in the Lok Sabha, the core BJP voter did not come out. They were asking people to come out and vote, and then they were asking people to vote for a party which stands for national interest, which works against love jihad, land jihad. They said that, remember what happened in Dhule, this Lok Sabha seat, where BJP led in all assembly segment, but in one Muslim-dominated segment, it lost, and it lost the Lok Sabha seat. So it was a lot about Hindu consolidation. I think RSS has done a phenomenal job for the BJP in these particular elections on the ground. That said, I feel who will become the Chief Minister is now the big question before the Mahayuti. In the middle of the elections, the wisdom that we heard in the BJP camp was that if it is a narrow win, if it is like a 150, 160 kind of a win, then maybe the existing arrangement will continue. But now, with this kind of a win, where 217, 215 and 129, BJP at 129, I think BJP would aggressively want Mr. Devendra Fadnavis to be back in the CM's chair. This is also maybe his rightful position. If you go to Nagpur, his constituency, people say his rightful position is the Chief Minister's chair. He made a sacrifice in 2022 because there were peculiar circumstances in which that government was formed. I think this time, the BJP with such a huge mandate would find it very hard to convince its cadre that, its own party man is not becoming the Chief Minister. So I think some delicate work balancing will have to be done by the BJP here to convince maybe Mr. Eknath Shinde to maybe swap places, I think, with Mr. Devendra Fadnavis this time and, work as a team. And Mr. Eknath Shinde could get still plum portfolios like PWD done, which are portfolios are close to his heart. But I think BJP would, I feel, find it very hard to deny Mr. Devendra Fadnavis the Chief Minister chair with such a big mandate.
Oh, and you're right. His sacrifice at that time is not going to be forgotten. Mr. Adhikari, if I may bring you here, would you agree as well? And also following the debacle that one saw in the Lok Sabha elections for the Mahayuti and the Mahavikas Aghadi doing very, very impressively well, do you feel that the involvement of the Sangh post the debacle seems to have turned around the fortunes for the Mahayuti?
Avantika, there is no denying the fact that Mr. Devendra Fadnavis has really turned the table since the Lok Sabha elections have come out. And in 2014 to 19, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis was the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. He led the state to newer, to greater heights, not only in terms of social welfare, but also in terms of industrial development, the kind of new policies that the state have introduced, and the kind of charisma that he carries. It's not only for the party workers or for the cadres, but also for the people. The Janta Janardhan of Maharashtra, they look up to him as a bright young leader. And of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party's the extensive show of leading on 129 seats out of, I think, 142 or 145 that it contested. It's a magical strike rate that it has got. And of course, the Mahayuti together is closely about 217 seats now. So definitely, the Bharatiya Janata Party will focus on having a chief ministerial face from the party fold, and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis has shown and has delivered much more than anyone would have thought, much more than anyone could have ever imagined. But at the end of the day, yes, it is for the three parties to sit together to decide on a face ahead.
Oh, absolutely. Mr. Ajmera, would you concur then that the way Mahayuti worked in unison, in consensus, is something that perhaps has yielded this kind of result that we're getting to see? We are still waiting for the final numbers, because this was a very, very close contest. It was a fiercely fought contest between all the political parties post the power alignments. It was very complex and cluttered, if I may say, with every party fighting for power, for loyalty, for prestige. Clearly, it was a Maha battle for political supremacy, and Mahayuti coming out trumps.
Avantika, you used the word consensus in Mahayuti, between the Mahayuti leaders. Where was the consensus? Right from the very first day, they came out with a dialogue like "Batenge to katenge, ek hai to safe hai," and such sort of negative politics. You see, even the senior leaders of the BJP were not in agreement with those kind of activities.
But there was open bickerings even within the Mahavikas Agadi, Mr. Ajmera. Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut were in fact also vying for the, the CM's
that
face.
was before, that was, Avantika ji, that was during the course of candidate selection. That was during the course of seat distributions. Once the distribution formula was settled, we were fighting elections as one. As they say in Maharashtra grassroots politics, there were 4 parties who were contesting the Maharashtra elections. One was BJP, second was Shinde Sena, Shinde ji ki Sena, third was Ajit Dada's NCP, and the fourth was Mahavikas Agadi. We fighted as one. We were united in almost all the aspects, whereas the BJP, Shinde Sena, and Ajit Dada's party was divided in not many aspects.
Right.
As far as this Ladki Bahin Yojana scheme is concerned, ma'am, they had severe showdown going amongst each other regarding the credit. At one point, Ajit Dada Pawar is taking the credit. At one point, the Shinde faction was coming ahead and saying that since it is a Mukhya Mantri Ladki Bahin Yojana, the credit must go to the Mukhya Mantri as well. And the other parties are just ignoring the fact that this is the Mukhya Mantri Ladki Bahin Yojana. So they were fighting on many fronts. It is just a surprising thing that this kind of results are coming out, and we will definitely introspect. But as you are saying that there were consensus, they were together. Mahayuti was a divided house. Mahayuti is a divided house, and Mahayuti will be a divided house. And when we discuss about the CM post, ma'am, let just the day proceed, and they'll start fighting for the CM post. And as I say, politics is over. Elections are over. Politics has begun.
That's an interesting one.
Yes, ma'am.
No, and we're all going to be watching this space very closely.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to request all of my guests. I'll request all of my guests to kindly wait for a while. We have to slip into a very short break, but we will continue our coverage, and not with the focus being only on Maharashtra. We'll also be talking about Jharkhand and what happened there. Most importantly for the JMM, Hemant Soren doing extremely well and also getting his party to the numbers that we're seeing on your screens right now. Short break, the broadcast and the news continues on the other side with my colleague Poonam. Keep watching.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 and I'm Poonam Burde. Our non-stop coverage here on Verdict Day from Maharashtra and Jharkhand continues. Maharashtra is the state where 288 seats are at stake. It's the second highest Lok Sabha sending state, which is why it's extremely important. It's also important because the NDA has stormed back to power. The numbers are on your screens. You can see what the victory for the NDA looks like. It is at last count, and counting is still on. At last count, 219 leads is what the NDA has. Several of them are wins, but several of them, the counting is still underway. But that hasn't stopped celebrations that have erupted in different parts of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde, the incumbent chief minister, has dedicated this victory specifically to the women of the state. The Ladki Bahin scheme has worked wonders, is what the NDA believes, which is why this heartfelt special appreciation and thanks coming in from the incumbent to the women voters of the state. He also took on the MVA, saying that these Ladki Bahins have voted NDA to victory and they finally know which is the real Sena. The Mahayuti camp, which is the NDA, is in a huddle now. BJP central observers are going to be in Maharashtra tomorrow in Mumbai. BJP, of course, rooting for Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister, and the numbers are on their side for it. Eknath Shinde too going on to say that those who have the highest numbers will have the chief minister's chair. Does that mean he's ready to give it up to a BJP leader, perhaps Fadnavis, who is the front-runner at the moment? The Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, on the other hand, has managed to gain leads in 65 seats. They've clearly lost their comeback hope. The momentum that they had in the Lok Sabha elections, they haven't been able to convert that at all as far as Vidhan Sabha elections are concerned. Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar, perhaps the worst performing in their career if you look at the results on your screens. 14 for the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, 27 for the UBT Sena. For Sharad Pawar specifically, this is his worst performance in his entire career. What this means for the NCP-SP, for the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, will they see more defections now to the other camp? That's something that they have to look at. But here's what the numbers look like, and that's what I want to tell you. It is the halfway mark in that 288 strong assembly. 145 was what was required. Most exit polls predicted that the BJP would have had a victory, but the margin would not have been a lot. But look at the numbers on your screens. At the last count, 221 for the NDA, 61 for the India camp. Like I said, 145 is the halfway mark. They're way past that halfway mark, way past majority. BJP, the single largest party with 132 seats, shy of the majority just themselves, and they have two other camps who've also pulled their weight. Both the Eknath Shinde faction, which is the Shiv Sena, and the NCP led by Sharad Pawar, led by Ajit Pawar.
सर, आप ये मानते हैं कि लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है?
हो गया।
लाड़की बहना की जीत हुई है सर?
लड़की बहन ने तो पूरा अंदाज सब फेल कर दिया।
और आज फैसला हो गया कि असली शिव सेना कौन है?
वो भी हो गया, जनता के दरबार में हो गया।
थैंक यू सो मच।
जो नतीजे सामने आए उसके ऊपर मैं विश्वास रखने को तैयार नहीं। ये जनता का फैसला मानने को तैयार नहीं। हमने महाराष्ट्र की जनता का जो मन है, हमें मालूम था किस दिशा में जा रहा है। ये जनता का कौल हो ही नहीं सकता। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मन हमें मालूम है, ये हो ही नहीं सकता है। हमारी 4 या 5 सीटें लोगों ने चोरी की है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूं।
Some Congress leaders are of course already blaming the EVM.
There is no denying that EVM debate has been sparked in this country. There is no denying that we must speak on the EVM. There is no denying that the Election Commission, because the elections were held late in Maharashtra, was advantage the Mahayuti. But today I'm going to talk about the numbers on the screen, and the numbers on the screen are disappointing for us in Maharashtra, heartening for us in Jharkhand.
My colleagues have been getting us the mood and feel from on ground. Yasha is in Mumbai. Payal is at the Chief Minister's bungalow, which is Varsha, where Eknath Shinde spoke to her just a short while ago. Aman, my colleague, joining me from the Noida studio here. And let me bring in Aman first. Aman, as far as this election is concerned, the Mahavikas Aghadi believed that they can keep the momentum from the Lok Sabha election and convert it to the Vidhan Sabha. They clearly misread the situation, isn't it?
Well, Poonam, lot can change in 6 months, and lot has changed in 6 months. 6 months ago, the dominant slogan in the Maharashtra Lok Sabha election was Samvidhan खतरे में है. This particular election, the dominant slogan is of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, "Ek hai to safe hai." I'll just break it down in 3 to 4 points, I think, which have worked magnificently for the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Number one, the woman voter. 53 lakh more women voted in this election than the last election in Maharashtra in 2019, a 6% jump. And this woman voter seems to have completely backed the Mahayuti for the Ladki Behna scheme, a scheme in which they had already got money. And whoever, my experience of women's schemes like these, whoever has the first mover advantage, whichever government gives this money first is always credited by the people. And we saw this in this particular election, such a high voter turnout of women, 6% up from the last election. Women, I think, transcending caste, religious barriers to vote for the Mahavikas Aghadi across the caste groups. I think that has been the biggest factor which has worked in this election. Number two, I think farmers, Poonam. The Vidarbha region farmers, farmers is one community which was not happy with the Mahayuti in the last election because of the low prices of cotton, of soya bean. BJP turned the tables, promised this overtures to the cotton farmers, to the soya bean farmers at the end of the campaign in their manifesto. And more importantly, they promised a full loan waiver, something that the BJP usually does not do in a state election. I think this is something that has ringed the bell with the farmers. We see the big flip which has happened in the Vidarbha region. Third reason I would put the PM slogan, as I first said, "Ek hai to safe hai," has united the OBC vote in the state like never before. 38% OBC vote, biggest chunk in the state. It seems to have totally consolidated for the BJP. The Hindu consolidation which has happened, I think, has done the trick, and that shows in the numbers. It's first time an alliance has crossed 200 seats. First time an alliance has over 50% vote share. BJP itself at 130 seats. I think it is showing the magic which has been done. Of course, the Sharad Pawar's collapse has come as the icing on the cake for the BJP, because Sharad Pawar seems to have really pulled down the Mahavikas Aghadi and scoring. He's number 6 amongst the 6 parties. I think all these reasons together, along with the RSS push on the ground to the BJP, has helped them achieve this big milestone.
And like you said, the loan waiver promise, that's not something that the BJP has been in favor of all these years. For the last decade or so, many elections have come and gone by, but that's a promise that they haven't made up until now. Many saw that as a sign of desperation. Well, whether it was desperation or a well-conceived idea that helped them win this election, that would be disputed. But Yasha and Payal also continue to be with us. Now, Payal, the next question, of course, is going to be, who is going to be the Chief Minister? From the looks of it, even Eknath Shinde says or believes that the BJP should have the Chief Minister's chair because their numbers, the math is there for everyone to see, and that's not something he can fight.
Well, of course, it's $1 million question. Let's not get a word from the leader of आप बताइए कि कैसा लग रहा है ये विक्ट्री? कैसा लग रहा है ये? It's very hard for BJP to utilize right now. श्रेय किसको जाता है? आवाज सुनाई नहीं दे रहा। She's having a problem in hearing us as well, but let's she's asking us to come to another location. Let's try and get her here, as she's a very, very popular face. Again, a Lalji Bain, which everyone is speaking about in Maharashtra. But yes, everybody wants their leaders to become the Chief Minister, and there is no doubt about that at all. As well, we'll try and get the one the Shinde Sena leader as well. ये जीत किसने दिलाई है, किसका श्रेय जाता है? और there's deafening noise over here as well. भाई आप बताइए जीत का श्रेय किसको जाता है?
Payal, and he can pull his way through. This is redemption, perhaps, Aman, isn't it, for the Ajit Pawar camp as well?
Well, absolutely, and the collapse of the Sharad Pawar faction in this particular election, I think, is a big leg up for Ajit Pawar. Now he can claim rightful legacy over the NCP, like Eknath Shinde is claiming over the Shiv Sena, because there is no better proof for that than an electoral result. I think inside the BJP camp, Poonam, I must tell you, there were apprehensions about how good Ajit Pawar will perform. Many people, even in the BJP, thought that Sharad Pawar, being the the expert he is and the old hand he is, maybe he'll be able to put up a good show. But the numbers do, you have even, I think, surprised the BJP with Ajit Pawar leading in as many as 37 seats. That's also an extremely high strike rate for him. That has also helped BJP put up a good performance in Western Maharashtra, Mahayuti, which was seen as a bit of a weak link for the BJP in these elections. So I think Ajit Pawar, for all the 3 constituents of the Mahayuti, have performed very well. And I was hearing a panelist earlier, in fact, saying that Mahayuti did not have coordination. The numbers show how the Mahayuti partners have been able to transfer votes to each other. That is why such a huge verdict has come. On the other hand, on the Mahavikas Aghadi, the allies, both Congress, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar have miserably failed to transfer their votes to each other in an alliance, and that is why we see them at just 60 seats right now. I think the lot of introspection to do, especially for the Congress party, which contested 102 seats and is just winning just 17 seats. It is bringing down the entire alliance. To quote the Prime Minister, the Parijeevi party, which feeds on others and brings down the alliances.
And it's not just about getting the math right. There was rebellion within both camps as far as NDA and the Mahavikas Aghadi went. But the NDA and several of the BJP leaders were either placated, or some of them were then given a ticket from the other camp. They contested or moved to the other party, contested on another ticket, and that's really what seems to have worked for the NDA in this case. More reactions coming in from on ground before I get in Yasha as well.
Vidhan Sabha, because they know the efforts and work Dada has done in the taluka.
There are a lot of, one thing is going on, we met a lot of people in Baramati also, a lot of Baramati, they says that Ajit Dada should be made Chief Minister of Maharashtra. What is your feeling about this particular, wishes from the voters, from the supporters?
Of course, even I feel the same way. But now in regards to the results, all the, elder leaders will take that decision. But yeah, every Baramatikar does want to see Dada as the future Chief Minister.
Any words to the voters, they give a huge victory to the
voters. Like I said, I would definitely want to take this opportunity to thank all the voters in entrusting the Mahayuti Sarkar with, such a huge margin, and we will work for the progress of the state and the taluka.
Thank you so much.
चांगलंच वाटतंय जसं मी तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना आधीपासून सांगत आलोय.
Pawar's son there also going on to build chorus for his father to be the chief minister. Well, Ajit Pawar's camp, Ajit Pawar has ensured that they pull the weight in the NDA, but the BJP is the single largest party with 132 seats at the last count, just to their own tally. You need 145 as a halfway mark, as majority in the assembly in Maharashtra, and 132 at last count are just with the BJP. Yasha, you were in Thane earlier today. Eknath Shinde's bastion, Gad, and that's really what the scenes were in Thane as well. Whereabouts are you now, and what's the mood like?
So when you speak of the whole look and feel at Thane. In fact, even before we could leave from Thane, there were posters up congratulating the Chief Minister for having secured this very leads. In fact, we cannot even say win, because of course the results are still trickling in. But as of now, I am at Varsha Bungalow. We followed the Chief Minister all the way from Thane. He left this very official residence of his late last night and was at his actual residence at Thane, so as to wait for the results to come in. Now that the results are out is where he is here. He showed the victory sign. He was present along with his grandson. I'll show you the kind of preparations that are on ground at his residence. In fact, the party karyakartas, the workers who were present right here, they had celebrations, distributed sweets. Here there is a rangoli that's being made by the karyakartas and the staff of Varsha, which says Abhinandan Sahib, which clearly means they're congratulating Chief Minister. Apart from that, there's been celebrations that have taken place at the Varsha Bungalow. Karyakartas had gathered here. There were dhols, there was gulal, all of the celebrations that took place. And in a while from now, we'd expect both the deputy chief ministers to come in here and address a joint press conference. That is, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis would be here. Following which, we'll also see how Devendra Fadnavis will be heading to the BJP office. So yes, just before Eknath Shinde could come in, there was no celebration here. In fact, those at Varsha Bungalow were waiting for that announcement to come in so that the celebrations could begin. And as soon as Eknath Shinde was here, all celebrations have begun. In fact, Eknath Shinde, after having had the celebrations, he's gone back inside. So now we'll have to wait for some more time to wait for that press conference. But the kind of figures that the Mahayuti has gotten has clearly had a joyous moment, because the kind of numbers that had come in the exit poll did not have that kind of a clean sweep. But here, of course, this very result has outmarked all of it, and particularly, all of those leaders in power have credited this to the schemes that that they implemented in the last couple of months. After the Lok Sabha election, we'd seen the kind of rigorous work that all of the party workers or the party leaders had gotten into. In fact, in the run-up to the Vidhan Sabha election, it was also evident the kind of efforts that were put in by the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and the senior leaders from the BJP, and that's a trend that's showing in 132 plus. In fact, until late last night when we spoke to several party workers and party leaders, they hinted at 120 plus seats for BJP, but this is clearly outshining the figures that even the BJP was expecting. And here, when it comes to Eknath Shinde, the kind of response that he's that comes in from several MPs from the Shinde Sena shows that Eknath Shinde has clearly taken forward the legacy of Barasaheb Thackeray, because it was a prestige
so that
battle
prestige
here.
battle has been won by Ajit Pawar and by Eknath Shinde both. The legacy of the NCP and the Shiv Sena has been maintained by both these camps, and now they have a stamp of approval in terms of electoral wins to make that claim as well. Mayuresh joins us on this broadcast, but before I get you in, Mayuresh, let's listen into some more reactions pouring in from Maharashtra.
क्या आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया है? डीसीएम अजित पवार फिर एक बार काफी उभर कर आए हैं इस चुनाव में. राज्य भर में एनसीपी अजित पवार गुट को काफी बढ़िया जगह जो है वो भी मिली है विधानसभा के इस चुनाव में.
मैं तो पहले बारामती की जनता की मैं सब मतदारों की तहे दिल से मैं सबको धन्यवाद कहना चाहती हूँ. वो अजित दादा के साथ बहुत खंबीर से रहे हैं. उनके साथ
महायुति को भी जो मैंडेट मिला है पूरे राज्य भर में वो लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री की ओर जा रहा है. क्या आपकी अपेक्षा रहेगी अजित पवार मुख्यमंत्री बने? कई सारे होर्डिंग्स बारामती में देखे गए उस तरह के.
हर कोई कार्यकर्ता या जनता चाहती है कि अपना नेता बड़े पद पे जाए. वैसे बारामती की जनता हमेशा वो सोचती है, उनको चाहती है कि वो ऐसा बड़े पद पे जाएं दादा, इसलिए उन्होंने सबने अपना अपना रखा है वो पोस्टर.
अच्छा, ये चुनाव जो रहा बारामती का, ये पहली बार चाचा और भतीजे के बीच में हुआ. इसके पहले ऐसे कभी नहीं हुआ था, जिसके वजह से पूरे देश भर में पवार की बारामती बाद में फिर शरद पवार की बनी, फिर अजित पवार की बनी और फ्रैगमेंट्स हो गए इस चुनाव में, पवार फैमिली में भी और पार्टी में भी. अब ये सारी चीजें जो है वो समेटने की कोई आशाएं आपको लगती है? ये पहले जैसा हो सकता है या चुनावी माहौल जिस तरह से रहा उसी तरह से अब पार्टियां भी अलग रहेगी और फैमिली भी?
अभी बारामती की जनता ने दिखा दिया है कि बारामती किसकी है. बस मुझे लगता है कि यही ट्रेंड अभी रहेगा.
What do you think was the difference that made to this election? Why did you get so many numbers?
I think it's the credit should go to none other than but Maharashtra CM Mr. Eknath Shinde, and he has worked really hard. His Ladki Banner scheme and the way he has carried the entire alliance together, worked hard for Mayuti, not thinking about only Shiv Sena, but all the three parties. I think credit goes to him, no one else.
Robin, you've been part of the entire process, with the seat selection, etc. as well. What actually put you forward before anybody else? What would put you, forward before the other opposition parties? What kept you ahead?
I think Mahayuti was well ahead and prepared after Lok Sabha. We worked really hard to correct what went wrong in terms of narrative, in terms of preparedness, in terms of seat selection, in terms of coordination. It was looking by far from our end that we are well ahead, we are well prepared, well organized, and opposition could not set a narrative.
You think there'll be smooth sailing from here on as well?
I don't think there should be an issue. I think there should be a smooth sailing next 5 years.
I know that you're not a voter of Maharashtra, neither are you a resident of Maharashtra, but who is your choice for the CM? Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar, everybody's party wants their leaders to become the CM. Who's your choice for the CM?
I'm not the right one to comment on that because my role is limited, but I hope that
Maharashtra wants a 24-hour active CM.
Yes.
Those reactions pouring in from Maharashtra. It's a saffron sweep as far as the state is concerned. Yasha, Mayuresh continue to be with us from on ground. Aman is with me here in the studio. Pallavi joining us as well. But Mayuresh, coming to you first, you're outside Ajit Pawar's residence. For the last 2 to 3 hours, we've seen several NCP leaders trickle into his residence. There's been a huddle of what's going to be next. Is the NCP camp also of the belief that all stakeholders will decide who the next CM is? Because supporters, of course, want Ajit Pawar to be the next CM.
No, NCP is quite clear regarding this stand, because they are saying that the numbers are, whatever the numbers they have got, they don't have that much number to stake claim on the CM post, and they are very much happy with their numbers, because right now somewhere around 39 to 40 seats they have got. We went inside, we met Ajit Pawar off camera, off record. He is right now sitting with all his party leaders, especially Praful Patel and Sunil Tatkar and other party leaders are there. They are watching all the results live on the TV, and also they are taking stock of the situation from each and every constituency from where their candidates are contesting, and they're getting the, we can say, minute by minute or hour by hour report about the counting. So he is pretty much relaxed, and he clearly said, a one-liner, he said that I want to thank all my sisters and the brothers who basically help us in this election to win this election and supported us massively. So that's the one-liner we got it from him. But he also told that tomorrow there will be a CLP meeting of his party in which they will choose the legislative party leader, and somewhere NCP is confident that either on 25th or 26th the swearing in will happen, and the government formation will also happen. So it would be interesting to see that what portfolios this time Ajit Pawar gets, because this time he has got a very strong numbers with him.
Absolutely, and if he doesn't make a pitch for the CM or the Deputy CM, he's definitely wanting a lion's share, because while many had called him dead weight after the Lok Sabha elections, Ajit Pawar has proven that he has pulled his weight in this alliance and ensured that it is a landslide victory for the NDA or the Mahayuti in Maharashtra. Pallavi joins us from on ground as well. Pallavi, whereabouts are you and what's the mood like there?
Well, I mean, the mood, of course, within the Congress party is extremely low-key, and one can understand that. The Congress actually never believed, rather the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi never actually believed that this would be a defeat for them. There was a hope within the MVA that, one, a sympathy factor for Uddhav Thackeray as well as for Sharad Pawar. Second, the Mahalakshmi scheme could give a takkar to the Larki Behan scheme, and also the fact that corruption, the farmers' wars in Vidarbha area, and also the fact that in Marathwada region, the Maratha reservation issues which resonated during the Lok Sabha, all of this will notch up figures for the MVA so that they can form a government. That clearly has not happened. We'll have to wait to see when the blame game begins, who blames who takes the responsibility, and whether they're going to start blaming the EVMs as well. But Poonam, this much I can tell you, that this is going to be seen as a huge setback, particularly to the Congress, after having lost in Haryana, also now losing in Maharashtra. Despite the win or seeming win in Jharkhand, it's a victory which has been snatched from them, and for them it's going to have a deep impact on the political strategy, one, of the Congress inside Parliament, and second, Rahul Gandhi's own standing as an LOP. I doubt if many of the players in the India bloc will now be ready to give the last and final word to Rahul Gandhi. That's one. Second, if Rahul was hoping that he's going to have those acrimonious attacks on the Prime Minister, whether it's on a Adani issue, whether it's on a Manipur issue, that sting may be out now. Third and finally, within the India bloc itself, the murmurs of dissent will begin. They already have. The Trinamool Congress, which has come up with a very good performance in West Bengal, is actually showing the mirror to the Congress party. The next election that we are heading for is in Delhi, and there the AAP is a very important factor, and AAP and Congress are technically speaking allies of India bloc. Would AAP want to have an alliance? For now, the Delhi unit of the Congress party says no to it, but can the Congress party afford to go it alone? Can it shoulder the burden of yet another defeat in case it loses out in Delhi as well?
But would the Aam Aadmi Party want Congress with them? Many within the Aam Aadmi Party have already ruled out an alliance, and especially after today, they've too had a good performance as far as by-polls in Punjab are concerned. So as far as Delhi goes, Aman, the Aam Aadmi Party would not want to pull around what they may call Congress as a deadweight.
Absolutely, they will not. They have already ruled it out. Aam Aadmi Party would contest the election in Delhi on its own. Poonam, we should remember in the last two assembly elections in Delhi, Congress has not been able to win a single seat. It scored a 0 in the last two elections in Delhi. Congress voter base in Delhi is almost over. So I think AAP will take on directly on a contest with the BJP in Delhi. That said, what you were asking, actually, Mayuresh earlier and Jesha as well, the CM phase question, I think Poonam now will take precedence because such a big win has happened. Now the $1 million question is, who will they choose as the chief minister? Because clearly BJP with these kind of numbers, 133 seats, it's itself just 11 short of the majority mark. So BJP with such a huge mandate, I think would want Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister, because BJP cadre would want that if you don't make Devendra Fadnavis the chief minister now, obviously the BJP cadre would say, what more do you want us to deliver to have our own chief minister? Also, the feeling in the Devendra Fadnavis, especially in Nagpur, the feeling was that in the 2022, what happened was a peculiar situation when the government was formed. Devendra Fadnavis, in line of the party's discipline, made a sacrifice and became the deputy chief minister. But now, with this kind of a mandate, Devendra Fadnavis should be back as the chief minister. And one must remember that in this election, the RSS has also been extremely active on the ground. Maybe the RSS will also have an important say in who becomes the chief minister. And we know that the closest person to the RSS in Maharashtra is Devendra Fadnavis.
And many would say deservedly so as far as Devendra Fadnavis goes. He's somebody who worked behind the scenes for a very long time, but ensured that work was being done on ground without getting into the limelight so much, without getting into, getting pulled into all sorts of politics that was playing out in Maharashtra, and ensuring that the BJP and the NDA as a whole reach the number that they seem to be reaching at the moment. Aman continues to be with us. My colleagues from on ground, Mayuresh, Yasha and Pallavi also with us. But let's listen into some more reactions once again.
महाराष्ट्र में मतदाताओं ने जो भाजपा महायुति को जबरदस्त जीत दिलाई है, जो पायाभूत सुविधा होती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट होती है, वंदे भारत ट्रेन होती है, मेट्रो होती है, सड़क होती है, पानी होता है और प्रत्यक्ष लाभ में लाडली बहना होती है, किसान सम्मान होता है, जीरो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल का विषय होता है। इसका एक बहुत सुरेख मिलाप एकनाथ जी शिंदे, देवेंद्र जी और अजीत दादा ने किया और इसलिए जनता ने पूरा भरोसा रखा। साथ ही एकनाथ शिंदे जी, देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी, अजीत दादा पवार और भाजपा का केंद्रीय नेतृत्व साथ मिलकर इस विषय में निर्णय करेंगे और आपको बताएंगे। आज महायुति विजय का जश्न मना रही है।
मैं बस यही कहूंगी कि बड़े हैरान करने वाले नतीजे आए हैं। जिस तरीके से लोकसभा में 151 असेंबलीज पे हमारी लीड थी, वो सिमट कर अगर इस नंबर पे आ गई है तो एक प्रश्न चिन्ह जरूर उठता है कि कैसे इतना डिफरेंस आ गया। जो भी सर्वेज चल रहे थे सब कांटे की टक्कर बता रहे थे, जो भी सर्वेज हो रहे थे उसमें महाविकास अघाड़ी को बढ़त दे रहे थे, बात सब बता रहे थे एज है। एक कांटे की टक्कर इस तरीके से हो जाना कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ा आश्चर्यजनक भी है, सवालों के घेरे में भी आता है और मन में मैं एक सेंस ऑफ सरप्राइज है कि जो हम जनता के बीच में देख रहे थे, महिलाओं के साथ देख रहे थे, पुरुषों के साथ देख रहे थे, आक्रोश जो था 1500 रुपए मिलने के बाद भी वो महिलाएं बता रही थी कि हम पे एहसान नहीं कर रहे हैं जिस तरीके से प्रचार कर रहे हैं। और उसके बाद ये इस तरीके के आउटकम आना, आई वुड से हमें कुछ टाइम लगेगा फॉर इट टू सिंक इन।
थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा for the results to sink in. That's the UBT Sena there. If you look at the tally at the bottom of your screens, they are perhaps the best performers as far as the India bloc goes. My colleagues continue to be with us on this broadcast, getting us more information and inside info as far as rumblings in Maharashtra go. What happens next? Who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra is a question that everybody is asking, the answer to which eludes at least as of now. Payal joining us, getting us more details as well. Payal, top leaders of the BJP are in a huddle is what we are given to understand?
Yes, Bhupendra Yadav has reached the residence of Devendra Fadnavis. Bhupendra Yadav is the election in charge as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Remember, he essentially had a lot of roles to play. This is his third election of Maharashtra. He's been somebody who's known the state and known the length and breadth. Was key responsibility was to manau the people who were naraz and make sure that there is no rebellion. Along with Piyush Goyal, senior minister in the government, and of course Mumbai MP as well. So he's of course also been there at the residence.
Right, so the BJP in a huddle in a short while from now, we're going to be seeing a joint press briefing of Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde. Some more details would perhaps come out then. But Payal, as far as the strategy of all of these camps go, what is it that Shinde camp believes worked in their favor? They are the second best performers as far as this election goes with a strike rate of over 60%. Payal, I understand you're in the midst of all the action. We can hear the music and it must be very loud where you are. We'll try and reconnect that line. But Aman continues to be with us. But before that, some more reactions now coming in. Sanjay Raut of the UBT Sena reacting to the results, going on to point to the fact that this is not a result that is acceptable to us. Sanjay Raut calls for re-election on ballot papers this time around. So it's not just denying the mandate that you have, but it's also wanting a re-election. Is this just a case of sore losers, or is there more to that? Well, the NDA camp would say this is definitely just sore losers, not ready to accept the mandate of the people. Yasha joining us. Yasha, from EVMs being tampered with, EVM batteries having too much charge and not having too much charge, to now wanting re-election on ballot papers.
So, this is a typical instance that we see that happens with the Mahavikas or for the matter India camp. When it comes to the elections, if it's in their favor, they've been supporting it, and if not, they've always said that it's the fault of the EVM and which is why asking for a ballot paper. That's something that we've seen how it's time and again been questioned by the BJP as well, and here again. In fact, this morning also when Sanjay Raut addressed this very issue, he spoke about the fact that this is a result that's not being acceptable to them. In fact, he also went ahead and said that it is that even the people of Maharashtra will not accept this result. But here we've heard several other leaders from the same party said it will take them some time to accept that result. Here it's a typical instance of them being sour just because they cannot get it. That's a typical question. That's a typical stand that is put forth by Sanjay Raut. In fact, when he spoke to several leaders from the Shinde Sena Eknath Shinde faction, they said that it was the statement that was being made by Sanjay Raut that was costing UBD faction really, and which is why Sanjay Raut should stop making such statements. This is a stand that has been put forward by several leaders from the Mahayuti that Sanjay Raut should not take such stands. And here again, Sanjay Raut has gone ahead after questioning the whole election, after questioning the mandate of the people. He's gone ahead and said that there should be a ballot paper election. Now we have to wait to see what will be the reaction from the Mahayuti on this.
And even from the Election Commission to go on to respond to these kind of allegations, because they've done so multiple times in the past. The latest that we are getting to know right now is that Aditya Thackeray has won against Milind Deora from the Worli seat. Mayuresh joining us, getting us more details. Mayuresh, the counting is still on. The counting is over. As per the Election Commission, we're given to understand that there are 2 more rounds that are still on. But Aditya Thackeray does have a margin of over 9,000 votes.
Yeah, he does have margin of 9,000 votes, and right now we have been given to understand that last few rounds are remaining, so that will take another half an hour to hour to get completed. Unless Milind asks for recounting. So if he asks for the recounting and the matter is closed, then certainly the recounting will happen, and again we have to wait. But we are expecting to get the clarity on this particular results by say within half an hour, 45 minutes. But yes, Aditya Thackeray is having the margin of 9,000, and it would be interesting to see that after this next 2 to 3 rounds, how much margin he gets more.
Right, but so far we're given to understand that Aditya Thackeray has emerged victorious as far as the Worli seat is concerned. As far as Mumbai goes though, Mayuresh, we're given to understand that the BJP has managed to keep the lead as far as maximum city goes.
Absolutely, and it was kind of an unexpected result for everyone, because even pollsters during the exit polls also have shown a margin somewhere around a range of 150 to 180, but no one had thought that BJP alone will secure somewhere around 130 or 120, 130 seats. So it is unexpected result for everyone. And even when we spoke with Ajit Pawar a while back, off camera, off record, that time even he also said that it is kind of a surprising results we have got. And after a long time it has been got.
Over 30 years, as far as if these numbers stick, if BJP does stick around at 131, then that's a party with that higher number after about 34 years, as per the calculations that we've made. If the number sticks around to 131, it was much higher some time back. The counting is still underway in several seats, which is why you still see those numbers changing. In a few hours from now, of course, they will settle down, but at least 2 or 3 rounds of counting is underway in several of those 288 seats. More reactions trickling in from the state of Maharashtra. Let's listen in.
बहुत ही अपेक्षित था। महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर देश भर का जैसे विश्वास है वैसा ही दिया, विकास के राजनीति को वोट दिया, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में 5 साल 2 सरकारें देखी लोगों ने, 2.5 साल ब्लैक, 2.5 साल वाइट। 2.5 साल ब्लैक में कुछ सारे विकास काम नए हुए नहीं और सारे रोके गए, और अभी 2.5 साल में हर सेक्शन का वेलफेयर पॉलिटिक्स भी हुआ, वेलफेयर डेवलपमेंट का भी प्रोग्राम्स भी हुए, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और विकास के भी कार्यक्रम हुए। लोगों ने उसे पसंद किया और लोगों ने इसीलिए वोट दिए। मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ, महाराष्ट्र का वोटर संकीर्णता से विचार नहीं करता, विकास के लिए वोट देता है और दिया है।
महायुति के पक्ष में मतलब जनता ने इतना भरभरून, इतना बड़ा ज्यादा वोट दिया, और मतलब हमें 200 के ऊपर मतलब सीटें मिल रही है, तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत है। महाराष्ट्र की जनता का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, सभी जाति धर्म के लोगों का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, और उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी जीत हमें दी है। और उसका कारण ये है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की विकास की भूमिका और महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने 2.5 सालों में लिए हुए निर्णय, और उसमें अनेक निर्णय तो अच्छे थे ही थे, लेकिन लाडली बहना का निर्णय बहुत ही क्रांतिकारक था। हमें विश्वास है कि 225, 230 तक सीटें हमको आगे तक मिल सकती है।
My colleagues continue to be with us, getting us updates and perspective. Aman, as far as the Vidarbha and Marathwada region is concerned, that was a concern, a worry for the BJP specifically and for the NDA, especially after the Lok Sabha elections. But they've seemed to have turned it around on its head in the last 6 months.
That clearly, I said Vidarbha and Marathwada were the two regions where the BJP did not perform well at all in the Lok Sabha elections. There are 19 Lok Sabha seats here. BJP, the Mahayuti, could just win 3 of them. In fact, in Marathwada, BJP did not win any single seat. Only Shinde Sena Shinde faction won the Aurangabad seat. So this time, a complete turnaround, not just the Maratha voter, but I think the farmers of Vidarbha have reposed their faith in the BJP. There are multiple reasons for this. Last time when the Lok Sabha elections happened, there was a huge farmer distress. This year, the season has been better, what BJP leaders felt. Plus, Devendra Fadnavis' announcement in Wardha 2 months ago in September, in the presence of the Prime Minister, that the present cotton crop will be procured above the MSP. Second, the soya-bean farmers also were under huge distress on the MSP issue. We saw in the manifesto, and later also just before the votes were cast, when the centre changed this scheme and said that up to 15% moisture soya-bean will be procured at the MSP. I think all these factors together have worked for the BJP in Vidarbha, and Marathwada also, I think, has seen a lot of OBC consolidation for the BJP. Also, one point that, the Ambedkarite Buddhist population, the Mahar population, which is there in big numbers in Vidarbha, in the last Lok Sabha election, there was a 3M kind of a combination from the Mahavikas Aghadi, Maratha, Muslim and Mahar. This time, I think the Mahar voter, which is the Buddhist Ambedkarite voter, seems to have seen through this hoax of the Mahavikas Aghadi that no constitution will be changed, Samvidhan khatre mein hai, reservations will go away. I think they seem to have returned to the BJP camp, and I think the whole caste census pitch by Rahul Gandhi in Maharashtra, he did this Samvidhan Samman Sammelans in various cities, seems to have completely fallen flat. I think people did not believe that slogan anymore. People have gone with the Prime Minister's slogan of Ek hai to safe hai, which seems to have become the resounding verdict across the state which the BJP has got. And as we speak, BJP is at 132 leads. This is truly phenomenal. I think, Poonam, if you look at the numbers, this is the first time an alliance in Maharashtra has crossed 200 seats. This is the first time an alliance has over 50% vote share. I think there can't be, I think this is one of the biggest wins of the BJP in recent times.
And like I said, if the number sticks to 132 or anywhere above 130 for the BJP, then they would emerge as the single largest party with that high a number after about 34 years or so. The last time that happened was when Sharad Pawar was Chief Minister in the 90s. But Pallavi and Yasha also with us on this broadcast. Pallavi, if the numbers stay where they are at the moment, the Congress would not be able to claim even the leader of opposition's position in the state of Maharashtra.
And what a stark contrast to the fight that they were having yesterday, where they were actually fighting over who should become the chief minister. Congress from day one under Nana Patole, who's the state Congress chief, and he's handpicked by Rahul Gandhi. And Nana Patole has been making this point from day one that first of all, the Congress should get a lion's share as far as seat distribution is concerned, which they did. But a second important point that they're making is that unlike last time round, where despite having the largest number of seats, they never got to have their own person as a chief minister. This time round, the CM will have to be from the Congress kitty. They were told to hold their horses, to calm down and not to make these kind of public statements. And now to be reduced to a situation where the performance is much below mark, where there's a huge question mark over whether there will be a leader of opposition from the Congress party in the Maharashtra Assembly at all. It's a case of where most of the political strategy seems to have backfired, whether there was going to be a rework on it, because in Haryana, one of the main reasons for the loss was a massive infighting, and that too many claimants as far as the CM was concerned. The situation seems to be the same. I'm not even talking about MVA generally, but to talk about Congress specifically, again infighting. Again, that everyone, Balasaheb Thorat versus Nana Patole, Thorat has of course lost. These kind of fights which have worked within the Congress party has actually led to a complete breakdown of the Congress mechanism there. And of course the fact that his caste census and Samvidhan Khatre mein hai, against development projects in Dharavi, against the Adani, all of that certainly doesn't seem to have worked as far as Rahul Gandhi's poll plank is concerned.
Absolutely. It is going to be an uphill challenge for the Congress party as far as Delhi elections go. But they do have a win in their kitty as far as this election goes. Jharkhand at the moment seems to be going the JMM-Congress's way. The numbers that you see on the left-hand side of your screens, 57 for the India bloc leads as far as Jharkhand is concerned. The NDA is at 23, a far second. Arunima joining us from Ranchi. Arunima, Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister, posting on social media after this imminent win. It's on expected lines for the Congress and JMM is what they believe.
Yes, the image that he tried to build of him being a family man, just as the tribal population of Jharkhand is. When the elections got over, he tweeted a picture of Kalpana Soren oiling his hair, his two pet dogs snuggling up to him, and another family member oiling Kalpana's hair, just to show that like any other normal tribal family in Jharkhand, the Chief Minister also leads his daily life just like that with his family. And today after the win, Kalpana is in her constituency. She was facing a tough fight, initially trailing by about 4,000 votes. So you don't see her in that picture, but the two sons are there with Hemant. It's a very heartwarming picture, again meant to convey the same image of Hemant Soren being a family man. He's converted this entire arrest that Enforcement Directorate carried out into a sympathy card for himself, convincing the voters successfully that he was targeted because he is a tribal and that the central government is anti-tribal. That narrative helped him in Lok Sabha. That narrative seemed to have sealed the deal for him here in the assembly elections also. The other thing that he's managed to encash upon is the women voters' sentiments. The Maiya Samman Yojana, 1,000 rupees in the bank account, promising to increase it to 2,500 after the election win. That also, it seems, has worked for him.
And that seems to have worked for the Congress in other states, which had prompted Aman, the BJP, to call this a Revdi system of trying to burden the state's coffers. But that's exactly what they did in Maharashtra as well. The allegation that they were making against the India bloc, or the Congress specifically, is a pattern they used and used successfully in Maharashtra.
Well, Poonam, if you see repeatedly last few elections, especially state elections, the experience has been that whichever government is the first mover when it comes to giving this money benefit to women always scores the goal. We have seen that in Madhya Pradesh when, Shivraj Singh Chauhan just before in the last 6 months of his government started this very Ladli Behan Yojana in Madhya Pradesh. We have seen BJP promise it in the state elections of Odisha as well as Chhattisgarh, and they stormed to power there. BJP retained power in Madhya Pradesh, and now Maharashtra is the recent example where after the Lok Sabha elections debacle, the government decided to give money to women. They promised, this money of 1,500 rupees to women, which BJP promised to take it to rupees 2,100 in their manifesto. Same seems to have worked in Jharkhand for the JMM government. They started it, though the criticism was that Hemant Soren started it too late, only towards the end of the election. He had promised it in the last election, but still, giving it the money in the hand of the woman voter. The woman voter, in my experience of covering elections, when it gets a money from a particular party and when it comes consistently over a few months, they develop trust in that party and they don't really fall for the promise of another party which is promising to give more, because they feel, okay, this money is for sure is going to come, our home budget is decided from this now, but we are not sure if the other party is going to come and give this. And this is especially a problem. Women voters, I think, have credibility with the Congress party, because Congress sometimes promises but doesn't give. But here it was the JMM, who was promising this amount. And as Arunima was saying, this maybe has worked for Hemant Soren on the ground. People believed his round rupees 1,000 promise, and people also believed that the money he's promising to increase it to will also come if he comes back to power.
So that worked for the JMM Congress in Jharkhand. That seems to have worked for the NDA, along with several other factors that aided the 223 victory for the NDA at the moment. Those numbers, of course, could change. There could be a toss-up for at least a few seats because counting is still underway in several of those seats. A few rounds are left in multiple seats across those states. Who is going to be the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra is the million-dollar question. The BJP is all but certain that Devendra Fadnavis is their man. Listen in to what the Vice President of the Maharashtra State BJP had to tell us.
जिस तरीके से यहाँ पर रिजल्ट आए हैं, कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं इसको?
ये महायुति की प्रचंड जीत है। जिस तरीके से वोट जिहाद के खिलाफ धर्मयुद्ध की बात की गई, इस धर्मयुद्ध की ये जीत है। लाड़की बहन की जीत है, किसानों की जीत है, कामगारों की जीत है, युवक और युवती की जीत है, कल्याणकारी योजनाओं की जीत है। और ये जीत भारतीय जनता पार्टी और महायुति की जीत है। ये जीत माननीय मोदी जी की जीत है। ये जीत देवेंद्र फडणवीस की जीत है। ये जीत एकनाथ शिंदे की जीत है।
बीजेपी की बहुत ज्यादा सीटें आई हैं और ये अब मांग उठने लगी है कि बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री होना चाहिए।
कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते मुझे तो लगेगा कि मेरा नेता मुख्यमंत्री बने, तो मैं यही मांग करूंगा कि एकनाथ राव जी शिंदे दादा और देवेंद्र जी बैठे और माननीय अमित भाई और प्रधानमंत्री के साथ बैठकर भाजपा का मुख्यमंत्री चुने।
All stakeholders will sit down and take a final call of who the next Chief Minister is going to be. That's the sentiment that has come to the fore, at least on the face of it, from all three camps. But supporters making their pitch for their leader to be at the helm of affairs. Devendra Fadnavis is to be the CM is all but certain, many would say, Yasha. Is that something that Eknath Shinde has also made peace with? Because I think they've all realized that if the numbers stay at 133, what the BJP has managed to do with that kind of a strike rate, the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis should deserve the seat of the Chief Minister.
Absolutely. See, for an absolute majority, one requires 145 seats in Maharashtra. BJP alone seems to be close to 133. They are very close to the 50% mark. They could, in fact, be forming the government by themselves. But here, of course, when Eknath Shinde was asked this question, he said all of the parties would sit together and decide. But over the last several weeks in the run-up to the Vidhan Sabha election, when this question was asked several times, so there was no direct indication, but time and again, be it Devendra Fadnavis or be it Amit Shah, they gave direct and indirect hints about Devendra Fadnavis becoming the chief ministerial face. However, one needs to wait and watch if Devendra Fadnavis will be made the CM or to who the Maratha voters, Eknath Shinde will be continued as a CM yet again. There are several instances, in fact, 2.5 years back when the government changed, everyone was looking at Devendra Fadnavis to be the chief minister then. But he made that sacrifice for the party and for the alliance in general and accepted the post of deputy chief minister. Something that not everyone had expected that would happen to him. That was when Eknath Shinde was made the chief minister. But today, of course, the credit for this win is being given to all of the three. Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. Election after the performance of the Mahayuti in Lok Sabha election, several people want to step down from his position focus on the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections. And however, at that instance, on his focus to Amit Shah, he was asked to stay back and accept voter responsibilities. Now, when you speak of this very instance, just a couple of
we'll try and reconnect that audio link with my colleague Yasha. She's outside Varsha Bungalow, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister in the state of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde is currently there. Of course, celebrations breaking out. But Maharashtra is not the only state that we want to speak of. There were by-elections that were held across the country in different states. Uttar Pradesh was one of those states where it was a prestige battle. It was only a BJP versus a Samajwadi Party fight. Well, there were smaller parties like the BSP involved. But as far as the two big players were concerned, that was the Samajwadi Party and the BJP. Now, Pallavi, the Congress had bowed out of race because they could not reach consensus with the Samajwadi Party. It was decided that the Samajwadi Party would fight on all seats. Yogi Adityanath, the BJP, has managed to trump the Samajwadi Party as well in Uttar Pradesh. Another blow there coming to the fore for the India Alliance. Does this then give a leg up to the Congress perhaps to say that maybe the SP should have conceded some seats to us?
Well, I mean, I think the story is also not just Maharashtra and Jharkhand. I mean, there is also a big footnote coming in from the bipoll results. I mean, apart from West Bengal, which we have been speaking about, Uttar Pradesh becomes very, very significant. The Congress had opted out of the race, preferring not to divide any votes and give that edge to a Samajwadi Party. But here's the blow for them as well. Samvidhan khatre mein hai. The win by the Samajwadi Party in Faizabad helped the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, but more specifically Rahul Gandhi, to try and build up the narrative that a Ram Mandir politicization, Ram Mandir as Rahul Gandhi called it, had actually not helped the BJP. So they wanted to look at these bipoll results closely, hoping that there would be a redux of the Lok Sabha election moment, and where by not contesting elections, the Samajwadi Party would have a clear edge over the BJP. That's clearly not been the case. Samajwadi Party, of course, has been extremely upset with the Congress because of no alliance happening, say in Haryana, in Maharashtra, also pretty much on their own, so on and so forth. I think now what's going to also happen, and this is going to have an impact on the India bloc, the SP will say that the Congress has become a liability or a penalty for us. The Congress will hit back by saying, look, here we did not contest along with you. We never asked for any seats. Yet you did not manage to hold up on your own against the BJP. So why are you blaming the Congress party? Why should the India bloc stakeholders not even look at themselves and introspect?
So it'll be interesting to see how the dynamics plays out within the India bloc after this election. Aman, as far as the bipolls are concerned, Priyanka Gandhi has won on expected lines in Wayanad. She's also bettered Rahul Gandhi's margin as far as Wayanad goes. Karnataka, another story there, the NDA losing all 3 seats.
Yes, Wayanad was expected, Poonam, because this seat anyways Priyanka was expected to win, and now the brother-sister both duo will see them in Lok Sabha together, so that will be quite a sight to see the entire Gandhi family and Sonia Gandhi in the Rajya Sabha. So Wayanad win was expected. Yes, Karnataka is a big, big blow to the BJP. All 3 seats won by the Congress party, despite that, the whole remark made about Kumaraswamy, still Channapatna scene had been won by the Congress party. So obviously that's a big blow, and the new BJP state chief Vijender would have a tough time, explaining what has happened. There's already, I think, knives are out for him, for Vijender in Karnataka. Bengal also, I think BJP doesn't have good news. All bipoll seats have been lost to the TMC. So the RJ car issue doesn't seem to have really transcended into an electoral issue. But UP, yes. Uttar Pradesh, I think the 7 out of the 9 bipoll seats being won by Yogi Adityanath is a big, big morale booster for Yogi, especially after what happened in the Lok Sabha elections. BJP going ahead and winning these 7 seats, except Karal, which is a Samajwadi Party stronghold, and another seat which SP has won. So I think Mr. Yogi Adityanath would take much comfort from this, and his slogan of Batenge to Katenge anyways becoming a big hit after the Haryana elections, working in Maharashtra as well, not working so much in Jharkhand. But yes, I think Yogi will be in more comfortable position with these 7 wins.
And it's interesting because in that campaign, he echoed the Katenge to Batenge to Katenge comment every single rally. But now that he's taken to social media, tweeted and hailed the victory of the NDA in Maharashtra, he's reiterated a slogan that the Prime Minister coined, which many said was a positive spin to what Yogi Adityanath has said about Ek hai to safe hai. Payal also joining us, getting us more perspective on this. Payal, we are of course awaiting that joint press briefing from Devendra Fadnavis, Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar. Would that give us a sense of who the next Chief Minister is going to be, or is that something that is going to still be happening inside closed doors, and we'll only find out when the swearing in takes place, perhaps on the 25th or 26th of this month?
Well, it's likely to be on the 26th is what we are given to understand, but it is going to be important to see what really comes out of this press conference. How will I take the question? Now, the evidence question will be who becomes the CM and when is the whole thing taking place. Very interesting, keeping in terms of what you were talking about, Yogi Adityanath known as the bulldozer Baba. I wonder why there are bulldozers at the residence of the Chief Minister Varsha over here. And I'll bring you another frame over here. My video journalist Ramdal is showing you a frame which is the entrance at which Devendra Fadnavis and of course Ajit Pawar will be coming in a bit from now. They'll be welcomed here at this gate. But most important thing I need to show to our viewers is that of course just a short while ago on the window over there you could see Eknath Shinde's young grandson, young child watching what is happening from his room above. And probably just learning up the ropes from a very, very young age as well. A lot of celebratory moves over here, but there is no question. There is a process which has to be followed before the Chief Minister's naming takes place. Legislative party
Absolutely. So that press conference is going to take place in a few minutes from now. The celebrations have already broken out. The numbers are still hovering, a little toss-up happening here and there, but this is perhaps where it will eventually settle down at. 223 is what the NDA has at the moment. It could go a few seats up or down, but these visuals there coming in of BJP leaders as we see Devendra Fadnavis, Chandrakant Bawankule, the President of Maharashtra BJP, they were all together closely monitoring as early trends were coming in. Celebrations, the moment of joy, and deservedly so, as many would say. Amrita Fadnavis also spoke to us here on CNN News 18, the wife of Devendra Fadnavis. Listen in to what she has to say.
कैसा लग रहा है इतनी बड़ी जीत के बाद?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। महाराष्ट्र ने एक अपना वर्डिक्ट दिया है, कॉल दिया है और बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि महायुति को इतना अच्छा प्रतिसाद मिला है लोगों से और लोगों ने हमको सबको बीजेपी को महायुति को पसंद किया और आज आप रिजल्ट देख ही रहे।
कभी लगा था इतनी लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री होगी?
प्रेडिक्शंस तो थे और प्रेडिक्शन हर टाइप के होते हैं, तो पॉजिटिव होना था और एक्सपेक्टेशन से थोड़ा और अच्छा हुआ है, इसकी खुशी है।
हमने देखा था कि आप नागपुर में कैंपेन कर रही थी देवेंद्र जी के लिए और खास करके विदर्भ में काफी क्लीन स्वीप मिला है बीजेपी को।
हाँ, बहुत खुशी है कि विदर्भ ने इतना की बहनों ने साथ दिया, हमारे बंधुओं ने साथ दिया, बहुत खुशी है इसकी और सब उन्हीं की वजह से है जो रिजल्ट है, तो उन्हीं को सबसे बड़ा धन्यवाद और हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं को।
तो क्या हम फिर से एक बार देवेंद्र जी को मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पे देखेंगे?
नहीं, मुझे तो उसकी कुछ आइडिया नहीं है, वो तो पार्टीज तीनों में की और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट हमारे भाजपा के मुख्य नेता डिसाइड करेंगे, तो वी हैव टू वेट एंड वॉच।
तो आपको लगता है कि फिर से, क्योंकि नाम तो उन्हीं का चल रहा है,
हा नरेंद्र मोदीजींच्या पाठीशी आहे आणि मोदीजींनी जो नारा दिला होता, एक है तो सेफ है, महाराष्ट्रातल्या सर्व समाजातल्या लोकांनी एकत्रित येऊन हा नारा यशस्वी केलेला आहे। सगळ्यांनी एकत्रित मतदान केलेलं आहे आणि विशेष आभार आमच्या लाडक्या बहिणींचे देखील आहेत की ज्यांनी आम्हाला खूप आशीर्वाद दिलेला आहे।
Mr. Modi's "Ek hai to safe hai" campaign slogan worked for us, that has resonated with voters.
त्या फेक नरेटिव्हच्या विरोधात लढणाऱ्या ज्या वेगवेगळ्या संघटना आहेत राष्ट्रीय विचारांच्या, त्या संघटनांचा विजय आहे।
This is a victory for all those who fought the fake narrative that was being spread by the Mahavikas Aghadi.
या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाविकास आघाडीने केला होता, त्याच्या विरोधात लोकांमध्ये जनजागृती करणारे आमचे विविध पंथांचे जे संत आहेत, त्यांचा देखील हा विजय आहे की ज्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला एक ठेवलाय। अशा सगळ्यांचा हा खऱ्या अर्थाने विजय आहे। गावामध्ये
religious leaders, seers and saints from across religions that worked on ground, that ensured that the fake narrative that was being spread, the divide and rule policy that was being spread by the Mahavikas Aghadi did not work.
जे लाखो कार्यकर्ते आहेत, या कार्यकर्त्यांचा विजय आहे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथराव शिंदेजी, मी, अजित दादा, आमचे रामदास आठवलेजी, आमचे सगळे मित्रपक्ष, आमच्या एकजुटीचा हा विजय आहे। त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं
This is a victory of all three of us, of Eknath Shinde, of Ajit Pawar, their supporters, their leaders, and of the BJP.
आमच्या देशाचे गृहमंत्री
We fought elections unitedly. This is a united victory.
मनापासून आभार मानतो की ज्यांनी या ठिकाणी महाराष्ट्रामध्ये येऊन आमच्या कार्यकर्त्यांमध्ये ऊर्जा भरली। आमचे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नड्डाजी असतील,
I thank all our national leaders, including Nitin Gadkari, Rajnath Singh, JP Nadda, who all came to Maharashtra, boosted the morale of our cadre on ground, gave us inspiration to fight this battle. Heartfelt thanks to all of them.
सगळे जेवढे या ठिकाणी आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन करत होते त्या सगळ्यांनी मला असं वाटतं की या विजयामध्ये हातभार लावलेला आहे आणि निश्चितच महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेपुढे आम्ही नतमस्तक आहोत। याच्यापेक्षा जास्त आज या ठिकाणी काही बोलताच येत नाही। अक्षरशः साष्टांग दंडवत महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेला, ज्या महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने हे प्रेम दिलेलं आहे। आणि मला असं वाटतं की जो काही एक विषारी प्रचार सातत्याने झाला, त्या प्रचाराला महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने आपल्या कृतीतून उत्तर दिलेलं आहे.
The voters of Maharashtra through this result have shown those who tried to spread their poisonous campaign that will not work.
की आम्ही आधुनिक अभिमन्यू आहोत, आम्ही चक्रव्यूह तोडून दाखवू. तो चक्रव्यूह तुटलेला आहे आणि महाराष्ट्र मोदीजींच्या पाठीशी खंबीरपणे उभा आहे.
It's proven once again that Maharashtra is standing steadfastly behind Prime Minister Modi and is with his leadership.
आज महाराष्ट्र में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो अप्रत्याशित इस प्रकार की जीत हमको दी है, इससे ये बात पूरी तरीके से स्थापित होती है कि महाराष्ट्र ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के पीछे है और मोदी जी ने जो नारा दिया था, एक है तो सेफ है, इस नारे को यथार्थ में लाते हुए महाराष्ट्र के सभी समाज के सभी लोगों ने एकता दिखाते हुए महाराष्ट्र में मतदान किया है और इसके कारण ये इतनी अच्छी जीत हमको मिली है. मैं विशेष रूप से हमारी लाडली बहनों का, लाडले भाइयों का, लाडले किसानों का, सभी का बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं. लाडली बहनों ने तो बहुत आशीर्वाद हमको दिया है, जिसके कारण हम लोग निश्चित रूप से एक अच्छा विजय यहां पर संपन्न कर पाए. इसके साथ साथ लोकसभा में जिस फेक नैरेटिव को तैयार किया गया था और यहां पर जिन ताकतों ने अराजकता के माध्यम से फेक नैरेटिव को परकोलेट किया था, उनके खिलाफ लड़ने वाली सारी जो राष्ट्रीय ताकतें थी, जो राष्ट्रवादी विचारों की जितनी हमारी ताकतें थी, वो सारी ताकतों ने मैदान में उतरकर उस फेक नैरेटिव को समाप्त कर दिया. इसलिए उन सभी संगठनों का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने ये करके दिखाया. साथ साथ महाराष्ट्र में जो पोलराइजेशन का प्रयास किया गया था और किसी जाति विशेष, धर्म विशेष को, एक धर्म विशेष को पोलराइज करने का जो प्रयास किया गया था, मुझे लगता है वो प्रयास सफल नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र में एक बहुत बड़ी परंपरा है, संतों की परंपरा है. इस परंपरा का निर्वाह करने वाले अलग अलग पंथों के जो हमारे सारे साधु संत हैं, उनका भी आशीर्वाद हमको मिला, जिन्होंने बिल्कुल गांव-गांव तक जाकर अलख जगाया और एक रहने का संदेश दिया, जिसके कारण मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि एक बहुत अच्छा विजय हमको मिला है. विशेष रूप से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजितदादा पवार जी, रामदास अठौले जी और हमारे साथ की जितनी छोटी पार्टियां हैं, हम सब लोग एक साथ रहे, एक साथ मिलकर हमने ये काम किया. इसलिए मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि इस एकता का ये विजय है. जो हमारी महायुति थी, अभेद्य इस प्रकार की महायुति थी, महायुति का ये विजय है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं. और साथ साथ मैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का तो आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनके कारण ही हमको ये जीत मिली है. लेकिन हमारे देश के गृह मंत्री श्री अमित शाह जी, जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र में आकर कार्यकर्ताओं में एक ऊर्जा का संचार किया, मैं उनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, हमारे नड्डा जी हैं, हमारे राजनाथ जी हैं, हमारे नितिन गडकरी जी हैं, इनका भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं. हमारे जो चुनाव के प्रभारी हैं, हमारे जो महाराष्ट्र से मंत्री हैं, इन सभी का मैं बहुत दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि पूरी पार्टी ताकत से हमारे साथ खड़ी हुई. और सबसे महत्व की बात है, हमारे नेताओं ने, हमारी पार्टी ने केवल बीजेपी की सीटों पर काम नहीं किया, हमारी पार्टी ने सारे के सारे महाराष्ट्र के जितने 288 सीटें थी, हमारे दोस्तों की सीटों पर भी काम किया. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इसके कारण एक बहुत अच्छा यहाँ कार्य संपन्न हुआ. हमारे भूपेंद्र यादव जी, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, हमारे शिवप्रकाश जी, इनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे सारे अलग अलग प्रांतों से भी जिन लोगों ने हमको मदद की, उनका भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे पीयूष जी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि एक प्रकार से सामूहिक रूप से हम लोग जब उतरे, तो ये सामूहिक ताकत एक ऐसी ताकत बनी जिसने दिखा दिया कि महाराष्ट्र ये मोदी जी के ही साथ है. ऐसा है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था कि मैं आधुनिक अभिमन्यु हूँ. चक्रव्यूह को भेदना जानता हूँ, हमने चक्रव्यूह को भेदा है। और ये कोई मैं पहले भी कह रहा हूँ, वापस कह रहा हूँ, इस विजय में मेरा बहुत छोटा उसमें मैं समझता हूँ कि सहभाग है। एक ये हमारी जो पूरी टीम है, इस टीम ने इस विजय को लाया है। मला असं वाटतं की कुठल्याही लोकशाहीमध्ये एक चांगला विरोधी पक्ष असणं हे गरजेचं आहे। त्यामुळे जे काही विरोधी पक्षाचे लोक निवडून आलेले आहेत त्यांचा आम्ही सन्मान करू। त्यांचा आवाज छोटा असो की मोठा असो, ते ज्या योग्य गोष्टी सांगतील त्या योग्य गोष्टींवर आम्ही त्यांना प्रतिसाद देऊ।
Democracy, you need opposition. We will give respect to all of the opposition MLAs who have been elected in this assembly.
आम्हाला ते माहितीच होतं, जर झारखंडमध्ये झारखंड मुक्ती मोर्चा जिंकला तर तिथलं ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर प्रूफ परफेक्ट एकदम जनमताचा कौल लोकशाहीचा विजय। आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये हे धाराशाही झाल्याबरोबर लोकशाही खतऱ्यात आलेली आहे। ईव्हीएम प्रॉब्लेम मध्ये आहे, ईव्हीएम टॅम्पर
Are EVMs tamper proof in Jharkhand where the JMM-Congress has won and tampered with only in Maharashtra where the opposition couldn't get a mandate?
सल्ला द्यायचा नाही आहे, मी थोडा मोठाही नाही आहे, पण कधीतरी त्यांना खरी कारण काय आहे याचा विचार करावा।
I don't want to give them advice, but the only thing I'd want to tell the opposition is that they must introspect on why this happens to them.
लोकशाहीची हीच खरी मला असं वाटतं गंमत आहे की लोकशाहीमध्ये कोणाला जनता डोक्यावर घेईल आणि कोणाला जनता धाराशाही करेल हे सांगता येत नाही। या निवडणुकीने पुन्हा एकदा ते दाखवून देईल।
In a democracy, the voter is supreme. Who they will give the mandate to and who they'll bring down is all up to them. That's the beauty of democracy, and this election has proven it once again.
या बाबतीत माननीय अमित भाई शहांनी प्रेस कॉन्फरन्समध्ये क्लिअरली सांगितलेलं आहे, मुख्यमंत्री पद हे कुठल्या निकषावर नाही, मुख्यमंत्री पद तीनही पक्षाचे नेते एकत्रित बसून ठरवतील।
Amit Shah in a press conference had made it clear that the decision on the next chief minister would be taken by all three stakeholders.
ते बसून जो निर्णय घेतील तो निर्णय असेल, कुठलाही वाद नाही आहे, कुठलाही विवाद नाही।
There is no disagreement or argument over that. Whatever the outcome is of a meeting between all three stakeholders, that would decide who the next chief minister is.
सीएम पद के ऊपर कोई भी विवाद यहाँ नहीं होने वाला, क्योंकि पहले दिन से ये तय है कि चुनाव जब संपन्न होगा तो चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां मिलकर इसको तय करेगी। हमारे नेता आदरणीय होम मिनिस्टर साहब ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में बताया है कि चुनाव के बाद तीनों पार्टियां बैठेगी और इसका निर्णय करेगी। अभी मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी उनके पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, अजित पवार जी उनकी पार्टी के अध्यक्ष हैं, और साथ में हमारे पार्टी के जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं उनको हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ऑथोराइज करता है। तो ये लोग बैठकर एक उचित निर्णय करेंगे, हमारे वरिष्ठ नेताओं से बातचीत करेंगे, हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड से बातचीत करेंगे, जो निर्णय होगा वो सबको मान्य होगा, इसमें कोई विवाद नहीं। बाबा आता पूर्ण रिझल्ट संपू द्या। आता मी आणि अजित दादा आता सीएम साहेबांकडे चाललो आहे, आम्ही बसून जरा पुढचा काय कार्यक्रम करायचा तो चॉकआउट करू आणि तुम्हाला नीट सांगू।
are headed towards the chief minister's residence. We'll let you know as soon as our next plans are finalized.
लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे जी को रियल शिवसेना के रूप में स्वीकार कर लिया है। बाला साहब ठाकरे के हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो शिवसेना है उसकी लेजिटिमेसी ये एकनाथ शिंदे जी को मिली है, और जो मूल एनसीपी है उसकी लेजिटिमेसी अजित पवार जी को मिली है।
पोलरायझेशन करण्याचा प्रयत्न महाविकास आघाडीकडनं आवर्जून केला गेला, विशेषतः मराठवाड्यामध्ये आणि विदर्भामध्ये पण वेगवेगळ्या ठिकाणी अशा स्वरूपाचा प्रचार केला गेला। तरी देखील विदर्भ आणि मराठवाडा याच्यामध्ये प्रचंड भाजपला यश मिळताना दिसतंय, याचं प्रमुख ॲनालिसिस काय?
मला असं वाटतं की जेव्हा वारंवार तुम्ही एका व्यक्तीला एका पक्षाला टार्गेट करता त्यावेळी तुम्ही जे टार्गेट करता त्यातली हवा पण निघून जाते आणि त्याची तीव्रताही कमी होते आणि लोकांना त्याचं सत्य समजतं। लोकांच्या मनात
think they are waiting for him to finish.
लोकांना लक्षात येतं की चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं टार्गेट केलं जातं. तसंच आम्हाला महाविकास आघाडीने ठरवून या ठिकाणी टार्गेट केलं. पण मला असं वाटतं की हळूहळू लोकांनी लक्षात आलं, कारण आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड चांगला, आम्ही नेहमी पॉझिटिव्ह काम केलेलं आहे, त्यामुळे आमचा ट्रॅक रेकॉर्ड पाहून लोकांनी या ठिकाणी मतदान केलं. मला असं वाटतं की या निकालाने एक गोष्ट स्पष्ट केली आहे, हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांची शिवसेना ही एकनाथराव शिंदेजींची शिवसेना आहे, किंवा एकनाथराव शिंदेजी ज्या शिवसेनेचे प्रमुख आहेत तीच शिवसेना ही आता या ठिकाणी हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंची आहे. त्याची लेजिटिमसी जी आहे ती आता एकनाथराव शिंदेजींकडे आलेली आहे. आणि तशीच राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेसची लेजिटिमसी जनतेनं अजितदादा पवारांना दिलेली आहे. आईचा तर फक्त आशीर्वाद घेतलाय, आईने आशीर्वाद दिलाय आणि अमित भाईंनी खूप आनंद व्यक्त केला आणि अमित भाईंनी या ठिकाणी आमचा
her blessings, and when Amit Shah called me, he expressed his happiness at the result that has come out. He congratulated me and every single BJP worker.
आपके खिलाफ जो है आलोचना करी गई, क्या ये उस वजह से मराठा आरक्षण का जो एक आंदोलन था वो फेल हुआ और जो मैंडेट था वो कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग?
देखिए, मैंने इससे पहले भी कहा था कि लोकसभा के चुनाव में हमको 43.6% मिले थे, उनको 43.9% मिले. तो अगर मराठा समाज ने हमको वोट नहीं दिया होता तो क्या हम 43.6% पर पहुँचते? मराठा समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. ओबीसी समाज हमारे साथ था, है और रहेगा. सारे समाज. आज आप जब इसको डिसाइफर करेंगे, जब आप इसका विश्लेषण करेंगे तो आपके ध्यान में आएगा कि सब समाज हमारे साथ में. देखिए, हर समाज की अपनी इच्छाएं होती है, आकांक्षाएं होती है, लेकिन उनको ये भी पता होता है कि अपनी आकांक्षाएं पूर्ण करने के लिए प्रामाणिकता से काम कौन कर सकता है. वो लोगों का विश्वास होता है.
2019ला मराठा देखील वर्षावर एक प्रेस झाली, त्यानंतर शरद पवारांनी तेल लावलेला पैलवान हे वाक्य बोललं होतं आणि तुमच्या आलेलं माइंडेड गव्हर्नमेंट पाडलं गेलं होतं काढण्याआधी, त्याचा बदला घेतला आहे का आता? आणि तेल लावलेला पैलवान
कुठलाही बदला मी घेतलेला नाही. राजकारणामध्ये जनता ठरवते कोण जिंकेल, कोण हरेल. कधी कधी एखाद्या गोष्टीचा नापसंती जनता कळवते, त्यामुळे यातनं जनतेने कदाचित नापसंती कळवली असेल आणि आमच्या बाबतीत पसंती कळवली असेल. मला असं वाटतं की याला वेगळ्या पद्धतीनं पाहण्याचं कारण नाही. आणि नंबर्स काय आहे याच्या आधारावर मी विरोधी पक्षाचं मूल्यमापन करणार.
सर, चाणक्य नीतीवरतून ही चर्चा सुरू झालेली आहे. महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य म्हणून शरद पवारांचा उल्लेख वारंवार केला जायचा, आता महाराष्ट्र चाणक्य बदलला आहे.
बदलला असेल तर मला माहीत नाही. फक्त मी एवढंच सांगू शकतो की मी तरी चाणक्य वगैरे काही नाही. मी भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा साधा कार्यकर्ता आहे. माझा पक्ष मला ताकद देतो, माझ्या पाठीशी उभा राहतो, म्हणून मला हे सगळं करता येतं. आमच्या पक्षातले जे नेते आहेत,
if that's what people are calling me, the party stands by me, and that's where I gather my strength from. I work for the party and the party helps me do what I do.
जनता पक्षाचा हा विजय आहे, याच्यात देवेंद्र फडणवीसचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे फार लहान आहे.
Fadnavis's contribution to this victory is not significant. It is a victory of the entire party, of the entire workforce and the cadre of the BJP.
पहली बात तो ये है कि संजय राउत, इनके ऊपर मैं कभी प्रतिक्रिया देता नहीं, लेकिन आज आवश्यकता इसलिए दे रहा हूँ. मुझे ये पता है कि झारखंड में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा जीता है तो बहुत लेजिटिमेट जीता है. वहाँ चुनाव एकदम फेयर हुआ है, वहाँ पर इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया है, वहाँ पर ईवीएम इतना पक्का था कि वो हैक ही नहीं हो सकता. वहाँ लोकतंत्र का विजय हुआ है. और महाराष्ट्र में अगर हमको लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री मिली है तो इलेक्शन कमीशन भी बायस हो गया है, यहाँ का ईवीएम हैक हो गया है, यहाँ पर लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो गई है. ये कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करने की आवश्यकता होती है. जो आत्मचिंतन नहीं करते जिंदगी में वो समाप्त हो जाता है. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी ना कभी आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए, और इस प्रकार से वो बात करेंगे तो क्या लोगों का विश्वास बैठेगा? चलो, थैंक
सर, एक फोटो सर,
चेहऱ्यावरती उद्धव ठाकरेंनी खुलशीपणे म्हटलं होतं एकतर मी तरी नाही या निवडणुकीमध्ये काय उत्तर द्याल त्यांना?
मी त्याच वेळेस उत्तर दिलं होतं की तुम्ही राहाल आणि मी राहील. राजकारणामध्ये कोणीच कोणाला संपवू शकत नाही. जनता तुम्हाला कमी अधिक करते, त्याच्यामुळे मी आहे आणि ते आहे. थँक्यू सर. संदर्भाला जवाब दिला सर आपल्याला.
There after its triumphant victory in Maharashtra, in tow with Devendra Fadnavis was state BJP president, the BJP's Maharashtra in charge, Bhupendra Yadav. Piyush Goyal, member of parliament from Mumbai, also in the background there.
समंदर 2022 में ही वापिस आ गया. इसलिए हम सब लोग मिलकर यहाँ पर सरकार स्थापन करने वाले हैं. इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि कोई इसमें बहुत शिरो शायरी करने की आवश्यकता नाही आहे. मैं एक गोष्ट मला या निमित्ताने सांगायची आहे, जी निश्चितपणे सांगितली पाहिजे, की आमचे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे यांच्या नेतृत्वात गेल्या 2 वर्षात पार्टीने खालपर्यंत जे कार्यक्रम राबवले, त्यामुळे पूर्ण पार्टी जिवंत झाली आणि पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांनी ही निवडणूक अंगावर घेतली. आणि म्हणून मी बावनकुळेजी आणि आमच्या पार्टीच्या कार्यकर्त्यांचे मनापासून आभार मानतो. मैं हमारे अध्यक्ष चंद्रशेखर बावनकुळे जी और पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ. इन कार्यकर्ताओं ने हमारे बावनकुळे जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 2 साल लगातार नीचे तक जाकर पार्टी को प्रस्तापित किया. पार्टी के कार्यक्रम उन्होंने वहाँ पर संपन्न किए और उसके कारण पार्टी में एक नई जान आई.
सुनील जी
It was the BJP there after its landslide victory. At last count, the numbers for the BJP are at 133. Counting is still underway in several of those seats. For several of them, they're just leads and not wins just yet. The numbers could be a toss-up, a few up or a few down, but essentially it is a victory for the NDA. They're way past the halfway mark as far as the 288-seat strong assembly in Maharashtra is concerned. Celebrations have begun at all camps in the NDA. Zaka Jacob also joining us here on this broadcast.
All right, I want to go across to one pollster who actually got it bang on, both in Maharashtra as well as in Jharkhand. Mr. Pradeep Gupta is Managing Director of Access My India. Thank you very much, Pradeep ji. Congratulations are in order because you predicted both Maharashtra and Jharkhand, right? Of course, in Maharashtra, your outer limit was 200, but NDA's got 226, so it's 26 seats more. In Jharkhand, I think your number was 53 for the India Alliance. They've got 57. Must be particularly feeling good that, especially after what happened in Lok Sabha and Haryana, you've now got both these states right. What is it that you saw on ground in both states which is now bearing itself out in this result?
Thank you, Jaka. And I would say it's Access My India team hard work continuously on the ground, which made sure that we could call both the states spot on, and our Jharkhand figure was 49 to 59 to be precise. Of course, the mid mark was 53 seats. And in Maharashtra, we have predicted about 200. Now they are getting about 220 odd seats, as you mentioned. So thank you very much to Access. It's full credit to Access My India team's hard work in the field work and back in office. Now what we saw is only one element in both the states is the delivery. That's it. It's a victory of performance of both the incumbent government. Government always repeat only on account of their performance, nothing else. And when I say performance, it's purely delivery, delivery and delivery.
But tell me, Pradeep ji, just 4 months back in the Lok Sabha, the Mahayuti had got decimated. They were down to 17 seats. The Mahavikas Aghadi was 31. They said, social factors, the Marathas are leaving the UT, the Dalits were leaving the UT in a big way. The 3 M's that were talked about, Muslims, Mahars, Marathas. Why didn't that happen this time around? What changed?
So I'll tell you, in Lok Sabha election in Vidarbha region, it was purely Dalit and Adivasi. They have shifted in en masse to the Mahavikas Aghadi. And this time they are all got back in the fold of Mahayuti en masse. Again, 11% point overall state for Dalit. 11 points is too much, and 15 points for Adivasi. And in Marathwada, largely the Marathas has shifted to Mahavikas Aghadi, and even in Western Maharashtra. In both these are the three biggest regions of the state. And in these two regions, Dalit plus Maratha, the Western Maharashtra and Marathwada, and in Vidarbha, Dalit plus Adivasi. Kunbi has voted in favor of NDA that time also and this time also. And I think the narrative of that संविधान बदल देंगे and आरक्षण का फर्क हो जाएगा, these आरक्षण is extraordinarily sensitive matter when it comes to Dalits or the Adivasis. In Uttar Pradesh, there is not even 1% Adivasis. It's all about Dalit, about 22%. So there, and in Maharashtra, these are the two states, and in Bengal also, Dalit and Adivasi made all the difference apart from Muslim, which is, that their alignment with the particular party. So I would say, as far as the demography, three things. One is the women in both the states, because of delivery and various social welfare schemes, especially in both the cases in Jharkhand, it is Mukhyamantri Maiya Samman Yojana. Women get 1,000 rupees onto their account per month. And in Maharashtra, Ladki Behan Yojana. So in both the states, I keep on saying since beginning, in Maharashtra also 50% to BJP for women and 46% by male to BJP plus, meaning NDA. 4% gap is too big a gap. Same goes in Jharkhand as well. And in both the places, it is like 70% to 75% in terms of number of seats. It's 3/4 kind of a victory, which says the story. It cannot be done without performance. It cannot be done. There was hardly any anger or discontent or kind of anti-incumbency in both the states. So it's purely delivery.
I just want to ask you one question about the whole chief minister's race, because now there is this big echo that's coming in from the BJP saying, they have 130 seats. Devendra Fadnavis should be made chief minister. In your Axis My India poll, I think you also asked the question about who is the most popular chief minister face. And I believe in your poll, Mr. Shinde was leading by a fair margin.
Yes, Jaka, which is always the case. The incumbent or the sitting chief minister get more recall. There is obvious things. But having said that, also people recalled can resonate very well with Eknath Shinde, because of 3-4 account. One, he is Maratha. Two, he's a common man coming from a humble background, and he's largely seen as a pro-poor kind of a image, which he has built. And of course, this is coming by the virtue of delivery of Ladki Behan schemes also. So all put together, his recall was way high than anybody else because of these reasons I mentioned to you.
So very quickly, now we're seeing this Ladki Behna or versions of it. We saw first in Madhya Pradesh, now in Maharashtra. Even in Karnataka and Telangana, the Congress had promised, giving women, I think, 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. So has this now become the template for, especially in state elections, that you promise women some amount of money and women will turn out in good numbers to vote for you?
So actually, Jaka, it is also you are missing two states, to be precise. Chhattisgarh, we all know that Chhattisgarh was very difficult, the assembly election of 2023 for BJP to pull out. Purely Mahatari Yojana, they have offered and got the form filled, from women. And that made all the difference. And in fact, Baghel government, the Congress government, did not have any kind of this scheme when they were in power. So there also, and even in Rajasthan also, this made the difference. And if you can recall 2015 victory of Nitish Kumar, that time his government has given away, cycles to the girls. So it all started from there. And in India, it is हम बोलते हैं ना पुरुष प्रधान देश है. यहाँ की जो वुमेन होती है, they are largely depend on the male member of the family, and the moment they start getting something onto their account, this is the real empowerment they feel. And this is the demography, this is the only demography which touch across 50%, which contributes 50%. And they are the one who are the influencer in the family in these days when it comes to casting the vote.
Okay, they are women are the influencers.
And it's always been the trend. And even if you see the schemes, all these schemes of central government, the woman is the core at the epic center of whether it's the Shauchalaya, it's the woman who suffers a loss.
Yeah, correct.
So kind of comfort they get out of this. Even if you see the Ujjwala Gas Yojana, if you see the direct money transfer, it is the woman on the core.
One final word before we let you go. So what happens to Uddhav Thackeray Sena and Sharad Pawar NCP? Because ultimately they were fighting for the same vote. Their voter, their supporters are the same. Today, resoundingly, Shinde Sena is ahead of Sena Uddhav Thackeray, and NCP Ajit Pawar is resoundingly ahead of NCP Sharad Pawar. What happens to the future of those two parties?
In the future, see, in any election, one party win and one party lose, so as the leaders. So it's not that the future is any danger or the problem. They will bounce back. If these incumbent or the government people have elected this time don't perform, people have the alternate to choose from.
Okay.
So they will bounce back. Not a single % doubt onto that.
All right. Pradeep Gupta, once again, congratulations. You've got 2 in 2 right, both Jharkhand and Maharashtra. Thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18. We'll take a quick break, but news and updates continue on what is a record mandate for the BJP and the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, and also, of course, in Jharkhand. Hemant Soren will be Chief Minister once again. Quick break, but news and updates on the other side.
थोडं भरवा वा वा आणि रे तुम्ही तसंच थांबा दादा थोडं भरवा थोडं भरवा घ्या दादा थोडं दादांना त्रास होईल असं हो दादा थोडं मागे चंद्रकांत दादा आले, लाडू बनवतात सगळेजण. दादा तिथं ऑनर बघा. थोडं भरवा. ऑनर आहे, तुम्ही तसंच थांबा. दादा थोडं भरवा, थोडं भरवा. घ्या दादा थोडं. दादांना त्रास होईल असं हो दादा थोडं मागे.
Welcome back. You're watching our non-stop rolling coverage here on CNN News 18. It's verdict day for Jharkhand and for Maharashtra. It's a toss-up between the two alliances. The Mahayuti or the NDA, a landslide victory for them in Maharashtra. The JMM-Congress surging to power in the state of Jharkhand. By-elections in several other states as well, Uttar Pradesh being keenly watched. But as far as Maharashtra goes, these visuals coming in from Varsha Bungalow, which is the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, which at the moment is Eknath Shinde. His two deputies, Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis, just arriving at his official residence for a joint media briefing that is going to take place in just a few minutes from now. Aman continues to be with us here in the studios, getting us more perspective. Aman, all eyes are on who is going to be the next Chief Minister. That's really the only thing that people want to talk about, that the people want the answer to.
Well, that's now $1 million question, Poonam, who is going to be the Chief Minister? Logically speaking, I would say with BJP at 133 seats, just 11 seats short of a majority mark, BJP would now want its own Chief Minister. Devendra Fadnavis was the Chief Minister from 2014 till 2019. The election was fought in his leadership in 2019, which the BJP again won before Uddhav Thackeray, didn't stick with them and left them. 2022 was a peculiar situation where Eknath Shinde had brought the MLAs from the Shinde Sena and joined hands with the BJP. So Eknath Shinde was made the Chief Minister, maybe as a gratitude towards that whole thing which happened. And Devendra Fadnavis, maybe did that. Very, very difficult to explain to its cadre if it does not have its own man, Devendra Fadnavis or somebody else. I think Devendra Fadnavis is the only choice they have to make him the Chief Minister. That said, I think Eknath Shinde has really come into his own in the last 1.5 years, especially because of this women's scheme. He's seen as a common man Chief Minister. He's very accessible. He's very affable. And so people have taken a liking for him, especially this. He's seen as the architect of this women's scheme. So to remove somebody as an Eknath Shinde whose popularity is good, who's seen, respected well in the state would also be a very, very difficult call. So I think nobody really knows, Poonam, right now. I think this decision will be taken by the BJP High Command in the next couple of days. But right now, I think BJP cadre is really rooting for Devendra Fadnavis to become the Chief Minister.
Well, that's what the BJP cadre wants. On the other hand, the Eknath Shinde camp, his supporters want to see him back as the Chief Minister. Payal, my colleague, reporting from outside Varsha Bungalow. Payal, over to you. Devendra Fadnavis has just reached. Ajit Pawar making his way as well.
Ajit Pawar is already inside and so is Devendra Fadnavis. In this room, which is right behind where I'm standing, the entrance to the Varsha Bungalow, is Ajit Pawar inside. There's Praful Patel inside. There's Sunit Tatkar inside. From the same faction, there's of course Piyush Goyal, Bhupendra Yadav, Pankaja Munde, Bhavan Kule, and of course Devendra Fadnavis. And of course Eknath Shinde and his party leaders, they're all inside. They're all in a meeting because there's very little time for them to take a decision, given the fact that the assembly ends on the 26th of November, and before that they're hopeful that they'll be able to form the government. There shouldn't be any black blood between all the three parties is what we're given to understand. But what will they come and say to the media? Because the media is going to ask them one pounding question, that who is becoming the next Chief Minister of Maharashtra? What will Eknath Shinde say? What will Devendra Fadnavis say? So far individually they've all been ducking that particular question as well. That is something which has stood out so far. In fact, Ramdas Athavale, although a small alliance partner, has also gone inside. He would also probably want to give in his inputs, because he also has a significant vote population in Maharashtra as well. So we'll have to just wait and see when these leaders come out from here only where I'm standing. This is the entrance to the bungalow, to the official residence of the Maharashtra Chief Minister.
Standing by for that press conference to begin. Payal, do stay on with us, because that's what's happening in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. But there's activity happening here in the national capital as well. Arun, my colleague, joining us from the BJP headquarters here in New Delhi. And Arun, have people already started trickling in there? Because we are going to be seeing on expected lines after every election that the BJP wins, that a victory lap of sorts takes place at the BJP headquarters. We're expecting the Prime Minister there in about 3 to 4 hours as well.
That's right. Post 7 p.m, Prime Minister Modi will be reaching here at BJP office, of course, to speak to the gathering here. BJP workers have already started coming here. Let me quickly show you a glimpse around that, how BJP office is being prepared. Of course, you can see these barricadings here, because then on that side you will have the stage from where Prime Minister Modi will speak. All the music systems have been brought in here, and so preparations are in full swing. You can see the chairs are also being brought in to the spot. We'll also speak to a few BJP workers here who've come here to celebrate this victory. ये क्या आप लेके एक है तो सेफ है. This is the slogan which Prime Minister Modi has given, and in fact बटेंगे तो कटेंगे योगी आदित्यनाथ slogan. आप कहाँ से आए हैं?
मैं मऊ जिला से आया हूँ.
मऊ से आए हैं. तो ये जो स्लोगन दिया था योगी आदित्यनाथ ने और प्रधानमंत्री ने, आपको लगता है ये चला है?
बिल्कुल चला है. फैक्ट पूरा चला है, और पूरा पूर्ण बहुमत से जीत हुई है महाराष्ट्र में, और यूपी में भी 9 सीटों में 6 सीटें हम लोग जीते हैं.
तो किस तरह से आज प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ आने वाले हैं, किस तरह से स्वागत करेंगे, क्या आप लोगों की तैयारी है?
तैयारी देखिए, आप देख ही सकते हैं, तैयारी अभी चल रही है. और मोदी जी हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री हैं, अभी 6 बजे का उनका आने का समय है, और वो आकर के यहाँ पे भाषण देंगे. अपने जितने कार्यकर्ता और यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं सबको संबोधन.
आप बताइए कि महाराष्ट्र में भाजपा की बहुत बड़ी जीत हुई है, लेकिन झारखंड में जो है वो JMM और कांग्रेस का जो अलायंस है वो सरकार बना गया है. तो कैसे देखते हैं आप दोनों नतीजों को?
ठीक है, अब नतीजे जो भी आ गए जनता के हाथ में थे. हम लोगों ने अपना कर्म किया, और जो माननीय मोदी ने जो हमको मंत्र दिया था, हमने उस पर काम भी किया है. एक है तो सेफ है, तो इस मंत्र को लेकर हम लोग काम किए हैं. अच्छा. और रिजल्ट भी.
अच्छा, ये आप क्या लेके ये आए हैं? क्या है ये तो EVM कुछ लग रहा है. क्या है इसका थोड़ा समझाइए.
EVM रो रही है. हाँ. पूछ रही है राहुल गांधी से और इंडिया अलायंस के नेता से, कब तक मुझे बदनाम करोगे, कब अपना हार स्वीकार करोगे. EVM बदनाम हुई कांग्रेस तेरे लिए, EVM बदनाम हुई राहुल गांधी तेरे लिए. एक कहावत सुना होगा.
अभी भी तो कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि जो EVM था उसकी बैटरी 99% थी. ये कैसे हो सकता है, इतना पोलिंग होने के बावजूद भी उसकी बैटरी 99%?
तो ये सवाल उनको बताना चाहिए कि झारखंड में क्यों EVM हैक नहीं हो गई. ये बेचारी EVM को हर बात ये लाछन लगाते हैं, कहते हैं EVM हैक हो गई, EVM बदनाम हो गई, EVM लुट गई. महाराष्ट्र की जनता के मत का अपमान हुआ है सीधा सीधा. राहुल गांधी को माफी मांगना चाहिए देश की जनता से. और ये EVM रो रो के पूछ रही है